always marvelously tanned actor who was a friend of Mrs. Marcos, and had received a large loan from Mrs. Glyceria Tantocco, also a friend of Mrs. Marcos. La Bella had charged Hamilton as an unindicted co-conspirator. La Bella's offered excuse for this abuse of a decent, innocent man was La Bella's naked claim that Hamilton was a conduit by which the Marcoses funneled money out of the Philippines. I thought Hamilton was being called to embarrass Mrs. Marcos by suggesting she had some sort of intimate relationship with him that would contradict her heretofore unquestioned devotion to Ferdinand. La Bella proved the loan by Mrs. Tantocco to Hamilton, which he had paid back in full, and at last found himself with nothing more to prove by his witness. On my cross-examination, Hamilton said he'd never borrowed money from Mrs. Marcos. Then I threw the door wide open. "You felt close to Mrs. Marcos?" I asked him. "Yes. I met her in Manila when I was promoting a movie entitled Love at First Bite. My brother was ill. He suffered from the same disease as Mr. Marcos, a liver and kidney malfunction." "Why did that bring you close to Mrs. Marcos?" "I believe she saved my mother's life. When my brother died, my mother wanted to commit suicide." Hamilton's head was bowed, and he was staring into his fidgeting hands. Then his voice broke. "Mrs. Marcos brought my mother to the Philippines. I think the only reason my mother is alive today is because of Mrs. Marcos." He began to choke. The judge ordered that I go to another subject. A pall of silence invaded the courtroom. But La Bella and Livingston acted as if nothing untoward had taken place. If any testimony touched Mrs. Marcos, it was usually soon dispelled. An example, my short cross-examination of an aging domestic servant. "You knew Mrs. Marcos quite well?" I asked. "Yes." "How did you feel about her?" "She was always kind to me. I loved her." The prosecutors knew their case to this jury was falling apart, and La Bella began dropping stacks of exhibits in front of his witnesses. Standard court procedure required him to first bring the exhibits to my table and show them to me, but La Bella followed no such rule. La Bella, without showing me the exhibits he'd put in front of the witness. "We offer into evidence Exhibits 593 through 642. Mr. Spence: "I haven't seen the exhibits, Your Honor." Judge Keenan: "Don't you dare misrepresent to the jury that you haven't seen those exhibits. They were presented to you last night." And the judge forthwith allowed the prosecutor's exhibits into evidence. La Bella dumped another couple of dozen exhibits in front of his witness and offered them. Since La Bella hadn't shown me which exhibits he had just put in front of the witness, I had no idea whether those he'd shown me the night before were contained in the pile. Mr. Spence: "Your Honor, I simply haven't seen these exhibits." Judge Keenan: "I've had enough of this. I told you to desist in your misrepresentation to the jury. One more time, and I will take action, and you know what action I am referring to." He continued denouncing me as the jury looked on. I was shocked. I have never been held in contempt by any court in my entire career. I saw his attack as uncalled for, and as his further attempt to discredit me permanently with the jury. "I have a motion to make," I said. "The jury will be excused," the judge said, still at the top of his lungs. The jury was led out by the bailiff. "I suppose you want to move for a mistrial," the judge said, his anger in full flame. "I'm not sure what motion I want to make," I said, "but since you suggest it, yes, that will be just fine. I move for a mistrial. This jury cannot possibly give Mrs. Marcos a fair trial in view of what you've done here. You've painted me as a fake who will misrepresent the facts to the jury. You know I couldn't possibly know what documents the prosecutor was offering in evidence when he hasn't shown the documents to me that he's offering. I've been in a lot of courts in my day, but I've never had a judge accuse me of misrepresentation. I was not misrepresenting. I was telling the truth." "So what do you want me to do about it?" Keenan asked. "That's up to you. You caused it. You figure it out," I said. I felt beaten and incompetent. Judge Keenan called the jurors back and proceeded to tell them what a fine lawyer I was, how I was only representing my client to the fullest, and that the jury should not consider in any way what he had said about me. He went on for a considerable time, trying to erase what was obviously his error, which he never once admitted. He was, of course, the judge. "That should do it, Mr. Spence," the judge finally said. "Proceed." But the judge's explosion created the opening Bartko had been waiting for. On Wednesday evening, May 31st, 1990, the day the judge emasculated me in the presence of the jury, Bartko called a meeting. At the meeting were Imelda and I, Imelda's doctor, her son Bong Bong, her sister the nun, Bartko, and Cassidy. "You better get rid of Spence," was Bartko's advice to Imelda. "Spence's trouble with the judge is poisoning the jury, and you're going to be convicted." Her doctor took her blood pressure. It was high. I said, "I think you should take mine too, doctor," and he did. Mine was even higher. Imelda listened carefully to their arguments and asked each of those present for their advice. Her son joined with Bartko and Cassidy, as did her sister. After she'd listened thoroughly to each, she made her decision. "Mr. Spence will stay on as my lawyer. He never wanted me to plead guilty." She was saying another thing. This man Spence cares about me, which proved once more that caring is contagious. Loyalty is also contagious. She told the press, "It is comforting to have someone like Mr. Spence fighting for me." Bartko had prepared a letter of resignation for me to sign. My fingers refused to hold the pen. The next morning, Mrs. Marcos suddenly fell face down on the council table where she was sitting. She was throwing up blood that covered much of the tabletop. She was soon lifted to a stretcher, administered oxygen, and hauled to the hospital by ambulance. Later, a reporter from the New York Times sauntered up to me. "Where did you get the blood capsule, Spence?" A question that underlined the blind cynicism of the attending media. The following morning, the court clerk approached me. "Please don't tell the judge, but tell Mrs. Marcos that I lit a candle for her at church." And the tough old marshals who guarded the courtroom against every species of crook and criminal, and who must have grown calluses around their hearts as thick as bull leather, sent flowers to her in the hospital. Along the way, I'd felt solace from the wonderfully kind-faced black juror, a woman who sat near the middle of the jury box in the first row. When the judicial pot got boiling, and I was about to be dumped in like a squirming squid, I sometimes looked over at her. I could read sympathy on her sad face. We never exchanged a word, not then nor since, but I thought she knew what was happening and understood. I needed help, and of course Imogene called Eddie Moriarty, my faithful partner, and told him to come. He got on a plane and was there the next morning. His job was to guard my backside while I finished the case. I knew that La Bella, like all prosecutors, was hoping we'd call Mrs. Marcos to testify. But why would I turn this precious woman over to them to relentlessly attack and abuse, not for an hour or two, but for days? I thought I'd proved our case on the cross-examination of the government's trainload of witnesses, that if there was any unlawfulness, none was ever connected to Mrs. Marcos. Moreover, I thought that if we had gotten through to those tough old marshals, we'd probably also earned the jurors' support. I rested our case without calling a single witness in defense. Suddenly, the Los Angeles Times seemed to awaken. That paper reported not one of 95 prosecution witnesses testified unequivocally that former Philippine First Lady Imelda Marcos engaged in the coercion, bribery, and kickback schemes that marked her late husband's graft-tainted regime. The judge called a recess. He'd be gone for several days, he said. We learned he'd taken a trip to Washington, D.C. I hoped it had nothing to do with the case. On his return, his attitude had miraculously and marvelously changed. He'd become more circumspect, even slightly thoughtful. He stopped his hollering and his pacing up on the bench. Either he'd walked into the blazing light of truth, or he was suffering the onset of a serious judicial heart ailment, from which most federal judges are immune, namely, compassion for the accused. But with the jury out of the courtroom, he suddenly erupted again. This time he was pointing at the prosecutors. He said he wasn't convinced they'd proven their case. What am I doing here at 40 Foley Square, trying a case involving the theft of monies from Philippine banks? I'd been arguing that from the beginning. Why was he just seeing it now? What had happened during his brief visit to Washington? Perhaps nothing. La Bella rested the government's case. We of the defense made our standard motion to dismiss the case based on the failure of the government to make its required proof. I let Bartko make the argument, and I thought he did a good job. But the judge did as judges most often do. He let the jury decide. It was June 25th, 1990, and La Bella was still steaming when he began his final argument. Was the man born angry? He argued for 5 hours, often at the peak of his passion. Imelda Marcos was not in a glass tomb. She was in the thick of things. I saw jurors pull back in their seats as if to dodge his onslaught. Then he'd fall off into eye-closing tedium that dragged us through endless exhibits and testimony that promised to cast the most caffeine-hyped listener into webs of involuntary slumber. Did Imelda know about these ill-gotten monies? La Bella asked. Of course. Of course. La Bella hammered those 2 words with his fists against the podium like a drummer gone wild. Of course she knew. She had to know. She'd been the mayor of Manila. She lived with a billionaire. She was the closest human being in the world to Ferdinand Marcos, and of course she knew everything he was doing, consulted with him and advised him. Of course. It had become an of course case. Still, I thought I must be missing something. How could La Bella be so angry if the lady were innocent? Maybe Bartko was right. Maybe I was no longer fit to represent Imelda. All those witnesses and exhibits I didn't fully understand, and there crouched La Bella, snarling and tooth-baring like a mad mastiff over the body of a case that to me seemed barren of bones. When Labella finally sat down, I could feel fear welling up along my rib cage. In the jungle, it would have been the moment to fight or flee. I'm not a good runner. In the morning, it would be my time, and my only time, to address the jurors. I argued all night in fever-like dreams, with visions of Imelda running for president from behind the cold steel bars of an American prison. What if I failed her? Maybe I should have listened to Bartko. Eddie Moriarty gave me his reassuring Irish smile. One had to trust, and the one had to trust was oneself. I approached the jury box. The jurors were fixed on me. I began. Remember the little lady in the TV advertisement who opens up the hamburger and asks, "Where's the beef?" I'm going to quote what Mr. Labella said yesterday about the purchase of those 4 buildings. These were no doubt funded by stolen money. What witness testified to that? What document shows that? Where's the beef? And do we want to get a simple lock on this case? LOK stands for lack of knowledge, knowledge that they've tried over and over to dump on Mrs. Marcos. The Secret Service and the FBI knew where she was at every moment. There isn't a shred of evidence she ever hid anything. To 4 presidents of this United States of America, these were decent, honest people. The 4 presidents of the United States of America knew what they were doing. Mr. Labella. Objection, Your Honor. Judge Keenan. Sustained. Mr. Spence. If the United States of America, through the FBI and the Secret Service, knew what she was doing... Mr. Labella. Objection, Your Honor. Judge Keenan. Sustained. Mr. Spence. If the United States government believed these people were all right, then why couldn't she believe her husband? I am reading from the transcript of Mr. Gaddup's testimony. You told us that Mr. Marcos told you from time to time not to tell Mrs. Marcos about certain matters. Do you remember that? His answer. Yes. You followed President Marcos's instructions in that regard, did you not? His answer. Yes. Now those are facts, ladies and gentlemen. Those aren't Mr. Labella's, she must have knowns. Even Janito. Remember Mr. Janito? I read from his testimony. So you're not suggesting to anybody she did anything wrong, are you? This is my cross-examination of Janito. His answer, no. Did you ever in your life go to Mrs. Marcos and ask her to do anything improper? His answer, no. I walked over to Mrs. Marcos and put my hands on her shoulders. I will say this much. If she were charged with being a champion spender, we don't need a trial. But spending lots of money isn't a crime. I mean, if that were a crime, the Queen of England wouldn't be safe, and the wives of the sultans wouldn't be safe, nor the late Grace Kelly, nor the Empress of Japan. She was a world-class shopper, but she was and is a world-class decent human being as well. The great danger in this case is the big S. It's called suspicion. Suspicion isn't proof. My argument consumed most of the day, and so, ladies and gentlemen, who wins this case? If you set her free, the government wins. Do you know why the government wins? Because the system worked, because justice has been done. And do you know who the government really is? The government is we. We are the government, and so everybody wins. I ended by saying to the jury that I wanted to tell them a story. Labella. Objection, Your Honor. Judge Keenan. The objection is overruled. You know you've heard the story, and I've heard the story. Tell the story, Mr. Spence. Mr. Spence. It must be a very good story if you both have heard it before. Judge Keenan. That's for the jury to decide. This was the judge's last chance to undermine me, telling the jury that my final words to them were a shop-worn story with no sincerity attached. I turned to the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of a wise old man and a smart-aleck boy. The smart-aleck boy wanted to show up the old man as a fool. The boy had captured a small bird in the forest. His plan was to go to the old man with the little bird cupped inside his hands, so that only the small tail of the bird protruded. Then he'd say with a sneer, "Old man, what do I have in my hand?" And the wise old man would say, "You have a bird, my son." Then the boy would say with confronting disdain, "Old man, is the bird alive or is it dead?" And if the old man said the bird was dead, the boy would open up his hand, and the bird would fly away free into the forest. But if the old man said the bird was alive, then the boy would begin to crush the bird in his cupped hands, and to crush it until the little bird was dead. And then he'd open his hands and say, "See, old man, the bird is dead." So the smart-aleck boy, as planned, came to the old man with the bird hidden in his cupped hands, and he said, "Old man, what do I have in my hands?" The old man said, "You have a bird, my son." Then the boy said, "Is the bird alive, or is it dead?" And the wise old man softly said, "The bird is in your hands, my son." And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Imelda Marcos is in yours. I walked back and sat down slowly next to Mrs. Marcos. Her hand was trembling. It was Labella's right to deliver the last argument, and he delivered what the press termed a scathing rebuttal that left Mrs. Marcos in tears and one juror wiping her own eyes. He stacked packs of freshly minted Philippine pesos on the rail of the jury box. "Can't you see the money? Wouldn't we know where this money came from? Wouldn't we know that Ferdinand Marcos was enriching himself by stealing millions from his country's treasury? And they," pointing at me, "say she knew nothing." Labella finally closed by predicting his victory. "When you look at all the evidence, you will be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Imelda Marcos is guilty as charged." In his instructions to the jury, Judge Keenan told them that she could be found guilty even if she closed her eyes to whether stolen money was used for investments in the United States. If she closed her eyes? Suspicion? After the jury was sent off to deliberate, one of her many supporters asked her what she would do while awaiting the verdict. "I'll just pray," she said. "Life is fragile. I'll handle it with my prayers." The jury was out 5 days, during which Mrs. Marcos spent much of her time at the nearby St. Andrew's Church. I suffered every nightmare that a creative mind could concoct. I re-argued the case 100 times. Mrs. Marcos should have hired a real lawyer. The country lawyer should go back where he came from and talk to those simple, honest people, not to sophisticated New York jurors. Despite my screaming doubts, the rational part of me continued to seep up. That part said we'd won the case, the judge's last stab notwithstanding. I told Mrs. Marcos there'd never be 12 good citizens who'd find her guilty. This was a case of caring versus anger, love versus hate. Mrs. Marcos stood for the former, La Bella and his crew the latter. I believe that love trumps hate. On Monday, July 2nd, 1990, the jurors marched into the courtroom with their verdict. The foreperson held the verdict tightly to his chest, as if he dare not let it go. I looked into the faces of each of the 12. They wouldn't look at me. My God, had I misjudged these people? Jurors who find against you usually look away, as if to say, "We've rejected not only your case, but you as a human being." I looked at the dear black woman with the soft eyes. She would not look at me. The foreperson released the verdict to the clerk, who handed it to the judge. He read it to himself, and without a hint of expression handed it back to the clerk. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury," the judge began, "hearken to your verdict." The clerk began to read. "We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn, do find the defendant Imelda Marcos not guilty on count 1, not guilty on count 2, not guilty on count 3. Oh, Lord, I thought. Did they compromise and find her guilty on the one remaining count? Not guilty on count 4. The courtroom was packed with Marcos's friends and loyalists, who erupted in cheers and tears as this 3-month nightmare finally ended. Mrs. Marcos stood softly, weeping. It was Imelda's 61st birthday. Mrs. Marcos invited me and the jury to a celebration, but I was desperate to get home and attend to affairs that had suffered in my absence those many months. Most of the jurors joined her. The kindly black woman was there. I wish I could have told her how much I appreciated her during the trial. Later, Mrs. Marcos shared with me a conversation she had with the woman. "Do you know why I knew you were innocent?" she asked Mrs. Marcos. "Why?" "Because," she said, "Mr. Spence cared so much for you." The media still delighted in referring to Mrs. Marcos as the steel butterfly. But Imogene, who'd grown to love Mrs. Marcos, summed her up more accurately. Imelda was extravagant in many ways, in spending money, in her love of beauty, in her generosity, and her caring for people. Imelda said she was allergic to ugliness. In ways I thought she and Imogen were sisters under the skin. After the verdict, Imelda left immediately for St. Patrick's Cathedral, where she crawled on her knees down the full length of the center aisle to the altar. She bowed her head to the floor and gave her thanks to the Lord. I dropped by Judge Keenan's chambers to pay my respects. One can make room for a judge who conducts himself in ways that hurt you and your case, so long as you recognize he is in fact a decent person, who, like all of us, is the victim of his own personality. Too many judges come to the conclusion that they have been gifted from above with some sort of supernatural wisdom. Judge Keenan had a keen sense of justice, but I thought it was skewed in favor of the government. I thought perhaps he couldn't help himself, considering that he was dealing with the likes of me. In any event, I wished to pay my respects, and stopped by his chambers to say goodbye and to wish him well. He couldn't have been more cordial. I immediately understood why lawyers liked him. I found myself liking him. Along the way, he said, "I want to congratulate you, Mr. Spence. You are the best criminal defense attorney who has appeared before me. I want you to know something. This is only the 3rd time in my tenure that a jury has returned a verdict of acquittal in my court." His statement didn't surprise me. Many federal courts enjoy conviction rates of well above 90%. I thanked him for the compliment, but I thought he was being overly generous. And I thought that if I ever tried another case before him, he'd be as tough and unrelenting and impatient with me as before. At the same time, one must wonder if his explosive reactions to me didn't have something to do with me and the way I behave. I'll admit, we never see ourselves as well as others see us. In 1991, Imelda Marcos was permitted to return to the Philippines. She faced a reported 900 civil and criminal cases that had crowded the Philippine courts for years. She won all but one or two of the cases, and those she lost were overturned by the Court of Appeals. She served in the Philippine Congress from 1995 through 1998, representing her birthplace, the Leyte province in the Central Islands. She returned to politics in April of 2010 at the age of 80, and was re-elected to Congress, where she still serves. In politics, you don't only use your heart or head, she said, you also use the soul of a mother, the selfless giving of a mother. As for our case, she said, I won on my birthday. I was alone, widowed, helpless, penniless, and countryless. But even the Bible says there is a special place in hell for those who oppress widows and orphans. Then with gentle eyes she offered that small, kindly smile I'd seen so often. Somehow I felt she'd forgiven her tormentors long ago. This case stands for something more than just another story about how power, one step at a time, has led us to the brink of a police state. Here we have seen how power, through its voice, the corporate media, captured the minds of an entire nation. The hatred of the Marcoses by those who'd never met them, never knew them, and many who'd never heard of them descended on the nation like the plague. An irreversible loathing of the Marcos name was as solidly implanted in the minds of intelligent, discerning citizens as any religion in the minds of the faithful. No truth existed except that the Marcoses were agents of the devil, and that Mrs. Marcos was infected with her husband's villainy. What is the danger of a force so prevailing that the composite mind of a nation can be captured? Ask those who have experienced life in a police state. Ask those who once saluted Hitler as his goose-stepping troops marched by. Case 6. The New American Gestapo. Although he and I had been on the same stage at programs for the American Association for Justice, I'd never met Geoffrey Fieger. Tall, long-haired, dynamic, often outspoken, even at times outrageous, he was one of the country's great lawyers and had an enviable record of winning for the people. Now he was in trouble and asking for my help. He'd been charged with violating election law by funneling money to the tune of $127,000 to John Edwards' 2004 presidential campaign. According to the indictment, Fieger had reimbursed his employees for their contributions to Edwards. This was a common practice across the land, and when the issue came up, it was never dealt with criminally. At most, fines were imposed. Imogene thought the case was surely some kind of political vendetta, and I agreed. But I don't like political cases because I don't like most politicians. Usually they represented only themselves, and it seemed to me that if Fieger had done what he was accused of, he had, in fact, broken the law. I looked at the statute. I said to Imogen, "It prohibits giving money to a candidate in the name of another, against using straw men like Feiger's employees. She was unconvinced. All your cases don't have to have blood and gore. Maybe you should take a case like this to show the people what's really going on in this country's political wars. The people only know what the politicians tell them. Isn't there a difference between using a fictional name to make a contribution and reimbursing someone who uses his own name to make the contribution and who simply gets reimbursed? I'd always thought Imogene would have been a great lawyer. I'd heard how George W. Bush's Republican pioneers, his largest fundraisers, routinely solicited bundles of contributions from employees of banks, brokerage firms, and corporations. Some of these employees later received bonuses that more than made up for their contributions. There was never any suggestion that anything illegal was taking place when Bush did it. Still, I didn't like political cases. Imogene kept at me. Feiger is one of us. He's a people's lawyer, and the country needs good lawyers to fight for the people. If he gets anyone but you to defend him, he's likely a goner. He loses everything, and his kids and his wife will be out on the street. They'll keep him in prison for the next 20 years just to prove to lawyers like you that their fight for citizens' rights is over. You have to defend him. Feiger had seemed unbowed on the phone. My crime wasn't the bonuses given to our employees. My crime was butting heads with George W. Bush. I liked the part about butting heads with Bush. And it was true that in Michigan, from the governor on down, the state was controlled by a political party that Feiger characterized as the new brand of Republicans, political reactionaries, throwbacks to the witch-hunting days of Salem. I listened while Feiger made his case. He said, I threw myself into a political holocaust during the nearly 10 years I represented Dr. Jack Kevorkian. Kevorkian, Dr. Death, as he'd become known, was the unremitting champion providing assisted death for fellow human beings who were in terminal, incurable suffering and were begging to die. Feiger had successfully defended Kevorkian in half a dozen murder cases that resulted in the big political guns being turned on Kevorkian's lawyer. I took on their Republican governor, John Engler, who was Catholic. I took on their legislature that was Republican. I took on their Supreme Court of Michigan that was both Catholic and Republican. I took on their Oakland County prosecutor, Richard Thompson, who was Republican. I took on the police. Looking back, I must have been out of my mind to think I could survive. Was Feiger courageous or just unwise? The line between is narrow. He said, the words of my former law partner, Michael Allen Schwartz, still ring in my ears. Never be a victim. I was determined not to be a victim. Feiger told me that one day while he was driving home, listening to a radio talk show, Michigan Governor John Engler was on, and a listener called in and asked how they could stop Dr. Kevorkian, the said Dr. Death. Engler's answer came without hesitation. Disbar Feiger. That's about the only way. Feiger said, soon after that, grievances were filed against me by the boatload, and they all bore the fingerprints of Engler and the radical Republican religious right. Describing his attitude in those days, he alluded to Arthur Miller's The Crucible, in which an 83-year-old man is put to death as a witch. The method of his execution is slowly crushing him under a mounting load of boulders. The old man's last defiant words were, "More weight." "I was young then," Feiger said, "and I was rebellious, and I could take more weight than those bastards ever imagined. I was at war with everyone, including the Attorney Grievance Commission." As if he hadn't already poked the hornet's nest enough, in 1998, Feiger declared his candidacy for the Democratic nomination for governor. And to everyone's surprise, but his own, he beat the preordained candidate of the Democratic power brokers. The Democratic power brokers wanted no part of this controversial lawyer, and promptly walked away from Feiger, leaving him to battle the incumbent Governor Engler on his own. Feiger launched a frontal attack on Engler, who he believed was unfairly claiming personal credit for the national prosperity created by Bill Clinton. That war would earn him the further enmity of Michigan's powerful Republicans. Feiger lampooned Engler in his campaign ads. He portrayed the man as a corpulent political animal and a hypocrite who claimed to be anti-government, but who had only held government jobs himself. Feiger said Engler was gifted with the vindictiveness of Richard Nixon. He kept an enemies list, and Jack Kevorkian and Jeffrey Feiger were on its top. Feiger lost. In the 2000 presidential primary, Governor Engler volunteered to head the George W. Bush campaign in Michigan against the then maverick senator from Arizona, John McCain, who was posing a threat to the anointed Bush as the Republican presidential nominee. Engler publicly guaranteed he'd deliver Michigan to Bush. Feiger said that promise by Engler was like dropping chum into a tank of sharks. I took the bait. Feiger ran a series of radio commercials taunting Bush and tying him to Engler. In a parody of the then-hit movie Dumb and Dumber, he created and narrated ads entitled Dumb, Dumber, and Dumbest, referring to Bush, Spencer Abraham, the Michigan Republican senator running for re-election, who later lost, and Engler. His ads gained the attention of the national press, and NPR did a half-hour special on how Feiger, a Democrat, was sticking his nose into the Michigan Republican presidential primary. Feiger even urged Democrats to vote in the Republican primary for McCain, and when McCain won big in Michigan, Bush and his hatchet man Karl Rove were furious, and Engler was humiliated. Predictably, things got dirty. How dirty? Rove even began suggesting that McCain had fathered a black child, when in fact McCain and his wife had adopted a dark child from Bangladesh, who had been given to them by Mother Teresa. In Bush's Michigan concession speech, he railed against Feiger, stating at least 3 times that good Republicans couldn't let that Kevorkian lawyer mess in their politics. Now I had some new and even more powerful enemies, Feiger said. And when Bush was re-elected in 2004, he chose as Attorney General Alberto Gonzales, whom Feiger had previously dismissed as an intellectual peewee. Feiger's prosecution began with a complaint by a disgruntled former employee named Eric Humphrey, who appeared in the Detroit FBI office and claimed that Feiger had reimbursed employees for political donations to presidential candidate John Edwards. According to Feiger, within hours, Humphrey's story was run up the political flagpole to the highest levels in Washington, D.C., and within a few days, on May 18, 2005, and unknown to Feiger, the feds called a grand jury to investigate him. This brand of secret investigation can go on for months, even years. First, the FBI secretly serves a warrant on your bank, and up pop all of your personal bank records. You thought your bank would protect you, at least give you notice. But no, the FBI gained access not only to Feiger's bank records and canceled checks, but also to those of every employee, friend, or family member who'd given to Edwards, and who had later been reimbursed by Feiger. The grand jury had already been in secret session for about 6 months, investigating Feiger, when on November 30th, 2005, roughly 80 FBI agents were flown in from all over the country for a coordinated raid on Feiger's office and the homes of his employees. One agent even flew in from Iraq. The sheer size of this operation was unprecedented. This is more bodies than the government threw against Osama bin Laden at Tora Bora. The cost was astronomical. At 7 o'clock sharp on the evening of November 30th, this army of government agents attacked Feiger and his employees. Some agents came stomping into his law office, where employees were still at work, and pairs of FBI agents pounded on the doors of other scared employees, some of whom were home alone. It was dinner time for most. Some had children at home, and parents and children alike were in shock. Surprise and intimidation are the agents' stock in trade, and as they marched into citizens' homes, they inspired utter, unremitting fear. "Why are cops at my door?" the Feiger employee wondered. This must be a mistake. But the message would soon be clear from the G-men. "Listen, chump. You're as guilty as Feiger. You got reimbursed, didn't you? This was Feiger's money to Edwards, not yours, right? Admit it. Do not lie to the FBI. That's a federal crime." They were told that unless they cooperated, they'd be accused of joining a conspiracy to violate federal law, and the FBI expected the said subjects to flip and become witnesses for the government against Feiger to save themselves. Standard government procedure in this land of the free and the home of the brave. On August 24th, 2007, almost 2 years after the FBI's original raid, the foreman of the grand jury signed an indictment against Feiger. The indictment was drafted under the direction of an assistant U.S. attorney by the name of Lynn Helland. Feiger would face 10 criminal counts along with obstruction of justice, the charge that's almost always thrown in when the government wants to make sure it hits the target with something. The 30-page indictment charged conspiracies to violate federal election campaign laws, each of which carried a maximum of 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. Obstruction of justice carried another 10 years and another $250,000 fine. If you ever got out of that hole, you'd be old, broke, and broken. In spite of my initial resistance, the facts of the case and Feiger himself grabbed me. Dirty politics is like a deadly virus. It keeps changing forms. It can't be eradicated. But individuals can be saved. I told him I'd take his case. No trial date had yet been set, but the media circus began immediately that Feiger was cast as that Kevorkian lawyer. Every photo caught him with his mouth wide open, a raging big mouth. When I took on the defense, the media provided detailed accounts of some of my controversial cases, and noted that the famed lawyer had never lost a criminal case, implying, of course, that the guilty Feiger had brought in a hired gun, namely me. The government of the United States of America was being portrayed by the media as the underdog, like a crippled Boy Scout out there just trying to earn his merit badges. The Detroit Free Press published a reader's comments section. Two came forth with these dandies. Feiger's arrogance finally caught up with him. Using low-paid employees as straw donors, that's just stupid. The second commenter reflected, "Okay, this is just smarmy. I always thought Feiger was just this side of the law, but I think he crossed the big old line this time, and that is going to bite him in the butt." In an interview with the Detroit Free Press, Feiger said, "I picked Spence because he's the greatest trial lawyer who ever lived, except Darrow." Why did he ruin the fantasy with that exception? I couldn't pass up the honor of being represented by him. The truth, I was 78 years old, and I wanted peace, and I needed my afternoon nap, and I felt about as able to take on the U.S. government as to fight Muhammad Ali in his prime. A smidgen of good sense would have probably kept me from taking the case in the first place. The case would be tried in Detroit, but it would be months before the trial date was set. In the meantime, we argued that the case should be dismissed. We had a library full of decisive motions against the case we wanted to file. And in the meantime, what about the others who had endured this 2-year living nightmare? Not only Jeffrey, but his wife Keeney, and all of his employees and friends who'd contributed to Edwards and had been reimbursed by Jeffrey. What about his mother? He even reimbursed his mother. I was often to argue, I suppose Mr. Feiger, a brilliant lawyer, understood that when his mother gave money and he reimbursed her, that he knowingly and intentionally transformed her into a criminal, a member of a conspiracy to violate federal law. In one pretrial argument, I told Federal District Judge Paul D. Borman that this 2-year investigation could have been completed in 2 weeks. But week after week, the prosecutors often subpoenaed only one Feiger employee to the grand jury. Who would be called next? Such is one of power's favorite tortures. Even Jeffrey's employees couldn't talk with him, lest the feds would claim they were involved in a conspiracy to obstruct justice. Employees were afraid to talk to one another, for fear they'd be indicted along with Jeffrey. These were folks who needed their jobs, and jobs in the law business are hard to come by. They had families to support, and the feds were stretching them on a rack of conflict. They could probably earn freedom from any threatened prosecution if they turned on Feiger and helped the feds convict him. But they were loyal employees, and they never intended to commit a crime. Several of his employees hired lawyers they couldn't afford to pay. Jeffrey offered to pay their lawyers, but even that might be used by the feds against him as evidence supporting a charge of a conspiracy. After a couple of Feiger's lawyers stood up to the feds, the FBI began its usual intimidation. The feds threatened to prosecute the children of one of the lawyers who worked for Jeffrey. The kids had given to Edwards and had been reimbursed by their father. That lawyer told the feds, "Bring it on." Surprisingly, the feds backed off. Jeffrey's fees, of course, were contingent on his winning his clients' cases. If he didn't win, he couldn't pay his employees and keep his law office afloat. No doubt the feds believed Feiger, awaiting trial, would fold under the pressure and go broke. Who'd hire a lawyer who'd been indicted by a grand jury for violations of federal crimes? Hire him today, he'd probably be in the pen tomorrow. I learned to admire Gerry Feiger even more as I saw him fight on without the first willingness to give an inch. More weight seemed to be his answer. How his wife Keeney was able to survive with her young family was also inspiring. While her husband continued to fight and win his cases, she continued to be a quiet, loving mother. What must a woman do whose nest filled with children is in serious jeopardy, and whose husband is being attacked from every side by the prosecutors and the media? Her husband needed help. But who was there to help her? I saw a calm, powerful woman with a quiet smile. I saw kids living a normal life. I saw Keeney absorb her husband's frustration and anger and not take it on. It made me proud to be their lawyer. In the meantime, the Bush gang, with Rove jerking the reins on Attorney General Gonzales, was using its power to play its usual politics across the land. With a vindictive fire, the likes of which I'd never seen, this bunch expelled 8 U.S. attorneys who refused to buckle under their demands to bring certain political prosecutions. "Do what we say or get out," was their message. Attorney General Gonzales had been absorbing the heat from the national press for his abuse of the system and was about to resign. He stayed on just long enough for the grand jury to return an indictment against Feiger, after which, the next day, Gonzales slipped back into the fog of anonymity from which he has never reappeared. I, too, needed help. I called on my old friend David Nevin, whom we remember from the Weaver case. We knew how to work together. He made quiet, kind space for my sometimes troublesome ego and filled in where I got frustrated with the technical stuff of the law. Besides, he was a great trial lawyer in his own right, with a genius for organizing and telling an effective story. My impression was that we could have done worse than Judge Borman. He was a man who offered a pleasant demeanor, accompanied by a ready smile. And he was one of those rare judges who had been a criminal defense attorney. Our first motion was to have the case dismissed because it was clearly a selective and vindictive prosecution. What do those words mean in the law? Suppose, for example, there are 100 citizens out there who from time to time park in a certain spot marked bus stop, and they've been doing so for years. Then one day Billy Jones insults a prosecutor at the town picnic, called him a sold-out mother-maker or something. When Billy is subsequently charged by the prosecutor for parking in that same spot, it's clear that it's payback. The law says, no, that is a selective and vindictive prosecution. We began our own prosecution, one against the feds, for their selective and vindictive prosecution. Indeed, it had become common practice in politics for interested parties with money to reimburse those without funds for their campaign contributions. We had support for our claim from unlikely political allies. Jack Beam, a former Republican assistant U.S. attorney appointed by President Gerald Ford, commented on the Feiger case. "This kind of politicization is a shame. I'm embarrassed that this is my old Justice Department. It is reminiscent, and I don't think I exaggerate, of Nazi Germany." And Michigan's Republican Party chairman, Saul Anuzis, inadvertently admitted to the underlying politics. He expressed hope that Feiger's indictment would give pause to members of the trial bar about the nature of their apparently too cozy of a relationship with liberal Democrat candidates. In plain words, he was saying, if you trial lawyers are hanging out with those liberal Democrats, your goose will get cooked. In our pre-trial brief, we argued that the Justice Department had been hijacked by Republican political operatives and turned into a weapon to silence political dissidents like Mr. Feiger and others, threatening the Republican stronghold in this country. We cited a recent study by two academicians, Donald Shields and John Cragen, who examined the number of public corruption investigations and prosecutions brought by the Bush Justice Department under its Public Integrity Section Chief. Shields and Cragen concluded that under Noel Hillman's leadership between January 2001 and December 2006, U.S. attorneys nationwide investigated 7 times as many Democratic officials as they did Republican officials, a number that exceeds even the racial profiling of African Americans in traffic stops. If this wasn't selective prosecution, I don't know what was. By the time of our case, Hillman had been rewarded for his work with a federal judgeship in New Jersey. We also noted the disproportionate resources that had been dedicated to Feiger's case. 99% of campaign finance disputes had been resolved civilly by the Federal Election Commission. On what grounds had the Justice Department selected Mr. Feiger and his firm as the target of the largest campaign finance investigation in the history of America? In one of our pre-trial motions, we pointed to the fact that the U.S. Attorney's Manual for Election Crimes held that campaign finance violations are either not crimes or do not warrant criminal prosecution, and proposed that the vast majority of statutory violations should be handled non-criminally by the Federal Election Commission under the statute's civil enforcement provision. In other words, don't use the election laws to put people in jail. If there are violations, treat them with fines. We listed 21 cases with facts similar to Feiger's that had been resolved without a criminal prosecution. Judge Borman held us all at bay while he asked Assistant U.S. Attorney Lynn Helland why it had taken so many federal agents to conduct their investigation. Smiling, the judge said, "I'm just trying to figure out how it went down." He said he couldn't recall that many agents involved in any other raid during his 13 years on the federal bench. Still smiling, and to our complete bewilderment, he ruled against us on our motion to dismiss the indictment. We hadn't established sufficient cause to dismiss this sham. Perhaps we shouldn't have been bewildered. Judges are human, and they have an incentive to pass the buck to juries. Now we faced the upcoming trial and a jury panel composed of citizens who'd been barraged with the Fed's propaganda against Feiger. The top dogs in the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. must have believed that Assistant U.S. Attorney Helland needed some help. If Helland needed help, the government had hundreds of experienced, highly skilled prosecutors from whom to select his co-counsel. So why would that office tap a nice, innocent-appearing young man who ought to provide little competition for any run-of-the-mill criminal defense attorney? The young trial lawyer's name was Kendall Day. But behind Day's youthful innocence lurked an experienced prosecutor who had been involved in some major criminal cases. I thought his choice was a smart tactical move by the powers that be in Washington, D.C., who saw Day as a rising star. Juries liked him. Besides, throwing an apparent kid in to fight Spence would shore up the illusion that the government was indeed the underdog. Day didn't disappoint. On his first day before the trial, Day, in open court, complained to Judge Borman that Feiger was airing TV ads attacking the government's investigation. He asked Borman to put a gag order on Jeffrey to stop him from taking his case public. Our David Nevin replied, "The government had been using the media for months, telling the potential jury pool what a vile, conniving criminal Jeffrey was, and in turn, Jeffrey shouldn't be allowed to speak back." Nevin argued that the Department of Justice's own handbook said prosecutors should consult with the department's public integrity section at headquarters before opening a criminal campaign in a finance case, to which Helland confessed, "I screwed up." But the mistake was inconsequential, Helland argued, because the public integrity section in Washington, D.C. itself had independently opened an investigation of Feiger at almost the same time. We called Judge Borman's attention to the Third Reich tactics of Helland himself, who actually had asked grand jury witnesses whom they had voted for in certain elections. Whom a witness voted for? Is this a political case or not? I asked the judge. Helland claimed such questions were relevant because they could identify inconsistencies between financial and voting support, whatever that was supposed to mean. Was it invasive? Helland asked. Yes. Was it improper? I don't think so. Judge Borman just kept on smiling. Then Helland's boss, the local U.S. Attorney Stephen Murphy, and two of his assistants stepped up and asked to speak to the judge. The judge smiled back and said, "Of course." For the first time, these three lawyers were suddenly claiming they were disqualified from overseeing the Feiger case. Why? I asked. All three of these prosecutors had apparently been involved in this case for the last 7 months. Why did it take them 7 months to conclude that on some unspecified grounds it would now be wrong for them to try to put Feiger away? None of this really passes the smell test, I argued to Judge Borman. But we were being stonewalled by the prosecutors. Then Helland advised us that he had been talking to the judge in one of those forbidden, secret ex parte conferences we'd encountered in the Singer case. The feds, because they deal in matters of national security, have the right, in rare cases, for such clandestine conferences, but this wasn't such a case. The question seemed to come down to exactly who was running this case, the judge or the prosecutors. We would soon find out. Harper's Magazine took a look at what it unabashedly called a political prosecution, pointing out that using the office of U.S. Attorney to wage a political vendetta is a crime under Sections 1505 and 1512 of the Criminal Code. In fact, it's a far more serious crime than the allegations brought for campaign finance violations. Judge Borman took more than 3 months to write his 30-page opinion. He acknowledged what appeared to be the political motivations behind the case, noting that Helland, the lead prosecutor, admitted this was the first prosecution involving reimbursement of campaign contributions that he knew of in the 20-some years he'd been working in the department. In the past, purported violations of election laws had been left to the Federal Election Commission for appropriate sanctions, if any. Judge Borman also questioned why Murphy and his assistants had disqualified themselves after 7 months. He also noted he'd been essentially stonewalled. The judge gave the prosecutors a few more days to come clean. In response, The prosecutors filed their response, claiming the judge had made substantial errors in his opinion, without specifying the same, and at last revealed that their recusals were because Murphy and the other two had contributed small sums of money to Stephen Markman's campaign for the Michigan Supreme Court. It took them 7 months to remember that? The judge backed off. He overruled our pretrial motions, including our claim that the Fed's prosecution of Feiger had been selective and vindictive. Why did the judge overrule our motions? I make no claim to know. The pretrial publicity fight in the media accelerated. Yes, both sides wanted to influence any citizen who might later be called as a juror in the case. Jeffrey, who could never be silenced, not with a gun to his head, claimed in an ad that the George W. Bush administration had declared war on lawyers and compared that to the Nazi campaign to rid Germany of Jews, gypsies, Catholics, Unionists, and lawyers. The ad featured unpretty photos of Bush, Vice President Dick Cheney, and former Attorney General Alberto Gonzales. Day and Helland complained that this publicity would set potential jurors against them. They asked Judge Borman to order Feiger to pull the ad. Judge Borman, referring to Feiger's ad, said, "This one is just totally off the wall and outright blatant, given that we have a jury trial coming up." He ordered Feiger to pull the ad. And finally, he ordered our trial to begin on April 14th, 2008. We filed a motion for a change of venue because many potential jurors might hold deep animus against Jeffrey because of his defense of Kevorkian. In support, we handed over a bulging scrapbook of newspaper clippings of virulent comments made in readers' columns against Feiger, stories and photos that showed him to be someone we'd locked the front door against, and affidavits demonstrating that Jeffrey's reputation in the community had been sullied by the media, and that a fair trial in Detroit would be impossible. Our motion was promptly denied. We next contested the jury panel. It didn't contain a proportionate share of black jurors. In addition to the fact that Jeffrey and Keeney had adopted 2 black children, Jeffrey was something of a folk hero in the black community for his work on behalf of African Americans. Judge Borman said no, but kept on smiling. The trial began as scheduled, and as his first judicial act, Judge Borman dealt Feiger a death blow. He ruled we couldn't even intimate to the jurors that Jeffrey had been the victim of a political witch hunt instigated by the Bush people. Then the judge ordered a media blackout for both sides. The prosecutors immediately used a tactic to subvert his order. They filed a 41-page document they styled as a trial brief that was brimming with hate Feiger material, a diatribe that had been designed for the media's eyes. The media took to the prosecutor's brief like starving street waifs invited to a feast at McDonald's. That brief, which was supposed to be under seal for the judges and our eyes only, was filed as an ordinary paper in the court documents and had been left naked for the media to read and report. The brief included the names of the government's witnesses and what they were likely to say. It claimed Feiger had been warned by one of his own lawyers, Todd Weglars, that the practice of reimbursement was illegal. Weglars had made a contribution to Edwards and had been reimbursed by Feiger. And it quoted Weglars, Should there ever be any type of investigation into those contributions, I am greatly concerned about the effect it would have on my ability to maintain a license to practice law. According to the brief, Wednesday White, a consultant for Feiger's newsletter, would testify that Feiger also called her to warn her not to talk to the FBI. Feiger was quoted as saying, "Just tell them you donated to the John Edwards campaign and that you support him." Quotes from the brief immediately appeared in local papers. According to Day, he had made a mistake in failing to file the brief under seal. I argued for a dismissal of the case. I told the judge, if we filed a 40-page press release with a gag order in effect, you'd have me down there in the Crossbars Hotel. There's no end to their dirty tricks. "Overruled," said Judge Borman with his kindly smile. I asked for at least an apology from the prosecution. "No," Judge Borman said. He thought his mere admonishment of the government would do. I thought their misconduct had the potential to permanently poison the case. As is usual in federal courts, the judge questioned the jurors as to their qualifications to sit on the case. "No," the judge ruled, "I couldn't ask a single question to any juror." Many federal court judges allow counsel to question jurors, since the lawyers know their case better than the judge, and the right to question jurors is nearly always allowed in most state courts. Jury selection and the opening statement are the two most important phases of any jury trial. It's during these times that the attorney is able to create a tribe with the jurors and to create trust and establish credibility. I have often said, give me a fair and honest voir dire, jury selection, and a well-delivered and truthful opening statement, and the case is over so long as I never betray the jurors' trust. That first opportunity is lost when, as in this case, only the judge can question jurors. Although Borman had once been a public defender, it didn't mean he knew how to select a jury, or that he'd ever been an effective trial lawyer. He asked the same questions one most often hears from judges in the federal courts. The Detroit Free Press ran a story that would further emphasize the government's underdog status, quoting Wayne State law professor Peter Henning, a former lawyer in the U.S. Department of Justice, who said, "Gerry Spence is one of the most celebrated lawyers in recent times. He is legendary, and it will be interesting to see how he handles himself." The article laid out my well-known cases and noted that I'd hired David Nevin, who played by the rules, but who also won by the rules, implying, of course, that Spence won by the use of unspecified tricks and improprieties. The paper published another series of op-ed letters that revealed, in part, why we'd asked for a change of venue. One reader wrote that a lying, cheating son of a bitch is finally getting his due. Another wrote, "Feiger is a self-serving blowhard. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and I hope he gets what he deserves. Disbarment. A little jail time would be nice, too. It would be cool to see Feiger and Kilpatrick, the former mayor, in the same perp walk." The paper ran only one letter that opposed an immediate hanging. Give Spence a chance to get a fair trial for his client. He represents what is right about good lawyers, and let's see if he can teach his client and D-Town about the abuse of power that seems so pervasive in this case on both sides. After the judge had finished his jury selection, both sides had 6 peremptory challenges, meaning that each side could dismiss a total of 6 prospective jurors from the case without stating a reason. I'm not a big fan of jury consultants, but Feiger wanted me to use Lou Genovic, who'd often helped him in civil cases. He and Genovic chose the jurors we'd excuse. The case would be heard by 16 citizens, the standard 12 plus 4 alternates, 11 male and 5 female jurors. 2 were African American. Next, Judge Borman delivered a list of persons we were forbidden to mention by name to the jury. Do not mention George W. Bush, Governor Engler, Karl Rove, or Attorney General Gonzales. Moreover, we were ordered not to argue to the jury that the law does not prohibit reimbursement. The judge gave us one defense, and only one. I could try to persuade the jury that Jeffrey Feiger didn't know he'd violated the law when he made his reimbursements. I could try to convince a jury of intelligent citizens that a great lawyer, one of the brightest persons I have ever known, didn't understand that reimbursing one's employees was a crime, when to the contrary, Judge Borman would be telling the jurors that reimbursement was a crime. I saw the marshals slapping the cuffs and chains on Jeffrey Feiger and hauling him off to some concrete hole. In his opening statement, Helland, in a floor-flat monotone, said the case was about deception and illegal fundraising. Helland was as jovial and appealing as a reawakened mummy. He didn't need to be charismatic and a Mr. Nice Guy. He was doing the public a service, prosecuting a known crafty criminal, this Feiger individual, who thought he could violate the law and get away with it. When it came my turn to make my opening statement to the jury, I asked Feiger's wife, Keeney, to stand up with the Feiger children. She held their new baby in her arms. I introduced them to the jurors. With a sneer, Helland asked if they were going to give testimony. I said I wanted the jury to see the real people behind our case. This is no place for babies and mamas to be, I said. I'm going to ask that they be excused at this time. Then I told the jury that Mr. Day, that nice young man, was under the direction of a Mr. Welch from Washington, D.C., and I motioned to Assistant District Attorney Lynn Helland, and I told the jury that he, too, was under the direction of Mr. Welch of Washington, D.C. I thought that might tell the jury who the real parties were on both sides of the case. Mom and the kids on our side, Mr. Welch, a head honcho in the Department of Justice from Washington, D.C., on theirs. The judge stepped in. No, Helland was not under the direction of Washington, D.C., but the judge was wrong. Helland took his orders from Welch in Washington, D.C., the same as Day. But who was the jury to believe? The judge or that crafty, slick lawyer from Wyoming? I told the jury that they'd seen Jeffrey on television, and some might not like him, but he fought for the little guy. He fights big government and corporations that stomp ordinary people under. Then I held up an enlargement of what became known as Section 441F of the law. Let's read this together. I invited the jury as I held up the cardboard in front of the jurors. It read, "No person shall make a contribution in the name of another person or knowingly permit his name to be used to effect such a contribution." I said, the contributions in this case were made in the name of the persons who gave the money, and they were reimbursed by Mr. Feiger. I told the jury the people's contributions were totally voluntary. Only half in his firm contributed. He decided to reimburse those who wanted to give but couldn't afford to. In the end, he treated everyone alike, and reimbursed even those who could afford it. It was that simple. I took my argument to the edge by contradicting the judge's position. There was nothing on the books, I told the jury, that said that reimbursement was illegal. We don't have secret laws in this country, I said. The word reimbursement doesn't appear anywhere in these statutes. I told the jury that Jeffrey had reviewed the law and that in 40 years there had never been a case that said reimbursement was a crime. Nor was there a U.S. Supreme Court case that said so. I said, the prosecutors see Mr. Feiger with only one eye, and that's an evil eye, and it's their eye. I pointed out that if reimbursement were a crime, then the government could make criminals of all of us. A husband reimburses his wife. A parent reimburses the child. Mr. Feiger reimbursed his mother. Were all of these people, wife, child, and mother, part of some evil conspiracy? And if the law is as clear and clean as it's written there, and as Mr. Feiger saw it, I asked them, who would expect that you would be dragged into a court of law and charged with 10 counts as a criminal? There are no secret crimes in this country, no secret crimes. I likened it to driving up to an intersection where there was a blank sign. Then a cop pulls you over and claims you violated the law. Should you have known what was written on that blank sign? Every contribution here was made in the name of the person who made it, not in the name of another, as the law prohibits. Their contributions were made by their personal checks, not some phony check, and those checks were delivered to the Edwards campaign. So Mr. Feiger didn't believe it was a crime, and 16 lawyers in his firm gave, intelligent men and women, and none of them saw reimbursement as a crime. If you read the law as we have read it together, you can see that there is no crime stated on the face of the law, so there can't be a crime. I waited for that truth to take hold. Finally, I said, on November 30th, 2005, came shock and awe. At least 80 FBI and IRS people descended upon Mr. Feiger at night. You would have thought he was Osama bin Laden at Tora Bora, or that they were trying to get the head of the Mafia family. It was 7 o'clock at night. Some of the lawyers were working late. Can you imagine how it would be? Innocent people sitting there working at night, and in storms the FBI? The people were frightened. The FBI went into Mr. Feiger's private files and took away 87,000. That's how bad they wanted to get him. 87,000 documents from his office, most of which had nothing to do with this case whatsoever. At the same time, other agents of the FBI, along with the IRS, went to the homes of those who had given to Edwards and knocked on their doors. Can you understand how that would be? At night, and you're a single mother at home with your baby, and here come 2 government men knocking on your door wanting to ask you questions. These agents had no right there except to serve the person with a subpoena to appear before the grand jury. But the people didn't know that. The people opened their doors, and the agents burst in. And they began to interrogate these folks about something that had happened 2 years before. Some of the folks couldn't remember anything. Even the lawyers, most of whom are civil, not criminal lawyers, were frightened. The people were told they were felons. They were told they had violated the law. One agent asked a lone mother, "Is this a picture of your son?" "Yes." "Well," the FBI agent said, "he needs a mother." What was the implication? Then he asked, "Did you let Mr. Feiger use your name?" They questioned a man named Lloyd Johnson. "Well, Mr. Johnson, you have 2 boys." "Yes." "Your boys gave money to Mr. Edwards?" "Yes." And you reimbursed them? Yes. The FBI went to see the boys, and one of them had just started a job as a high school wrestling coach. The FBI came to the school where he was working with his team, and they said, "We want to talk to you." The boy said, "Please, please, I'm in a meet. What do you want to talk to me about?" Finally, he was able to get them to go to his little apartment later. At this point, Judge Borman interjected, "You have 10 more minutes." "Thank you. I didn't know I used so much time," I said. They were threatening to charge Mr. Johnson. They even went to his girlfriend, who's now his wife. And who are the real conspirators here? There are 8 charges here, but within those charges there are many other charges. Obstruction of justice. Mr. Reese, the head FBI man sitting right here, I pointed at him, called Mr. Feiger on the phone the night of the raid. "What are you doing?" Mr. Feiger asked. Reese was babbling, excited, and in charge of this huge invasion with all of those agents. Finally, he asked Mr. Feiger, "Did you give any money?" Mr. Feiger said, "I didn't give any money to anybody. I gave money to my employees." "Well, what about Mr. Kenny?" Reese asked, referring to a former partner. "You'll have to talk to Mr. Kenny," Mr. Feiger said. Of course, Mr. Kenny had died some time before, and the FBI knew he'd died, and Mr. Feiger knew he'd died. Everybody knew, but Jeffrey Feiger was thereafter charged with obstruction of justice because he told the FBI to talk to a dead man. I want you to know that these people, referring to Feiger and Ven Johnson, his partner who was charged with him, are not criminals. They're good, bright men. Mr. Reese knows that, but they're charged as common criminals, charges that will take away their freedom for long periods of time. Helen: "I do object to that." Judge Borman: "I'll sustain the objection to that." I pressed on. "They," I pointed to Helen, "say Jeffrey was deceptive. They showed you the books. When you take out the employee's tax and all the rest, the employee was reimbursed a sum exactly equal to what they gave to Edwards. And he," pointing to Helen, "didn't show you the document in which all of this was revealed. The books were open. The books showed exactly what happened. There was no attempt to cover it like you might see with GM or Ford, who would have hundreds of employees give, and at the end of the year they'd get covering bonuses. The accountants and the IRS found there was nothing wrong with what Mr. Feiger did from a tax standpoint. But they also had these IRS agents out there that night scaring these people. Well, who are the real conspirators here? Who is really out to get Mr. Feiger in any way they can get him? We don't need the powers that be in Washington, D.C., telling us what we should do here in Michigan. Not those people. I pointed to Helen and to Reese sitting next to him. These are not the people we answer to. Thank God we've got juries like you, and we don't have to answer to anybody. Not to anybody. I'm about to leave you, but I'll be with you for the next weeks. I hope you'll see that what was done here was done innocently and honestly. Mr. Feiger and the others may have disagreed with the powers that be in Washington, D.C., but that isn't the test. The test is, did they knowingly, willfully violate the law? I think you'll find, when all of the evidence is in, that Mr. Feiger, Mr. Johnson, and none of the lawyers and none of the people who are all good citizens, who all live here, who fight for ordinary people like you, that none violated the law in any way. And I just have to say again, thank God for juries. Thank you for being here. We can say goodbye to the FBI. We can say goodbye to the powers that be in Washington, D.C. I sat down. It was the first thing in the morning following my opening statement. The jury was still in the jury room. Helland stood in front of Judge Borman, shouting objections to my opening statement. It violated the judge's order about mentioning politics. He wanted the judge to tell the jury, in effect, what a bad person I was, to make it a case between the judge and Helland on one side, and this misbehaving, untrustworthy Wyoming lawyer on the other, and further, to tell the jury to disregard what I said in my opening about the powers that be in Washington, D.C., and further still, to tell the jury that what Jeffrey did was a crime. Judge Borman responded, leaning down over the bench and shaking his finger at me. He admonished me thoroughly for having disregarded his earlier rulings. I wasn't even to whisper to the jury about Washington politics. I told His Honor that I intended only to convey to the jury what Geoffrey Fieger believed to be the law. His beliefs were germane to whether he willfully and knowingly violated the law, right? Besides, Helland hadn't objected then, and waited until now, the morning after, to complain. You learn in the first year of law school that if you don't object at the time of the supposed offense, you can't come whimpering to the judge afterward. The judge ordered the jurors in. After they were seated, the first thing the judge did was to smile over to the jurors and say, "Mr. Helland works for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Detroit, not the Justice Department in Washington." That made me a judicially decreed liar, right? But who, in fact, was giving the ultimate orders in the case? Was his name Karl Rove? Now, Steve Fishman, the lawyer for Feiger's partner, Ven Johnson, followed with his opening statement and made substantially the same arguments to the jury. It makes no sense to think Johnson knowingly broke the law, he said. Among those Johnson reimbursed was his own daughter. Why would a successful lawyer with nothing to gain intentionally put his own daughter in legal jeopardy? Fishman also claimed his client had no responsibility anyway because of a phenomenon that became known as the Johnson pencil defense. Although Ven Johnson was a partner, Feiger ran the firm, and Johnson couldn't buy a pencil without Feiger's approval. The time had come for the prosecution to make its case. A talented young clerk, a lawyer-to-be whom I liked a lot, a kid named Jim Harrington, was called by Kendall Day as the prosecution's first witness. Jim admitted that his $2,000 check would have bounced but for his reimbursement by Feiger. I cross-examined the young man. Had he been forced to give the money? No. He said he had looked into John Edwards and found he was a trial lawyer. "I thought this was a great guy," Harrington said of Edwards. "I was excited." He told the jury he'd been asked to contribute by Ven Johnson, and he knew that Johnson wouldn't put him in harm's way if Johnson had believed reimbursement was illegal. He was stunned when the FBI came to his door. We were off to a good start. But Kendall Day seemed undaunted. He called a former police officer named Paul Brochet, by then a lawyer in Feiger's firm, who admitted that not only did he give to Edwards in his own name, he had his wife and 2 daughters give in their names. Feiger had reimbursed them all, and all had been pursued by the FBI. Going after Brochet himself hadn't been enough. The feds sent its agents after his daughters. Yes, that's one way the FBI gets a witness to flip to the government's side of the case, go after his kids. Brochet said that when one of his daughters called home to Daddy, hysterical, he'd had enough. He told the FBI to get out of his house. Tanya Rock, Feiger's former personal secretary, was a potentially dangerous witness. I tried to interview her before the trial, but she wouldn't talk to me, as she'd no doubt been instructed by the prosecutors. This case could blow up in our faces. Lord knew what she might say. I'd made a lot of Jeffrey's home life and displayed his wife and children in court to the jurors. What if Tanya now admitted to some clandestine affair? After such a betrayal of both Keeney and the kids, and the jurors as well, the jurors would stampede to the jury room to convict Jeffrey. The prosecutors served Tanya with what is known as a castigar letter. It provided her use immunity, which meant the government couldn't prosecute her based on the facts she testified to. However, in terms that would make a polar bear shiver, it also required that if she didn't cooperate with the government, her immunity agreement would be no protection. Although she sought to be sophisticated and professional in her demeanor, I saw how frightened the poor woman was, there in a public courtroom testifying against her former boss. Under leading questions from Helland, Tanya told the jury that she'd warned Feiger that his reimbursements were illegal, and that he'd shrugged off her advice. I demanded that the prosecutors produce the infamous castigar letter. I projected it up on the screen for the jury to see, and asked Tanya to read the letter word for word out loud to the jury. I was gentle with her. I said that the letter must have frightened her. Was she afraid? Yes. I liked the young woman and felt sorry for her, and I suspected the jury felt the same way. I didn't think the jury appreciated the chief prosecutor dragging a scared woman into the courtroom to testify against her former boss, for whom she must have still retained certain feelings of loyalty. On cross-examination, I asked her in a friendly manner if Jeffrey had ever turned to her for any legal advice in other matters. No, she said, and she admitted she hadn't wanted to testify against her boss. I'd learned from other sources that the FBI had gone so far as to ask her if she and Jeffrey had ever engaged in an extramarital affair. I asked her if the FBI had questioned her on that subject. Helland objected. Supposed affairs had nothing to do with making contributions to Edwards, he argued. Precisely, I agreed. We were demonstrating that the government was so bent on getting Jeffrey Feiger that they'd grab at anything to get him, to sully his name, to embarrass him, to put his marriage in jeopardy, anything to put more pressure on him, even to harass and embarrass this witness. I thought the jury got the point. The judge permitted her to answer. She denied ever having had any such relationship with Jeffrey, and that ended her testimony. Helland next called Eric Humphrey, the former employee who'd started the whole mess. He testified that Feiger fired him because he wouldn't contribute to the Edwards campaign. He said he'd warned Feiger that reimbursement was against the law, and even showed him a newspaper article that reported how some other lawyer had been charged by the feds with these same crimes and had been put under house arrest. Humphrey had been warned by Feiger about dragging into work late. He'd been let go by Feiger in 2004 for other reasons. There had been threats by Humphrey of a suit against Feiger. By the time I'd finished my cross, I thought the man seemed belligerent. and defensive. Ordinarily, we do not relate well to contentious people. We are less swayed by what people say than by how they say it. An unfriendly demeanor turns us off. Why had Humphrey waited 2 years to complain about Jeffrey to the FBI? I thought the jury might wonder as well. Changing pace, the government then called Sue Ellen Sandner, one of Feiger's paralegals, who had been reimbursed by him. Why they called the lady remains a mystery. Under my cross-examination, Ms. Sandner ended up saying she was so disgusted with the way FBI agent Jeffrey Reese treated her that she had refused to meet with the federal prosecutor in advance of her testimony if Reese were there. Reese had called her shortly after his agents raided Feiger's law firm, and at one point the prosecutors asked her to sign a statement. But the statement didn't include what she'd said, that Mr. Feiger never asked me to lie or hide what I'd done. And as she stepped down from the witness stand, she said, "I don't think Mr. Feiger would ask me to do anything wrong." We learned from Jeffrey's partner, Ven Johnson, that along the way the FBI had actually tried to use him to set Feiger up. They'd enlisted the help of a lawyer, another former employee. As planned in advance, the former employee had called Ven Johnson while the FBI was secretly recording the conversation. This lawyer told Johnson that he was concerned that Feiger's reimbursement had been illegal. Repeatedly during the recorded conversation, he tried to get Johnson to admit there was something wrong with reimbursing, and Johnson as often asked, "What's the problem?" Finally, Johnson got weary of the conversation and told him to talk to Feiger if he thought there was something wrong. That ended the intended trap. Back again in the courtroom, Jeffrey Reese finally took the stand for the prosecution. He testified as to the planning and execution of their raid on Feiger's office and his employees, and about the law and the reason for the law to keep big money out of politics. He came off professional, like the stereotyped FBI agent who was interested only in the facts. His testimony was truncated and curt. I had Reese on cross-examination for parts of 4 days. I asked him why, on the night of the raid, he hadn't recorded his conversation with Feiger. Reese said it was against FBI policy to do so. I made the point that because the FBI doesn't record its conversations, its agents are free to edit their memories and their reports without fear of contradiction. I had Reese tell the jury about the mass pre-raid meeting of the FBI and IRS agents, when Reese and the FBI actually gave a PowerPoint presentation preparing the agents for their invasion of Feiger and his employees. There had been a room full of FBI and IRS agents being taught together like school children in a government class how to conduct the raid, what questions to ask, and how to behave themselves. I was shocked. I asked Reese, "Have you ever been at a meeting with 80 to 100 agents discussing a campaign contribution case?" "Not before this one, no," Reese admitted. After Reese's testimony, the prosecution rested its case. We wanted Judge Borman to dismiss the case. The feds had failed to prove that any crime had been committed by anyone. I wanted David Nevin, our legal guru and ace trial lawyer, to argue our motion. His presentation to Judge Borman, asking for dismissal, was solid and powerful. He pointed out that the prosecutors had called only 11 of the 64 witnesses the government had listed. Not a single witness claimed that Feiger or Johnson believed he was committing a crime. If they knew they were breaking the law, Nevin argued. Would Feiger have asked his late mother to contribute? And would Johnson have asked his daughter to give? Under the government's theory of the law, that would have converted both mother and daughter into criminals. But as usual, and as expected, the judge denied the motion, smiled at us, and ordered us to continue. I wanted to rest our case without calling a witness. I argued that the jury was with us, that Jeffrey's testifying was dangerous. I pressed him with the obvious. He would be cross-examined by Helland, and he'd get angry and fight back and come off testy and belligerent, and we'd lose the goodwill we'd earned with the jury. I argued he should not testify. But one can imagine how revved up Jeffrey was after those years of torture, and now these weeks in trial, the negative publicity, all the sleepless nights, and the senseless war the government had dragged him through. Jeffrey wanted to be heard, to be vindicated, to fight back. He was a warrior, and it is hard to disengage warriors from battle. He insisted on testifying. I spent many long hours going over his testimony with him. I was not concerned about the facts of the case, but about how he presented the facts. He would surely argue with Helland. Lawyers argue like ordinary folks breathe. Arguments between lawyers are often not pretty, and such a confrontation would not endear Jeffrey to the jurors. I warned him that he had to treat Helland with kindness. But how can you be kind to someone who's been trying to destroy you? And how does one such as Jeffrey avoid appearing arrogant, even demeaning, when confronting one who has displayed lesser talents? I was asking him to conduct himself beyond his embedded personality. In short, he had to show his vulnerable human side, failing which the jury would reject him, and the doors to the pen would swing wide open without a squeak in the hinges. Over and over I reminded him, every time you raise your voice in anger or wrestle with Helland, you're losing. And we know what that losing means, don't we? He took the stand. He looked ready, eager. I began by asking him why he was testifying, given the fact that he knew he didn't have to. He gave the jurors a friendly Feiger smile. I think it's important that the jury hear from me about what happened in this case. I know I have a target on my back. I had him describe the raids on his office and against his employees and friends. He said it had been his worst nightmare. I didn't know what was going on. I knew I had always been a target, but I never thought they'd actually do something like this. He told how he'd grown up with a father who was a civil rights lawyer, and a mother who was a teacher and an organizer for the teachers' union. She'd led the first teachers' strike in Michigan. He said his life was dedicated to fighting the powerful on behalf of underdogs. And yes, in the process of his 30-year career, he'd gained powerful enemies. Would you knowingly do anything illegal? I wouldn't start at the age of 55 to become a criminal, he answered, and certainly not after the birth of my 3 children. Then he said it. No court in history had ever said that reimbursement is a crime. Helland jumped up screaming his objection, his hands striking out at the innocent air. The judge could stop me from mentioning Bush or Cheney or Rove or the rest of the Republican gang, but he couldn't gag Feiger without opening a new door to a lot of trouble with the jury. Feiger was the defendant. The jury wanted to hear from him. His livelihood and family were at stake. Yes, his life was at stake. He had a right to be heard. Gerry launched into his interpretation of the federal campaign finance law. Helen objected again in a loud, petulant voice, arguing that the judge had already ruled on the issue. But even Judge Borman now saw that Gerry was entitled to tell the jury how he read the law. It was his interpretation. Before Gerry could be held criminally liable, the government had to prove that he knew his conduct was illegal. Does the word reimbursement, or any word like it, appear in the statutes? I asked. No. The word reimbursement doesn't appear anywhere, and no court ever ruled that reimbursement was a crime, he said once more. Judge Borman was glaring down at Feiger. His smile had vanished. He'd told the jury at the start of the trial that reimbursement was illegal. And here was this defendant in his court, telling the jury about his view of the law to the contrary. Gerry might as well have donned the judge's robe when he said, "If Congress is going to make something illegal, they have to give us notice of it. We have to be able to know that what we're doing is wrong. Otherwise, we're all living in a funhouse." As we finished the second day of his testimony, I thought he was doing fine. He had been respectful and warm, and resisted the impulse to vent his anger and frustration. But what would happen when Helen began to wrestle with him? I told him that when he was cross-examined by Helen, he'd be walking a tightrope across the river Styx. One misstep, and he'd fall off, and that would be the end. Helen began his cross of Gerry during his third day on the stand. He asked whether Feiger had written a memo setting out his legal theories on reimbursement. "I'm not in the habit of writing memos to myself," Feiger replied. "If I'd known what you were going to do, I would have, and plastered it all over the wall." I saw a juror suppress a smile. Helen asked Gerry why his employees might want to voluntarily write checks to support political candidates. That was a mistake. Feiger's quiet, sincere response, "You mean other than just being good Americans?" Helen was struggling. I didn't want him to struggle too much, though. Sympathies in a jury trial can flip in a hurry. But Helen was no match for Feiger. When he asked a question, Feiger answered with little gems like this. "Your agents terrorized my staff, and to make sure that the public knew all the details, you alerted local television stations so their cameras could follow you around." Feiger called the FBI politically motivated thugs, and went on to comment, "If somebody robbed a bank, you couldn't get more than 3 FBI agents on the case, much less the 80 or more who came down on us." Then he pulled up George Bush's infamous words, "It's called shock and awe." As Helen wrapped up, I wondered whether Gerry had gone too far. Did the jurors revert to some original distaste for him that might be lingering? It was too late to worry. Fishman questioned Gerry on behalf of Van Johnson. In response to his soft questions, Gerry described Johnson as meticulous and careful, and cited those traits as reasons he hired him. Johnson wouldn't do anything to put himself, his co-workers, or his family at risk, Feiger said. "I couldn't get Van Johnson to cross the street in the middle of the block if he thought it was jaywalking." One must occasionally let levity lighten the morbid shadows of a criminal trial. The Free Press reported, "Despite the serious nature of the criminal trial for big-name lawyer Gerry Feiger, there have been plenty of funny moments. many of them caused by Feiger's famous and mischievous 79-year-old lawyer, Gerry Spence of Jackson, Wyoming. As the jury was about to be called into the courtroom after a break in testimony today, U.S. District Judge Paul Borman asked lawyers if he should turn on the ceiling blowers to circulate air. "Mr. Feiger's already here," Spence retorted, prompting laughter from the spectators. The Free Press went on to report, Feiger, who has his own ideas about how his case should be tried, told Spence from the witness stand today that Spence hadn't asked him questions about a particular topic. "Wait," Judge Borman interrupted. "Who's the lawyer and who's the witness?" Spence simply shrugged his shoulders, sparking more laughter from the gallery and jurors. One must be careful with humor if it pops up naturally, if it's appropriate and not mean-spirited or cute. It can be a welcome relief in such a heavy, often dreary expedition as a criminal jury trial. The Free Press itself was looking for something more interesting to write about than the one-sided contest that was going on between Feiger and Helland. The paper reported, "A herd of lawyers, many of them alumni of Gerry Spence's Trial Lawyers College, piled into the federal courtroom Wednesday, starry-eyed admirers of the defense lawyer who at least one of them called the greatest lawyer in history. I say, if a great lawyer was one who, weary to the bone, operating on worn-out cylinders, couldn't remember names, too often misspoke, and was never certain how the case was coming down, then, yes, I fully qualified." I thought the judge might retain his own sentiments concerning Feiger. The last I heard, there is no brain switch that turns off the judge from himself. How might any judge feel about Feiger? In the past, if Feiger felt justified, he'd been willing to take on a judge in a full frontal assault, even a high court judge. Why, I wondered, would a judge, down in his deepest folds of feelings, retain anything but animus against this man? It is hard to be a good judge. It is much easier to criticize a good judge. On May 22, 2008, we rested our case. I'd ended up taking Jeffrey's case because a free people requires the likes of a Jeffrey Feiger to fearlessly take on power. Many who wanted to watch the final arguments were turned away. Attorney Will Burke, who flew from North Carolina to watch my final argument, said he arrived at the federal courthouse at 4:30 a.m. to make sure he got a seat. Now it was time for closing arguments. Kendall Day gave the government's opening argument against us. As usual in a criminal case, the prosecution gets 2 shots at the jury, the defense but 1. After I made my argument, Helland would have the last word with the jurors. "This isn't entertainment," Day told the jury. "This isn't law and order." Day told the jurors that Feiger was a liar who believed he was above the law. "Feiger thinks he's smarter than you," Day said. "However, no one is above the law, especially a lawyer whose profession is to serve the law." The advantage of Day's youthful appearance seemed to melt away in the heat of his disdain. Feiger, he cried, showed that he knew he was illegally funneling money to Democrat John Edwards' 2004 presidential bid. Feiger testified that he'd done extensive research into campaign finance law. Such research, Day claimed, amounted to guilty conscience evidence that went to the heart of the government's case. In substance, Day's argument was, if you're careful and research the law, You are obviously a criminal." When Day finally sat down, my turn came to speak to the jurors. I laid out a simple formula for fair play. You noticed that I did not object once to Mr. Day's opening statement. Why didn't I object to objectionable things? I wanted you to hear what he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt his train of thought. I didn't want the judge interjecting in response to my objections. And I hope that he will give me the same. Mr. Day, jumping to his feet and waving in the direction of the bench. "Objection, Your Honor," Day said on the edge of a shout. There was laughter from both jurors and the audience. "We have a duty to object." Judge Borman: "I'll sustain the objection. Please proceed, Mr. Spence." His Honor had sustained an objection to my mere hope that the prosecutor would give me the same fair treatment that I gave him. Day followed what I thought had been the judge's clear invitation to continue making objections. He interrupted my final argument 24 times by actual count. That the judge occasionally overruled one of Day's objections made little difference, for the flow of the story and the drama the jurors had been waiting for after long weeks of dreary testimony were stopped cold. Sometimes, during an especially indecorous objection, I would gaze off into space like a patient father enduring the carryings-on of a misbehaving child. At other times, I would smile at the young prosecutor with forgiveness. At still other times, when I knew an objection was about to burst from the prosecutor's lips, I'd stop my argument, turn to him, and with a gesture offer my silence until he rose to make his objection. Sometimes I toyed with the judge in tired but good-natured exchanges, and although all of this tended to rip apart the structure of good argument, nevertheless, in the end, I gave the government room to do itself in. Day had used PowerPoint to gather up and present snippets of facts on a large screen, facts I thought that were out of context. So I asked, "How do you prove a case by snippets?" That's an important word, snippets. Every time Mr. Day punched a button, we got another snippet on the screen. Snippet after snippet. If you took each small piece of the evidence that you heard and pasted them together, don't you think you could make anyone look pretty bad? This is a case, ladies and gentlemen, about the intimidation of witnesses. They've even charged Mr. Johnson, who's done nothing, who ought to be home with his family and his daughter. They charged him hoping that he would flip against Mr. Feiger. It took courage for Mr. Feiger to take the stand, and the answer to his courage from Mr. Day is, "You are a liar, Mr. Feiger. The jury should convict you because you are a liar." They said Mr. Feiger was a savvy politician because he once ran for governor. Yes, he was a savvy politician. What does that mean? Does that mean that he violated laws knowingly and willfully because he ran for governor? Isn't that what you call profiling? Isn't that what you say about a kid walking down the street with his hat on backwards and his pants hanging and the shirt that comes down past his knees, and you say he must be a gang leader? It's called profiling. And they profiled Mr. Feiger without proof. How is it in America we try to put people away based on profiling? I looked at the two black jurors and waited. Mr. Day: "Objection, Your Honor. The whole suggestion we profile." Judge Borman: "I'll sustain the objection." I decided to put it all on the table and see what Day and the judge would do with this truth. "So let me ask you a question," I said to the jurors. "Where did they get the power, the permission, to bring at least 80 federal agents down on Mr. Feiger. Where did that power come from? The authority to raid a lawyer's office has to be approved by the Attorney General. Mr. Day: Objection, Your Honor. Judge Borman: I'll sustain that objection. Mr. Spence: Well, I guess you won't sustain this one, Your Honor. This inexperienced young man was sent here by the powers that be. I pointed at Day. And he suggests there's nothing to be taken from that? I can remember when I was a young man, very young. I used to tell people how young I was, how inexperienced I was, and in hopes that that would gain me some advantage. Now, at this time, I'm old. I tell everybody how old I am, hoping that I'll get a little advantage from that as well. But the people in Washington, D.C. aren't dullards. I mean, it was a brilliant move. This is a brilliant young lawyer. He's personable in a hateful case. Mr. Day: Objection, Your Honor. Judge Borman: I'll sustain the objection as to the term hateful. The rules of civility apply. Mr. Spence: Let me see if this is all right. He's a nice young man in a political extravaganza. Mr. Day: Your Honor. Judge Borman: Overruled. This is argument, so let's go ahead. Mr. Spence: What better, smarter decision was there than they send him here? Let's get this straight one last time. It's all right for them to examine every single thing that Mr. Feiger did or said, or parts of testimony and snippets along the way. Snippet here, snippet there, snippet someplace else. It is all right to test Mr. Feiger's honesty and his integrity, but it is not all right for us to test theirs. I listened to Mr. Day's argument, and I thought to myself, if it's a snippet, let's nip it. I looked up at the judge. Now, having caused all this trouble, Your Honor, I find that this is a case about silencing a citizen. And I find it is a case about freedom of speech. What would it be like if we don't have freedom of speech? If we don't have freedom of speech, we don't have freedom. Mr. Day: Freedom of speech and those kinds of things. Judge Borman to Mr. Day: Counsel, this is argument in a political campaign contribution case. Overruled. Was the storm passing? The sky clearing? The sun peeking through? Mr. Spence: So I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the facts of the case. I'm thinking about my friend Geoffrey Feiger and who he is, where he came from. He's a man who has risen to some height in our community. Why? I said he was a man who wanted to carry on the work of his parents, to fight for ordinary people, a man who cared about them. The prosecutors asked what credit he expected to receive for his contribution to Edwards. Here's how Geoffrey answered that question. He said, I will tell you what credit I got. I got an indictment with 10 counts of felonies. That's the credit that I got. I pressed on. And of the 11 witnesses that they brought in here, not one of them ever said that he asked them to do anything that was dishonest. Not one witness in this case. I read from the court's instructions. The requirement that Mr. Feiger and Mr. Johnson acted knowingly and willfully means that the government must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they were aware of what the law required and that they violated the law. Not snippets, I added. How could reimbursement be illegal? Feiger asked. My wife works at home. If she wants to contribute and I reimburse her, she's suddenly a criminal? And so am I? Mr. Johnson has a grown daughter in college. I think she's sitting in the courtroom. I can see her. When she contributes and he reimburses her, she is a criminal? Mr. Feiger's mother, your mom, Jeffrey, wanted to contribute, and she did. She's on Social Security. She didn't have enough, and you reimbursed her. Jeffrey looked at the statutes. How do you interpret that? He said to himself. It must mean that you can't contribute in the name of people you take out of the phone book. Go down, buy checks, and say this is from them. That's what that statute said to him. Very frankly, it also said it to me. I was lying awake last night thinking about this case. Hope you were sleeping, I said to the jurors. I thought about when I was a kid, and we'd go down to the riverbank in the mountains of Wyoming, and we'd lie down on the bank with a snare. It was just a wire with a loop on it. There's the trout, nice and innocent, swimming against the current a little bit. I'm flat on the ground so the trout can't see me. I let the snare down real easy over the trout's head. And when I get it over the head just behind the gills, I jerk it up hard, and out comes the trout. That political contribution law is a snare, a law to get unsuspecting people like Mr. Feiger. One day, a fellow named Humphrey visited the office of the FBI to tell them that Feiger fired him because he wouldn't make a contribution to Edwards. The people from the government were so eager to get Jeffrey that they forgot to ask any questions about Humphrey's past or why he had waited 2 years to lodge his complaint with the FBI. Now the government agencies rushed in to open their case files against Jeffrey, not only the United States Attorney's Office in Michigan, but at the same time the Public Integrity Section in Washington, D.C. opened their files. In one day, Mr. Reese got both to open files. They were so excited. They had their star witness, Mr. Humphrey, and finally, they were going to be able to prosecute Mr. Feiger. Mr. Feiger didn't know that they were investigating him. This was all secret. Wouldn't a fair person pick up the phone and say, "Mr. Feiger, we've got a man in here by the name of Eric Humphrey. Do you know anything about him?" What do you think Mr. Feiger would have said? They didn't talk to Mr. Feiger. They didn't talk to anybody that knew Humphrey, didn't talk to his wife, didn't talk to his police chief. They didn't talk to anybody. They just got this investigation going that became the largest investigation of its kind in the history of campaign contribution law. Mr. Day. Object. Mr. Spence. That's the law. Judge Borman. I'll sustain the objection to the historical fact. Let's go ahead. Now, after Humphrey comes in, Mr. Feiger is still going along his merry way, kind of like the trout, lying peacefully in the clear water in the rapids. Just there doing his thing. But while he's doing that, Reese is sending out secret subpoenas to the banks and to everyone who contributed. Mr. Feiger doesn't know that they're subpoenaing records from all over the country, getting those checks from everywhere, and this goes on for 7 full months. I turned to the judge. I can tell, Your Honor, that this jury is getting awful tired. Could we have a recess? Judge Borman. Go on for 20 more minutes. Mr. Spence. They are probably getting sweaty bottoms. Judge Borman. Let's not go there. Smiles from the jurors. Mr. Spence. So what did I end up saying before the sweaty bottoms? Whereupon the reporter then read back my last statement. Now, Mr. Reese testified that there was no pressure put on the witnesses. Reading the FBI's reports, we never saw a single reference to any kind of intimidation, including the FBI telling witnesses they could be charged with felonies. You heard witnesses say they were told by the FBI that they were felons, that they could go to the penitentiary for what they did. No pressure? Now comes a raid with 80 or more government agents. Counsel doesn't want me to call it a raid. How about we call it a nightly visit? We're going to make a nightly visit with 2 FBI guys in trench coats and their guns and their badges and their files. Make a nightly visit on these folks and tell these folks that they are felons, that they violated the law, that they could go to the penitentiary. And that grand jury was in session for a matter that could have been resolved in 2 weeks or at least 2 months, not 2 years. Why did it take that long? Why do you think they did this? If we can't convict him, we can destroy him. The people in their own offices in the Feiger firm were afraid to talk to each other. These are teams that work together trying to help people. Now they couldn't talk to each other. If we talk to each other, we might get charged with obstruction of justice. There is a word called betrayal. We all know what betrayal is. All of us have, one time or another, been betrayed by somebody. But our government can betray us as well. Mr. Day. Objection, Your Honor. Judge Borman. This is argument. Overruled. I continued. When the government, with all of its power, misuses its power, it's called betrayal. Every one of those poor people who came into this courtroom under those compulsion agreements believed they were potential felons, and that they could be put in prison. None were told by the prosecution that they, nor Mr. Feiger, nor anybody else involved in the case, could not be guilty of a felony unless they knew what they were doing was illegal and did it anyway. Willfully is the word. That these government agents did not so advise the people seems like blatant betrayal to me. Mr. Feiger has been charged in this case with doing things secretly. Who is the mother of all secrets here? The mother of all secrets is the government. The grand jury was secret. The papers that were served on the various banks were all secret. The paychecks records, you saw them. Those were all secret. They descended upon these people with those agents at night, secretly. The rights of the people were held secret from them. They were never told they didn't have to talk to the FBI. They got the IRS in as well to make sure that there wasn't any escape. Over Day's objection, I read to the jury the closing statement in the files of the IRS. That agency concluded, "This investigation should be discontinued." I read to the jury the court's standard instruction. The defendant has no obligation to present any evidence at all, none, or to prove to the jury in any way that he is innocent. The instruction goes on to say, the government must prove every element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. I read further. The indictment is not any evidence at all of guilt. I had Mr. Feiger bring me some of his children's play blocks. I'm going to play with them because there's part of me that's still a child. I told the jury that the indictment was a document that stacked charge on charge, the basic charge being giving in the name of another. The first 2 charges in the indictment were based on that. 64 different people made up these first 2 charges, and out of 64 different persons supposedly involved, only 11 came to court. I stacked up the first 2 blocks. Then the next 2 blocks are for causing a corporation to give, and I'm going to challenge Mr. Helland here. Judge Borman. Counsel, that's inappropriate to challenge another counsel. Just argue to the jury. Don't make it personal. I continued. Section 441B of the law says it is unlawful for a corporation to make a contribution in connection with any federal election. I challenge the record in this case to produce a single check that was written by the Fieger Corporation to John Edwards. The checks were from Mr. Fieger personally to his employees that he reimbursed. So the next 2 blocks, I put 2 more on the stack, are the 2 charges that the prosecution brought for his corporation giving to Mr. Edwards. So now we have 4 blocks, 1 for each charge. These next 4 charges are for causing Edwards to file false reports. Mr. Fieger never saw a single report that was ever filed by Mr. Edwards, and never talked to anybody. Mr. Baldick from the Edwards campaign was on the stand and never said a word about it. How could Mr. Fieger be guilty of causing Edwards to file false reports when Mr. Fieger didn't even know they were made? 4 reports, 1 for each quarter? I pointed out that if there had been 16 quarters, there would have been 16 charges, each one a felony. With the last 4, there were now 8 blocks stacked up. But of course that's not all. There's a charge of conspiracy. Now, a conspiracy, the judge tells us in his instructions, is an agreement to do something unlawful. In the beginning, one must ask whether it was an illegal act. You can't have a conspiracy to not commit a crime. So there's your conspiracy. It sounds like they're dealing with the mafia, and there are bodies in the bottom of the river. There's 1 more charge to make the 10. You know what I'm going to do here, don't you? I am reaching for the bottom blocks. When you take those 2 bottom blocks out, that he violated the law by giving in the name of another, and you find that he is innocent because he had no knowledge that that was wrong, this is where the indictment goes. I pulled the 2 bottom ones out, and the whole stack came tumbling down. Several jurors nodded in amusement. Now, I want to talk about the last charge, which is obstruction of justice. There's an old adage among trial lawyers that if the prosecution doesn't have a case, you'll hear lots about obstruction of justice. This is a charge that the prosecution can manufacture themselves. Let's see what has been manufactured here. Judge Borman: Wait. Sorry, Mr. Spence. Just wanted to make sure. I couldn't guess what the judge was worrying about. I continued. Mr. Spence: Let's start with Mr. Reese. Day interrupted, likely thinking that the court had been giving him a sign. Mr. Day: Your Honor, that's not how charges are brought. Judge Borman: Overruled. This is argument. You can respond. Mr. Spence: Mr. Reese sure taught Mr. Fieger something. You better not tell an FBI man to take a hike, or you'll be charged with the worst crime, the one with the heaviest penalty, obstruction of justice. Mr. Fieger obstructed justice with Wednesday White when he talked with her. I read from Wednesday's testimony. She said, he reiterated to me that he thinks that the charge isn't valid. That was obstruction of justice? You remember, innocently, she didn't know she could even talk to Mr. Fieger, because she thought if she talked to Mr. Fieger, she would then have to call up Mr. Reese and tell him what he said. Judge Borman: Sustained. The judge was now taking on the role of both prosecutor and judge, by sustaining objections the Day hadn't even made. Mr. Spence: So the question comes to me, who's guilty of obstruction of justice? Who threatened the witnesses? Who told... Mr. Day: Objection, Your Honor. Judge Borman: This is argument. Overruled. Mr. Spence: Who told witnesses they were guilty of felonies? Who told witnesses that they should admit to crimes that they didn't commit? Who held secret from the witnesses that they couldn't be guilty of anything unless they knowingly, willfully violated the law? Who's really guilty of a conspiracy here? Are these two here, I point to Day and Helen, guilty of a conspiracy? Or do we have a joining of hands between the powers that be in Washington, D.C., and the United States Attorney's Office in Michigan? No objection. I went on to say, you know this law may be imperfect. It's been on the books for 40 years and was written by a bunch of politicians in Washington. But they didn't want a law to be used for improper purposes, and so they put in words that say you have to knowingly and willfully violate this law, and that's the protective device. Most of us learn that ignorance of the law is no excuse, but that's for laws like robbery and murder, laws where we all know what the law is. But this is a law that's hard to understand, and the politicians who wrote it surely must have known that. Yet during all of this testimony, I don't think I ever heard the words knowingly and willfully ever leave the lips of Mr. Day or Mr. Helland. Of all of the things they put up on the board, I never saw them put those words up there. Of all the witnesses that testified, none of them were ever advised about that absolute heart of the law. They kept it secret from everybody. The bottom line question is this: have they, with their snippets, proved that this man is a criminal? If you find that there was no knowing and willful conduct on his part, the answer to this is very simple and very quick. I have a vision here, folks. I came a long way to defend a good man. And I have a vision here that we can all walk out of this courtroom together free, all of us. That Mr. Feiger can go home free to his Keeney and to his family. That Mr. Johnson can go home to his family and his daughter. We can all walk out of this courtroom feeling proud. Because, folks, seldom do citizens have an opportunity to do something that's great. This case stands for American citizens fighting against corrupt power. It stands for courage. It will be taught in the law schools of this country, a guide to justice as envisioned by our founders. It stands for the proposition that juries like you are the last wall against an invading tyranny, and that the people, juries, ordinary people in a democracy, are the ones who keep us free. I am about to leave you. This is my last case. I will be 80 in January, and it's time for me to put down the sword. But I am humbled and I'm proud that it's been with you in this case for this good man. Here is a trial lawyer's definition of helplessness. The moment when I'm forced to sit as silent as a tomb and listen to the prosecutor's attack with no chance to reply. It's like a fighter forced against the ropes with his hands tied behind him while his opponent pummels him mercilessly. But still, we assert with pride that in America the accused gets a fair trial. Clearly, Lynn Helland and Kendall Day had devised a plan going into the final arguments. Day would disrupt my argument with continuous objections, so an effective closing argument would be impossible, and whatever points I might make, Helland would obliterate in his final argument, without fear of any response from me. Get ready for the marshals to drag Geoffrey Feiger off to the nearest federal pen. Helland began with a frontal attack. He stared at Geoffrey sitting next to me. On every important point in this case, Geoffrey Fieger isn't worthy of your belief, Helland hollered, his tone hard and filled with contempt. But the most offensive thing that happened in this case was when Geoffrey Fieger testified and lied. His arguments sounded reasonable, but they came off like pancakes without the butter and syrup. He was speaking into his notes when he said to the jury, Fieger knew that reimbursing other people's contributions is wrong. Helland referred to the night of the raid, of shock and awe, as we called it, when Reese of the FBI had Fieger on the phone. Reese asked, "Did you reimburse your employees, Mr. Fieger?" Then Helland quoted Fieger, who supposedly answered, "Nobody got reimbursed. It's absurd to say I funneled money." Helland had no choice but to embrace Humphrey. Eric Humphrey, we're all uncomfortable with him, but Eric Humphrey is human. Eric Humphrey tried to warn Mr. Fieger about the illegality of what he was doing, as did at least 7 witnesses, all of whom put him on notice that he was violating the law. Helland turned to metaphor. He said, "Suppose Mr. Fieger asks you to take a potential client out for a nice dinner in order to get the person to hire his law firm. He tells you to go to this really fancy restaurant, but you say, 'I can't even afford the appetizers at that place.' Mr. Fieger says, 'Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.' So you go to dinner, you put it on your credit card. You give Mr. Fieger the bill for it. A week later, $350, the cost of the dinner, shows up in your bank account. The question is, who paid for that dinner? Was it you, or was it Mr. Fieger?" Mr. Spence and Mr. Fieger have said that the word reimbursement does not appear in any of the statutes we've been looking at. Well, let me suggest that's another attempt at lawyer trickery. You need to know a reimbursement of a political contribution is a crime. Judge Borman said it earlier in the trial. The law says you can't make a contribution in the name of another. Helland shrugged off my stacking of the blocks as misleading, since each crime charged was independent of all the other charges. That said, he argued on. Ask yourselves, if Mr. Fieger thought he was doing the right thing, why did he lie to Jeff Reese? Why did he tell Wednesday White and Shant Garibian, who owned the gym where Fieger worked out, to just say you supported Edwards? Why did he tell those folks not to talk to the FBI? Why did he pay an extra $35,000 to make these reimbursements look like bonuses? He was talking about paying withholding and Social Security on the reimbursements. The reality is, Mr. Fieger knew all along that he was doing the wrong thing. The defense would like us to apologize for bringing this case. But we don't apologize. Our job is to enforce the laws, and we do it fairly. We try to do it effectively. We didn't bring this case for political reasons or because anybody was out to get Geoffrey Fieger. If he was a Republican or an unknown and sitting there, we'd be bringing exactly the same case. Lawyers shouldn't be able to deliberately break the law and get away with it. But after you deliberate, after you've had a chance to look at the evidence, we do ask you to return verdicts of guilty as to both defendants and on all the counts they face. Thank you. Judge Borman. Thank you, Mr. Helland. I hadn't objected once. It was the 28th day of May. The judge had instructed the jury about all the ramifications of the law, especially the law of conspiracy and obstruction of justice. He again told the jury that Geoffrey had violated the law with his reimbursements. The only question remaining for the jury's determination, after 20 days of trial and pages of the judge's instructions, was whether Geoffrey knew he had violated the law. After the judge had completed his instructions, the jury trudged out. I thought they were exhausted physically, mentally, and emotionally. Taking his instructions as a whole, I wanted to shake like an old dog covered with fleas. I wanted to roll in the dirt and get rid of all of the language, the charges and exceptions to the exceptions, all of which in the end made the charges more biting. It had been many hours since my last words were spoken to the jurors. But I thought there was too much for the prosecutors to overcome. The toxic trail of politics had been revealed. As in nearly every jury case, the unspoken question from the standpoint of the jurors is, which side is more credible? And that meant, which lawyer would the jury follow? That question was reduced even more. Which lawyer cared the most? And was his caring genuine? And even further, was his caring justified? In the end, each juror's own feelings would dictate his or her vote. Would a conviction of Geoffrey Fieger protect them? Or would it simply forward the interests of power, which looms as an ever-waiting leviathan that can attack and destroy a citizen at will? After 2 days of deliberations, the jurors went home for the weekend without a verdict. Geoffrey knew, and I knew, that quick verdicts are not the rule for an acquittal. But Geoffrey was shaken. "What's going on?" he asked. "Will we win? What's taking them so long?" Over and over these same questions came tumbling out of troubled lips. This is one of the most fearless lawyers I have ever known, but he was human, and the case was beyond his control. He was a man who had always been in control. He was helpless, and his life was in the hands of 12 strangers he'd never met outside the courtroom, and a judge looking down with that smile. I told him this jury would never convict him. If I had any doubt, it was smothered by the weight of the case on our side, and the jurors had to embrace Helland and Day at a deep emotional level to convict. I thought that both Helland and Day had failed to move the case out from under the shadows of partisan politics. I also thought that both Helland and Day had failed to gain the trust that jurors require before they are willing to destroy another human being. A conviction here was not screaming out as the right thing to do. But during nearly every hour of each day it was the same. What's taking them so long? Will we win? My answer to Geoffrey was always the same. We will win. Trust the jury. The media wasn't so confident. One commentator raised an alarming possibility. In a mesmerizing performance, Spence commanded the room as can few others. Spence is charisma personified, but Spence made one mistake in his argument that could cost Fieger his freedom. If this prosecution can happen to Fieger, it can happen to any of us, he said. It is a powerful argument in the right case. But who was Spence talking about? The fact is, most Americans cannot conceive of giving more than $100,000 to a political candidate by using employees as straw men. This is not a case of the government versus every man. Much though it pains me to admit this, there was power in the government's assertion that Fieger thinks he is smarter than you. With wealth comes, alas, arrogance. Geoffrey wanted to know if the journalist's comments would influence the jurors. I said no. The fellow writing the news story was selling newspapers. The jurors were real people with their own personal lives at the forefront of their judgment-making. On their fourth day of deliberations, the jury finally announced they had reached a verdict. They looked solemn and exhausted as they entered the courtroom. The judge read the verdict to himself as we held our breaths, and I grew light in the head. His smile had vanished. Then he returned the verdict form to the foreman. We had to hear "not guilty" 10 times in order for Geoffrey to walk out a free man. Guilty on even one charge would take him away to a hard, dark place for a long, long time. We heard the jury foreman in a monotone announcing, "Not guilty, not guilty." We needed to hear it 8 more times. I felt a growing weakness in my body as the foreman continued to read down to the 10th and final charge, obstruction of justice. As he came to the 10th charge, the foreman stopped and looked over at us. For a moment, I feared he was preparing us for the worst. But then, "Not guilty." Had I heard him right? There was pandemonium in the courtroom, cheers and clapping, and people rushing to hug and congratulate them. Van Johnson was acquitted of all 10 counts as well. The press descended on Feiger. "I'm very pleased with the American system and the jury," Geoffrey said. "I thank the jury for listening. I hope this puts an end to political prosecutions in the age of Mr. Bush." The media recounted that Feiger was facing a maximum penalty of 10 years in prison had he been convicted of obstruction of justice, along with a sure loss of his law license. Both Feiger and Johnson, the media reported, would have faced a maximum of 5 years for each of the other charges. Lynn Helland said, "We're obviously disappointed, but grateful to the jury for the hard work they put in." The press reported that he again denied the case was politically motivated. Helland was asked, but wouldn't put a price tag on the cost of the case to the government. "We never ever figure out how much an investigation is going to cost, and we're not going to start here," Helland said. Geoffrey and we, his lawyers, left the building together and found the jurors, all but one, waiting for us on the street corner. They chatted happily with Geoffrey and offered him their congratulations. One juror, a college student from Clinton Township, said she'd finally been swayed by the fact that there was no logical explanation for why Feiger and Johnson would commit career suicide over political contributions. "I can't imagine you would intentionally destroy your lives and the lives of the people around you," she said. That was our case. The jurors had heard us. I now took the opportunity to talk to the media. I told the media I believed Mr. Bush attacked Geoffrey Feiger for his support of John McCain in the 2000 Michigan primary. When a political party uses government resources as a weapon against its political enemy, such is a prelude to a totalitarian government. What frightens me more than anything is that unless you have the assets that are necessary to support a thorough preparation of your defense over a long period of time and are able to secure the right support team, there isn't a chance in the world you can prevail against the U.S. government that has you as its target. Geoffrey threw a party for the jurors. I left early. I was most grateful to my friend David Nevin, who day after day covered my back and made some of the best legal arguments I've heard in a court of law. If the jury had convicted Geoffrey Feiger, he would still be in prison, where he would have read the unabashed, unashamed pronouncement from the Supreme Court of the United States in the case of Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission, a 5-4 decision that took the last great leap to convert America into a corporate oligarchy, a land finally, utterly owned by power and money. That case allowed the massive wealth of corporations to be invested in political campaigns with little or no restriction. We are owned in one way or another by this corporate oligarchy. Feiger had been dragged before a federal criminal court to answer the government's claim that he violated campaign laws by reimbursing his family, friends, and employees. In the year 2010, in the said case of Citizens United, the Supreme Court decreed that corporations are free to make open, unhidden, and unlimited contributions in elections, holding that the law prohibiting the same violated the First Amendment of the Constitution, the right to free speech. Remember, corporations are not people, but they've been granted the rights of people. I've never heard a corporation speak, not one word. I've never seen a corporation languishing in prison, not 1 minute. I thought the irony was so sweet. Jeffrey was charged with giving in the name of another, but that is what corporations have done from the beginning. Their money comes from persons, but the person's contribution is made in the name of the corporation. Then, on April 2, 2014, the United States Supreme Court handed down its decision in McCutcheon v. FEC. That case wiped out the overall limit on what a wealthy donor can give to political parties during an election cycle. Justice Stephen Breyer, in a biting dissent, wrote, "Where enough money calls the tune, the general public will not be heard." What if Jeffrey Feiger had been convicted? Would the prosecutors petition the courts for his release, along with an apology from the government for having destroyed an innocent man? Or would he still be rotting away behind bars? Today, a tiny handful of super-rich in a nation of 317 million souls can purchase the government. The promise of a democracy has become little more than a cruel myth. So, dear Americans, let us loosen up our back muscles, heretofore not accustomed to bowing, and get ready to bow very long and very low to our new God. Its name, of course, is Big Money. Case 7. Hell's Unspeakable Contest. Dennis Williams called me as soon as he walked through the prison gates to freedom. His voice was gruff and raspy, like a fighter who'd taken too many blows over the larynx. He was excited and trying to tell me his story as if this were his only chance to convince me I should take his case. He was saying something about DNA and that the real killer had confessed. "I was just 20 when the cops hauled me in," he said, "and I'd never even heard of them white kids before." I was having trouble putting the man's story together, but he said he and 3 others had been pardoned by the governor of Illinois. Pardoned? Governors don't usually pardon poor black men unless some power-laden understory is at play. I told Dennis I was going to have a lawyer by the name of Peter King, a good friend of mine, talk to him, and maybe after that we could get together. I called Peter. He was soon to report that on October 24, 1978, Dennis Williams had been tried by an all-white jury for the murder of a young woman and her boyfriend, both white. Dennis and 3 other black kids, later referred to as the Ford Heights Four, were charged with raping the girl numerous times. Then both the girl and her boyfriend were shot in cold blood. Dennis had been summarily tried and convicted. Now, after 17 years in hell on death row in the Menard Correctional Center, where Illinois caged its most notorious killers, including John Wayne Gacy, who'd been sentenced to death for the rape and murder of 33 boys and young men, Dennis Williams had finally been freed, and he wanted justice. "You need to meet Dennis," Peter King said. "This is a good man with a good case, and I'm bringing him to Wyoming to meet you." And in December of 1996, there they were, Peter King, Dennis Williams, and the case they wanted me to take. Dennis was 38 years old, but he looked a couple of decades older. He was of medium build and rough on the exterior, a man with deep lines in his face and a quick, straight way of speaking. He looked at me as he spoke, as if to determine whether I exhibited the faintest signs of trustworthiness, and he walked with an uncertain gait. I'd lit a fire in my study fireplace, and we pulled up comfortable chairs. I wanted him to describe his life in prison, how he'd been treated at Menard, facts about his damages. I wanted him to tell me how it was for an innocent human being to be penned up like an animal waiting to be slaughtered for a crime he didn't commit. "You get so you can get along pretty good," Dennis said. "They learn who they can push around and who they can't. I could take 'em on pretty good." "What do you mean?" I asked. "I had me a few incidents," he said, "but they had me in my cell all the time down there on the row. They treated us like tomorrow we was going to be dead anyway." He said he lived those 17 years on death row in a 6x10 cell, and sleeping, when he could sleep, with his head up against the toilet, as such cells had been designed by some thoughtful prison architects. He didn't want to talk about his life on death row. "I got rights," he said. "They stole 17 years of my life from me. How come them cops can take my life when they knew I was innocent, and they don't get punished the same as any other criminal?" "That's a good question," I said. "But cops and prosecutors don't like to convict themselves." "Yeah," he said, "I know." "We have no power over Chicago cops, or the prosecutors either," I said. "They do what they do, but they can't stop us from suing them for your damages." Then I asked, "If you had the money, how much would you pay to get back those 17 years you spent on death row?" He just looked at me for a long time. In the silence, I saw his fragile inner self leak out through invading tears. He turned away and finally began to talk again, and he talked on endlessly, as if he would never be heard again. His anger was the progeny of unimaginable years of injury inflicted by those he should have been able to trust. Cops, lawyers, judges, and the law itself. All had betrayed him. Dennis's story began when searchers found the body of Carol Schmall, a young white woman, in a falling-in abandoned townhouse. She was nude from the waist down. Her pants and panties had been torn from her. She was lying in a pool of blood, and a sheet of plywood had been thrown over her. Later, the body of Larry Lionberg, her boyfriend, was found along a creek bed close by. Dennis told me that a few nights after the murder, a car full of cops came to his house, woke everybody up, laughed at his mother, who was vainly protesting, and without an arrest warrant took Dennis for a midnight ride to that old caved-in house. "They cuffed my hands behind me," Dennis said, "and then a cop pulled out his gun and stuck it to my head and said, 'Nigger, If you don't tell me in 3 seconds what happened, I'm gonna splatter your damn brains on the wall like you did that girl's." I saw fear creep into Dennis's face as he recounted the story. "I didn't know nothing. I'd never been anywhere near that place. Then the fat cop said to the cop with the gun, 'What you waiting for? Here, give me the goddamn gun. I'll kill that son of a bitch.' He grabbed the gun, stuck it to my head, and pulled the trigger." Dennis said he heard a click from the pistol. "You put in the wrong clip," the fat cop said. "Give me the one with the bullets in it." Dennis said he heard the cop reloading the pistol, and once again the cop pressed the pistol against his skull. "Nigger, I'm gonna kill you," the cop said. "You're gonna have to," Dennis said. Then the first cop wrestled the gun from the fat cop, saying, "Don't do it. No use risking your career over this fucking nigger." Charles McCraney, an unemployed black man with a spotty reputation, had his eye on the reward of a couple of $1,000 that had been offered by the owner of the filling station where the Lionberg lad had worked, and where both he and his girlfriend had been kidnapped and then murdered. McCraney called the cops. The filed police reports stated that on the night of the murders, McCraney saw 4 black kids run into the abandoned townhouse at about 3 in the morning. The next day, McCraney saw Dennis in the crowd that had gathered in the field around the body of Larry Lionberg. McCraney said Williams was asking people, jokingly, whether they had shot those people. McCraney said he heard Dennis say jokingly, "I saw them jump when they shot them." McCraney said he'd been watching a certain show on TV, Kojak, when he saw 4 black kids run into the old house where Carol Schmall's body was found. But we discovered that that show ended at 10 minutes before 1 in the morning, hours before the time of the murder. Among other gifts to the police was McCraney's statement he'd seen Paula Gray with the boys that night. Paula was a reportedly slow black girl from another poor family. She turned out to be the girlfriend of Kenny Adams, a member of the Ford Heights Four. 6 white male cops without a warrant took Paula Gray from her home in the middle of the night and treated her to one of their infamous midnight rides. They dragged her into the scene of this brutal murder. Carol Schmall's blood was still drying on the floor. The cops took turns questioning Paula. Without getting the answers they sought, they took her into protective custody, without a parent present, without a court order or warrant, without a lawyer to protect this girl, little more than a child, who'd never spent a night away from home. They locked her in a motel for 2 nights, where their questioning continued until she was exhausted. Then the cops and prosecutors dragged Paula in front of a grand jury. She ended up telling the grand jury that she witnessed the rapes and murders. She saw it all by the flame of her Bic cigarette lighter, the only light available that night in the dark, deserted house. She said the girl was raped 7 times, and Dennis shot the girl twice in the head. Under oath, and the leading questions of the prosecutor, Paula told the grand jury that the Ford Heights Four marched Larry Lionberg to the creek, where Dennis Williams shot him twice in the head, and Willie Raines shot him once in the back. Dennis threw the gun in the creek. I thought it wouldn't take much of a lawyer to destroy Paula Gray's testimony with even a half-hearted cross. One couldn't hold a Bic cigarette lighter for even 5 minutes without severely burning one's hand, and the only way Paula could have known the exact location of 5 different shots into the bodies on 2 people at 2 different sites was for that information to have been planted into the girl's mind by the cops, and thereafter rehearsed over and over until she knew her answers by heart. Even Howard Vanek, in charge of the investigation, didn't believe she'd seen the boys throw the gun in the creek. "A nigger never gets rid of a gun," he said. Perhaps Paula wasn't as slow as people thought. Before the case came to trial, she said the cops forced her to lie, and at a pre-trial hearing, she insisted, "I didn't hear nothing. I don't know nothing. I ain't saying nothing." But the prosecutors knew how to fix that. They charged Paula with perjury. Remember, she testified under oath to the grand jury. So remember, if you lie because you're forced to lie, and you later gather the strength to confess that you lied, and you try to correct it, well, you will now go to prison because you refused to continue to lie. Gotcha. Without Paula's testimony, the prosecutors found a jailhouse snitch who was willing to make a deal. He would testify that he heard Dennis Williams and Willie Raines admit to the crimes. The snitch later admitted he concocted the story with the assistance of the prosecutor in exchange for leniency. The state, of course, was required to provide these 4 kids with a lawyer before they hauled them off to death row. The lawyer provided, Archie Weston, also black, ended up representing 3 of the Ford Heights 4 along with Paula Gray. Verneal Jimerson, one of the 4, couldn't be tried because Paula was the only witness who tied him to the murders, and she'd recanted her prior statements that had implicated him. A serious and obvious conflict of interest exists when one lawyer represents more than one defendant charged with crimes arising out of the same incident. Their defenses may differ, and the mitigating circumstances offered to shield each against a death verdict are always keyed to the individual's history. Moreover, a bad lawyer for one ought not be a bad lawyer for all. Fundamental law demanded that these kids be provided separate, competent defense attorneys. But why spend a lot of the state's money on lawyers when everybody knew these niggers were all guilty, and they killed 2 innocent white kids? Archie Weston failed to object to his representation of multiple defendants. Later, the appeals court judges frowned slightly, but held that the kids had no right to complain. Weston had waived the error by failing to raise it at the first opportunity. What did they expect of Weston, a poor man himself? He needed the money. Then the judge, without prior notice to Archie Weston, set the trial of Dennis Williams, Willie Raines, and Kenny Adams almost immediately. Weston was shocked. He thought he'd come to court that morning for a routine pre-trial hearing. Instead, the judge had called a jury to hear the case and ordered the trial to commence forthwith. Weston complained. He cried. He even screamed that he wasn't ready for trial. He begged that he be given sufficient time to prepare his case for 4 black kids, 3 of whom were facing the death penalty. Paula was charged with perjury. But the judge knew what to do with black killers. Get them to trial, get them to the pen, get them out of the pen by strapping them to the gurney and give them the needle. What's so difficult about that? At trial, Charles McCraney told his story to an all-white jury, the prosecution having kicked off all the prospective black jurors with their peremptory challenges. Again, something no competent judge would allow. And again, Weston failed to object, so that error was also waived. During his testimony, McCraney let it slip that the cops had him sign a statement, standard operating procedure. But when the cops took the stand, they testified they didn't take a statement from McCraney. He was merely mistaken. Why would they bother taking a statement from a witness so pure and precise, with a memory as permanent and pristine as McCraney's? By the time of the trial, whatever statement McCraney had signed had disappeared. Nothing in writing remained that could be used by the defense to contradict his testimony, assuming Weston could have figured out how. McCraney not only grabbed the offered reward, he got himself relocated at taxpayers' expense to a rural community about 75 miles southeast of Chicago, a town that provided a better living environment than the decadent slum where he'd been rotting. By this time, it had become stock knowledge in Chicago that the cops were keeping two sets of books, the official file and what they called their street file. The street file was secret and held the facts, especially those that might suggest any misconduct on their part. The official file that supported the case of the cops was as fictional as it needed to be. Proving the rest of their cases against Dennis Williams, Willie Raines, and Kenny Adams was an easy job for the prosecutors. They brought to court the standard employee of the police department to give his supposed scientific opinions. Prosecutors like to give such witnesses a professional-sounding title. They're often called criminalists, and claim to know all about blood and hair and other physical evidence. This criminalist testified that he analyzed a couple of Caucasian hairs that had been recovered from the back seat of Dennis's car. He said they matched the hair of Carol Schmall. This alleged scientist, referring to non-existent statistics, claimed that the chances were only 1 in 4,500 that the hair sample from Williams' car did not match that of the victim. Hair typing is what is known as class evidence, and therefore an expert can only say that a given hair came from a class, not from a certain individual. Microscopic hair comparison analysis to link a defendant to a crime has been ruled unreliable by the National Academy of Science. Then the said criminalist went on to testify that at least one of the rapists had been a type A secretor, a blood type that is shared by 1/4 of our population. He said that both Dennis and Kenny were type A. Now, all the prosecution needed in order to shove innocent kids into the death house was for the jurors to hear, through the anguished tears of the victims' parents, a description of their dead children, and to see photos of their once happy living kids, followed by up-close police photos that revealed a nauseating tangle of flesh, blood, and death. Why should the jurors do more than order their morning coffee, return guilty verdicts, and get on with their busy lives? What about Paula? Less than a week after Paula had appeared before the grand jury, with the story that had been grafted into her terrorized brain, she was hospitalized with an acute schizophrenic reaction. But that had no impact on the judge's sentence. He knew all he needed to know to render justice against the child. He said that Paula was streetwise, and that her violence and cruelty had drawn her willingly into the crime. Was she mentally disadvantaged? In her own environment, she is aware and intelligent. He gave her 50 years for perjury. Before the case was submitted to the jurors, the prosecutors withdrew their request for death against Kenny Adams, because he hadn't been a shooter. In fact, they offered Kenny a way out. All he had to do was testify against his friends. Kenny Adams refused. Something magical, even holy, is witnessed when such unshakable honor is revealed in the human species. But the judge was on Kenny Adams with blinded vengeance. Here are the words that fell so easily from the judicial mouth. He was there when violence was being contemplated. As a high school graduate, he was knowledgeable that serious harm was a probability. By his inaction, he committed murder. By his silence, he participated. He gave Kenny 75 years. The verdict of death that the prosecutors sought required a hearing for Dennis Williams and Willie Raines before another jury, all white, of course. Those jurors wasted no time in rendering the death penalty against Dennis. They couldn't agree on Willie. He ended up with a life sentence without the possibility of parole. "Do you have anything to say before I pronounce sentence?" the judge asked Dennis. "It's all a prefabricated lie," Dennis replied. "They had those witnesses lie." "Are you ready to be sentenced?" "I really have no choice," Dennis replied. "I now sentence you then, Mr. Dennis Williams, to death," the judge said, without wasting any more words. What the judge meant by a sentence of death was death by lethal injection. Under his order, Dennis would be securely strapped to a gurney, 5 straps, the first beginning just below the neck and the last ending at the ankles. Then needles would be inserted into both arms. In one arm, 3 different deadly drugs would be intravenously delivered into his helpless body. First, on the signal of the warden, a large dose of sodium thiopental would be delivered. It's intended to cause unconsciousness. This would be followed by pancuronium bromide, a muscle relaxer that paralyzes the lungs and diaphragm. Dennis's respiration would slow. Finally, potassium chloride would be introduced into the IV. That would cause his heart to stop. Death usually occurs approximately 7 minutes after the injection process begins. According to the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the cost for the drugs used in lethal injection is $86.08. But I suspect that in Texas, they buy those drugs wholesale. Not contained in the judge's sentence of death was that Dennis's last vision on earth would be looking up into the faces of those who hated him. They would hate him because they believed him to be a murderer. Yes, like them. They would hate him because he is black, and those who hated him would be the ones to whom he would say goodbye. Dennis Williams's court-appointed appellate lawyers dutifully pointed out Archie Weston's woeful failure as a cross-examiner, his failure to object to the introduction of the hair evidence obtained in a warrantless search, and his failure to make even routine motions, including a motion for a new trial. Poor Archie had other things on his mind. He'd been accused of mishandling the estate of an elderly woman. Later, a $23,000 judgment was entered against him that he was unable to pay, so his home was seized and sold at a sheriff's sale. And the Illinois disciplinary officials of the bar were investigating him for unspecified misconduct and had subpoenaed his records. When he failed to comply with the subpoena, they began disbarment proceedings. Weston confessed that during Dennis's trial he was so hard up and stressed that he couldn't think straight. Before the state could kill Dennis, the appellate judges were required to review the trial record. This takes years, during which Dennis would rot away in prison, hoping with faint hope that one day a just system would give him a just trial. Only Justice Seymour Simon was shocked. He wrote, "The way this case was railroaded to trial embarrassed the defendant in his defense and prejudiced his rights. To force a triple capital case as complex as this one to trial under such circumstances was an abuse of judicial discretion." But the majority on the appeals court found that the trial had been good enough and scheduled Dennis's execution for the following November. How must it be to sit as an appellate judge, judging not another human being, but a name on the front page of a bulging, boring brief of dead legalese, authored by court-appointed lawyers who themselves have never met the accused? They must be using form briefs these days, one appellate judge might say to another. Read one, you've read 'em all. They all holler for a new trial. Right. I feel like a garbage disposal unit for the judicial system. He laughs. Little merriment in the laughter. How'd your golf game go yesterday afternoon, George? In the appeals court, you might hear the defendant's court-appointed lawyer, scared, pale, with a voice like a one-stringed banjo, arguing on behalf of his client who's been sentenced to die. Death fills the air with its foul breath. But a couple of judges have already been lulled to the edge of sleep by the lawyer's voice that touches nothing human in them. Like morticians, judges get used to death. Important cases are waiting to be heard. Corporations with multi-billion-dollar issues, contract violations, patents, stockholder suits. The courts cannot clog commerce. In the real world, people cheat, steal, and lie. They claim they've been damaged. They whine, moan, and threaten, and yes, they kill each other. Judges hear it all. And some black killers want a new trial after they raped an innocent white girl and killed both the girl and her white fiancé. We are told to presume the defendant's innocence. And although such approaches the divine and is an ideal we Americans embrace with pride, it cannot displace the knowledge we've gained from our own experience in life. That knowledge forms our attitudes in every case, and rarely does it presume innocence. Here's what all but one judge held in Dennis's case. Although the evidence is in large part circumstantial, it does tend toward a satisfactory conclusion and produces a reasonable and moral certainty that the defendant committed the murders and rape. One might wonder what that judge would say if the doctor who operated on the judge's child reported that the operation tended to be satisfactory, even though the doctor had been guilty of gross malpractice. And of course, the moral certainty referred to in the decision depends on whose morals we're examining. Once in a while, when the stars are in proper alignment, a majority of the judges on an appeals court will grant a new trial, perhaps to send a message to the lower court judges to be circumspect. Why should we have appellate judges if they don't order a new trial once in a while? Job security. In 1982, after 4 years in prison, Dennis Williams was ordered a new trial by the Illinois Supreme Court. The grounds? Ineffective assistance of counsel. Yes, the said Archie Weston. Here in major part were the grounds for the court granting a new trial. We have concluded that his, Archie Weston's, financial and bar problems may well have had an effect on counsel's ability to represent his client in the trial of this capital case, and we can no longer say with any degree of assurance that Williams received the effective assistance of counsel guaranteed by the Constitution. We accordingly conclude that he must be given a new trial. Although this was Kenny Adams's lawyer's first jury trial, his work met the expectations of the Illinois court, and Adams's sentence of 75 years was upheld. Paula had also been decaying behind prison walls those same years. Human endurance is like shoe leather. It can walk over only so much pain and terror before the soles are worn through. Sensitive prison authorities had housed this small defenseless girl in the women's sex offender wing, something like throwing a baby chick in with a pack of crazy cats. She wasn't large enough or strong enough to physically protect herself, but her nascent need to survive taught her that if she acted out against authority, even in small ways, she'd be sent to solitary confinement where she'd be safe, at least from the cats. Then one day the prosecutors came to her and offered her a way out of hell. Lie again, Paula. All you have to do is change your story back to your original lie, and you can go free. At last, Paula agreed to retell the original story she'd been taught by the cops. When she was asked if she'd been promised anything for her testimony, which indeed was perjured testimony, she quickly denied any promises, which was yet another perjury. In 1987, and based on Paula's testimony, both Dennis and Willie were sent back to prison. Dennis still awaiting the needle. Vernil Jimerson was recharged and tried and sent to death row. But Paula finally got home. What did these innocent victims of Paula's testimony think of her? Unmitigated hate would be an understandable emotion. But Willie Raines felt compassion for her. Anybody with any common sense would know they put a lot of fear into her. She did what they told her to do. We need to step back in time to understand the rest of our story, but for the tireless work of Professor David Protes and award-winning journalist Rob Warden and a team of eager kids in a journalism class, the executioner's needle would have found its mark. The backstory begins with Gervais Davis, known to his fellow inmates as Preacher Man. He was awaiting execution on death row. Those who knew Preacher Man said he was a kindly, quiet man, a gentle soul, some called him. He'd made an unfortunate draw of parents from the big draw box in the sky. His mother was a black prostitute in an East St. Louis slum. He never knew his father. He was a fourth-grade dropout. He learned to read and write on death row under the tutelage of Dennis Williams. Awaiting his execution, he earned a high school equivalency degree. Students under the leadership of Professor Protes at Northwestern University's Medill School of Journalism began to look into Preacher Man's case. These students were stunned to discover that when he signed his confession, he was unable to read or write, a seemingly irrelevant fact that his lawyer never bothered to mention to the judge who sentenced Preacher to death. Preacher Man said his confession had been forced from him at gunpoint on a deserted road in the middle of the night, and the police logs confirmed that the officers had favored him with what they called a drive-around for evidence, and that he signed the confession at 4:30 in the morning. Professor Protes called it a case of poor man's justice. Rob Warden, then employed by the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, as an ambassador to the city's public interest community, was an advocate against capital punishment and had been working on Dennis Williams' case. But as the time for Preacher Man's execution loomed, Dennis convinced Warden to drop his efforts for Williams and try to save the Preacher Man. Warden organized the Gervais Davis Clemency Committee in a massive effort to save Preacher Man. It consisted of 60 lawyers, academics, religious leaders, and former law enforcement officials. They distributed 100,000 copies of a brochure that summarized the findings of the students. They made press releases, held press conferences, and even tried to convince the governor that clemency for Preacher would not be unpopular with his supporters. The law firm of Jenner and Block had for more than a decade provided a pro bono team of lawyers to fight for Preacher Man's life. Their efforts went all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, where those lofty judges passed the buck back down to the Illinois courts and refused to take the case. Preacher was executed at Stateville Correctional Center at Joliet, Illinois. Some mammal, claiming to be a member of the human species, stuck a needle in Preacher's arm, and another unidentified bipedal turned on the poison, and Preacher Man died with love, along with those deadly chemicals in his heart. He said the helicopter ride to the death house at Joliet was fun. "Try not to mourn for me," Preacher said. "I'm at peace. Move on with your lives. Just try to help people like me who get caught up in the system." His final request was for protests and his journalism students to fight for Dennis Williams. "I know he's innocent," Preacher Man said. The first real break in Dennis Williams's case came when Willie Raines received a call from Renee Brown, the investigator the Williams family had once hired. He'd finally been unable to continue in the case when the Williams family could no longer dig up or borrow the monies to keep him on. But he'd found a police report that intrigued him, a hospital interview of a man named Marvin Simpson. He read it to Willie Raines over the phone. Raines called Professor Protess, and Protess sent 3 of his journalism students to excavate for a new set of facts buried somewhere in thousands of pages of old police files. At the bottom of the 8th box of documents, the students found 3 handwritten pages of a 1978 interview that had been conducted 5 days after Carol Schmall and Larry Lionberg had been murdered. The police had interviewed a man injured in a car accident, one Marvin Simpson, who'd told them he knew the identities of the murderers because he was with them on the night before the killings occurred. One of the officers had written by hand. On Wednesday night, 10 May 78 at approximately 20:30 hours, Marvin, Dennis Johnson, Ira, Arthur, Red, and Johnny were sitting around by Marvin's mother's crib. Dennis Johnson started talking about doing a score. Simpson told the officers that Red admitted to him that they'd raped the white broad. Simpson mentioned a Buick Electra 225 that had been involved in the murders of Carol Schmall and Larry Lionberg, and he identified merchandise that had been taken from the filling station where Schmall and Lionberg were abducted. All facts that had been buried those many years in the cops' secret street files. A Ford Heights police officer who'd been present when Simpson was interviewed said he'd taken notes. These notes had disappeared. The police had actually seized the Buick Electra 225 shortly after their interview with Simpson. That car, too, had disappeared. Thankfully, once again, Professor Protess and 3 of his journalism students, Laura Sullivan, Stacy Delo, and Stephanie Goldstein, took to the case with a frenzy. Williams's execution date was looming. He'd probably be executed in less than a year. Despite the students' zeal, they couldn't find Dennis Johnson, who'd been implicated by Simpson. Turned out Dennis Johnson had died of an overdose in 1993. Eventually, with the help of Professor Protess and Renee Brown, the investigator, the students found Ira Johnson, who was serving a life term for a murder he'd committed after the murder of Carol Schmall and Larry Lionberg. Ira was Dennis Johnson's brother. Arthur Red Robinson and Juan Johnny Rodriguez were the other 2 men. Laura Sullivan reported her first visit to Ira Johnson. She said it had been a cold day in late February 1996 when she and her student partner, Stacy Delo, found Ira Johnson in the Menard Correctional Center, the same complex in which Dennis Williams was waiting on death row. She described Ira Johnson as one who could look right through you and dismiss you even as you sat in front of him. He was a strange mix of danger and aloofness. Something about him was evil. Laura and Stacy made repeated visits to Ira Johnson at Menard Prison. Johnson was often vile and offensive, Laura said. He played his circular games that went nowhere, and they were about to give up on him. But as they were leaving, Stacy said to Johnson, "We're giving you a chance here to do one thing right in your life. Your brother would have wanted you to take it." A couple of days later, they received a letter from Johnson in which he admitted that them boys didn't do that shit, and that it was going to take some time for him to think that shit over. The letters between them continued, as did their visits. Finally, near the end, they learned that Johnson and his brother sold drugs to Ford Heights police officers, and he told the girls that his brother, Dennis Johnson, was one of the killers. In the meantime, Renee Brown had been working on Red Robinson. Brown told Laura and Stephanie he thought Robinson was ready to talk, and talk he did. The girls met with him and started their tape recorder. He said he was there that night when they kidnapped the people from the gas station, but that he'd run out of the townhouse before the two were killed. He claimed that Ira Johnson and his brother raped and shot the woman. When the girls went back to see Ira, they told him what Red Robinson had said. At first, Ira said Red lied. He ended up confessing that the four had intended only to rob the gas station, but that Ira's brother wanted the girl. They couldn't take her and leave the guy behind, Ira said. Laura recounted the rest of Ira's story. The four finally drove Carol and Larry to the abandoned house, forced Carol and Larry inside, and forced Larry to watch while Dennis Johnson and Red Robinson raped her. Dennis Johnson then shot her while she was on her knees, and told Robinson to shoot her too. Dennis Johnson was worried that one of the four would tell, so he made sure that they all took part. He told Ira and Johnny Rodriguez to take Larry outside. Ira said, Larry got up and started walking. He kept on walking, through the yard, through the field outside, until he reached the creek's edge. Then he stopped. Continuing in her report, Laura Sullivan quoted Ira as saying, Larry never said a word to Ira. He never tried to run. He never fought back. He never even turned around. Ira said he held up his gun and shot Larry in the back of the head. Sitting at the table, Ira was barely whispering. She said he began to cry. After that, Laura said Professor Protest presented to the district attorney the confessions and a slew of other information that he, Brown, and the attorneys had collected. Protest had originally found courageous, caring, and competent lawyers to fight for Preacher Man, and without fee. Now they continued in their work for the Ford Heights Four. Mark Termolen of Mayer, Brown, and Platt, lawyers from Jenner and Block, Lawrence Marshall, a Northwestern University law professor, Matthew Kennelly, soon to become a federal district court judge, and a well-known civil rights lawyer, Flint Taylor. The district attorney agreed to DNA tests, then a new science. Swabs taken from Carol Schmoll exonerated the Ford Heights Four and showed that Robinson and Dennis Johnson had raped her. And the lawyers won pardons for the four from Governor George H. Ryan of Illinois. On June 16, 1997, Ira Johnson and Red Robinson were charged with kidnapping and murder. Facing the death penalty, both pled guilty and received life in prison without parole. We recall that Ira Johnson was serving time in Menard for another murder he'd committed before the journalism students found him there. Had Simpson's leads not been buried? Had the cops done honest work rather than cook the evidence that convicted the Ford Heights Four, Ira Johnson's murder victim would have been saved, and the lives of innocent citizens, the Ford Heights Four, would not have been scarred and wasted. We sued Cook County and its cops. Why didn't we sue Scott Arthur and the other prosecutors? The law protects prosecutors from most civil suits, even when they intentionally offer tainted evidence to the jury. And as we often see, prosecutors use the police as a shield. Scott Arthur was quick to retreat to that position, asserting that prosecutors can only present the evidence the police present to them. As for the cops, given that the DNA evidence proved the innocence of these four kids, and Paula Gray as well, wouldn't the police come forward and at least admit they made a mistake? After others had confessed to the crimes, and after the governor had issued his pardons, the cops still took the position that they had prosecuted the guilty parties. We took the cops' depositions. They admitted nothing. We were finally able to corner McRaney, who suddenly had a near-total loss of memory. The only officer who was willing to freely talk to us was George Nance, the chief of police in Ford Heights. He had always thought the boys were innocent. Not the type to commit these crimes, he argued. None had criminal records except for Dennis, who, as a kid, took an uninvited ride on somebody's motorcycle and got himself arrested for it. Preparing for trial, we traveled to Menard Prison, where Dennis had been housed all those years on death row. By the time of our visit, death row had been shut down. We took a model maker with us to create a replica of the cell where Dennis had lived. Dennis came with us. When we walked past Preacher Man's cell, he stopped and teared up. "Preacher Man was innocent, you know," Dennis said. "They killed an innocent man, and they had to know it. All Preacher Man ever did to them was pray for them." I tried to move on, but Dennis lingered. "If it hadn't been for Preacher Man, I wouldn't be here. He got protests and his kids after the cops." We hired investigators and experts and tore into the records. We labored months at preparing for trial. I spent many days with Dennis. In his 15 years on death row, he'd never touched or been touched by another caring human. He felt only the hostile, hard hands that shackled him, and he spent 23 hours a day in that concrete cage. He ate all his meals with a metal tray on his lap. He was provided no knife with which to eat, not even a plastic one. He had to pick up the meat and tear it with his teeth. We were to discover that some of the abuses we saw in the Ford Heights Four cases had an ignoble history in the Cook County Prosecutor's Office, where previous prosecutors had played a game referred to as niggers by the pound. That evil sport was at last reported by the Chicago Tribune on January 11th, 1999. Over the decades, racial prejudice had obscured the first flicker of justice from the eyes of those then charged with its delivery to the citizens of Chicago. On his first day as a prosecutor assigned to a trial courtroom at the Criminal Courts Building, Michael Goggin slid into the chair next to the judge's chambers, and his shoes struck a most unusual object: a bathroom scale. "What's this?" Goggin recalls asking another prosecutor. "That's for the 2-ton contest," came the response. There was an ongoing competition among prosecutors to be the first to convict defendants whose weight totaled 4,000 pounds. Men and women, upon conviction, were marched into the room and weighed. Because most of the defendants were African American, Goggin recalls now, with no small degree of discomfort, the competition was described in less sensitive terms behind closed doors. "Niggers by the pound." With little delay, the judge set our case for trial, and the Cook County lawyers found themselves facing what they had so ardently attempted to avoid. Now the truth would come out big time, and the public would get the story in the media, one rotten morsel at a time. The Cook County lawyers had a sudden change of heart. They wanted to settle. The amount of the settlement was the only issue. But how could the lives of these boys, now men headed into middle age, represent nothing more than money? No one would go to jail. No one would even say, "I'm sorry." Again, we faced the recurring problem. If we settled, the people would never know of the underlying corruption in the system, because we had allowed the system to buy its way out. Dennis felt the same, except in deeper reaches. Doubt, delay, and devilish uncertainty are always the order of the day in every such case. Experiencing a trial sometimes feels like finding oneself dropped into a room filled with noisy, gibbering psychos, lawyers, and even the judges, all of whom are trying to act as if they are sane. And what sane result, if any, finally emerges years later is anyone's guess. Moreover, a delay of years is meaningless to the justice system, since the system enjoys a perpetual life, while the accused, guilty or not, can die without having tasted the first morsel of justice. Dennis had waited long enough, and he didn't trust the system. He wanted simple things. He wanted to sleep at night in a good bed, to have decent, healthy meals, to eat his meals with a knife, fork, and spoon, and to own a home and a car. After days of negotiations, we arrived at a settlement figure that we could recommend to our clients: $36 million to be divided among the Ford Heights Four. All had agreed that Dennis, who'd been on death row those many years, had suffered the most, and was entitled to the largest share, $12 million. The other three divided the remaining $24 million equally. Dennis said he would gladly give every penny back if he could recapture the 17 years of his lost life. Was justice served by this settlement? Money in a money system buys everything, even justice. Suffering, degradation, and the loss of life are measured by the only measurement available, in dollars. Tom Decker, a dauntless, devoted trial lawyer with a loyalty to his client that would survive to his last breath, represented Paula Gray. Cook County refused to give Decker the time of day. He sued to have Paula's record cleared, and for a court's determination that this poor girl had been abused and tormented to the point that she became little more than a talking puppet for the prosecutors. In a 300-page decision, Circuit Court Judge William D. O'Neill agreed. Paula's good name and rights were totally restored. Of course, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office appealed Judge O'Neill's ruling, but the appeal was rendered moot in November of 2002, when Governor Ryan granted her a pardon based on innocence. Then and only then did the county rush in, and after more than 2 decades, it paid Paula's trustees $4 million for her 7 years in prison and for the loss of her life. These are the rare breed of lawyers and judges who keep our hopes alive in this notorious game of justice. How does someone such as Dennis Williams, an innocent kid whose life was stolen with perjured testimony, how can he regain any semblance of normalcy after surviving 17 years in hell? Money couldn't buy his fundamental needs. He needed a family and friends. He needed the experiences we all encounter in a normal life. Even though he'd been innocent, the system could not return him to his original innocent self. Peter King became Dennis's counselor and friend and found trustworthy people to manage his money. Dennis was a warm person and had an enduring personality. He and Peter's oldest son became like brothers. Peter and Dennis often saw each other daily. Dennis would trust few others and lived constantly under a cloud of paranoia. He was especially suspicious of women who flocked to him after his newly acquired wealth. He was never completely free. He refused to leave home without calling someone to assure himself of an alibi if he were again wrongfully charged. He even kept his driver's license on the car seat, so if he were stopped by the police, they wouldn't shoot him as he reached for his wallet. Dennis looked for pleasure and excitement after the bloom of youth had wilted inside prison walls. A couple of times he visited Imogene and me in Jackson. Perhaps we offered something approaching a place where he could see trusting people who cared about each other and who were trying to live meaningful lives. He took trips on riverboats where he liked to gamble. He told Peter he got a rush from throwing the dice. I thought that might be because his life had been like stepping up to the big craps table of fate. The bad rolls of loaded dice put him on death row. Lying cops, lying witnesses, and an incompetent lawyer. But he also won the big one when good lawyers and DNA evidence proved his innocence. How could one be deprived of one's life and not be hardened into chronic anger? I don't think I could give a description to my anger, Dennis said, but it exists. I don't think that anger is the answer. It's going to hold me back. I can't think clearly if I'm angry. Instead, I try to focus my energy on creating. The one thing that kept him sane was immersing himself in his painting. When I'm painting, I achieve something approaching a meditative state. He was self-taught, and over the years had become a painter of some accomplishment. He was a bright man with unexplored talent. Dennis said, "If I'd depended on the system to correct itself, I'd have been dead a long time ago. Living next to the execution chamber all those years gave me strength. I realized I didn't have to take but a few steps, and I'd be behind that door." After his release, Dennis worked as a counselor in a youth program on the west side of Chicago. He was a part-time student at Governor's State University, and he campaigned for justice reform. At 3 in the morning on March 20th, 2003, the phone rang at Peter King's home. Dennis's fiancée was screaming over the phone. She'd found Dennis slumped over dead in his home. He'd suffered a seizure disorder and died of a brain aneurysm. He was 46 years old. He'd been free from death row for 5 years and 9 months. Today, a national organization whose mission is contained in its name, Campaign to End the Death Penalty, reports these staggering statistics. African Americans are 12% of the U.S. population, but 42% of prisoners on death row. Of the over 18,000 executions that have taken place in this country's history, only 42 involved a white person being punished for killing a black person. The cases against the Ford Heights Four were born of blatant racism. Still, one asks, what is the relevance of those tragedies today? Many claim that racism is America's infamy of the past, that African Americans have the same and equal rights as their white neighbors. Every night in prime time, we are presented television dramas starring black performers. Many of our celebrated athletes are black. Rarely is a commercial shown that fails to include at least one black person up front. And even ads offering the most expensive automobiles and the finest apparel are populated by handsome black men and women. We see drama after drama that either supports interracial marriage or presents it as the norm. Miscegenation laws criminalizing interracial marriage, that as late as 1963 were still in force in 24 states, have been held unconstitutional by our Supreme Court. The N-word has become so abhorrent that blatant racists dare not use it, not even among themselves. With exceptions, Richard Pryor, the black comedian, became famous and earned millions by shocking his audiences with constant barrages of that prohibited word. We have a black president and a black first lady, and their family resides in the White House. How then, Mr. Spence, can you claim we are still a racist nation? Racism has gone underground. Duke University sociologist Eduardo Bonilla Silva calls it racism without racists, and has written a book by that same title. He argues we are seeing a new way of maintaining white domination in places like Ferguson, Missouri. The main problem nowadays is not the folks with the hoods, but the folks dressed in suits, he told CNN. Bonilla Silva says that the more we assume that the problem of racism is limited to the Klan, the birthers, the Tea Party, or to the Republican Party, the less we understand that racial dominance is a collective process, and we are all in this game. We need new words to expose what racism has become. I call it the hidden racism of the innocent. Another way of saying that we are racists without knowing it. Bonilla Silva says color-blind racism is the new racial music most people dance to. The new racism is subtle, institutionalized, and seemingly non-racial. I know that racism is alive and throbbing beneath the surface throughout America. I know it is because none of us wants to talk about it, and none of us will admit to it. Speaking the N-word approaches the same level of contempt as defecating at the dinner table. Our personal racism is never acknowledged, not even to our closest friends, not to our spouses, not even to ourselves. Its shame is on the same level as incest. Racism in America still stands naked, except when it is hurriedly covered by white prosecutors using their ever-ready tool, the grand jury. I am thinking of the white cop who killed a black unarmed teenager in Ferguson. No charges by the grand jury. I am thinking of a Staten Island grand jury that, under the direction of the prosecutor, cleared a white NYPD cop in the chokehold death of Eric Garner during his arrest for peddling loose cigarettes. I grieve the death of Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old African-American boy in Cleveland, who was carrying a toy gun and was shot by a white officer within 2 seconds of the officer's arrival at the scene. He died the next day. Examining FBI data between 2010 and 2012, ProPublica concludes young black males in recent years were at a far greater risk of being shot dead by police than their white counterparts, 21 times greater. ProPublica says its risk analysis seems to support what has been an article of faith in the African American community for decades. Blacks are being killed at disturbing rates when set against the rest of the American population. Throughout this audiobook, we have been examining America's police state as it has existed in seedling form to the present. From our standpoint as ordinary citizens, are we still free? Or is our freedom but a sly and cruel myth fed to us by power? Are we capable of distinguishing between our fantasy, our hope, yes, our faith, that we are free on the one hand, from the alarming approach of a police state on the other? And if we discover the truth, can we bear it? Will we confront it? None of the cops and none of the prosecutors who had stolen the lives of the Ford Heights Four and who cast innocent kids into the hell of those vile prisons were ever charged with a single crime. Nor did any miss a day's pay as discipline for the years of human suffering they imposed on these innocent citizens and their families. The irony here is that the police and prosecutors, with all their power, will fade away into the impenetrable shadows of history, while Dennis Williams and his friends, once poor, helpless black kids, will continue to brighten our memories. Case 8. Give the Sparrow to the Hawk. They stood stiff as old stumps, he in a clean pair of starched bibs, holding a sweat-stained cowboy hat against his chest, and she standing close but not touching her husband. She was wearing a flowered Sunday dress and low-heeled, round-toed black shoes. Her lips quivered when she tried to hold a smile. "Please, would I defend their son, Albert?" Their boy was charged with the murder of a young woman named Beverly Bright, a fellow worker, a pretty young thing with swishing red hair, a perky nose, and eyes that hinted at a bridled passion on the verge of escape. She'd been stabbed 5 times, once clean and clear through the heart. Albert had signed a confession to the murder. Why would a confessed murderer suddenly want to go to trial? "We ain't got much, Mr. Spence," Jeff Hancock, the boy's father, said in a voice that sounded like hard static. His forehead was white from the steady shelter of his old Stetson. "All we got is our ranch. We'll sign it over to you for your fee, if you'll take Albert's case." I'd seen it all before. Parents who'd sacrifice whatever they had to save their young. Win or lose, they'd be homeless if I took their offer. My partner, Eddie Moriarty, offered Hancock a quick smile. "Albert ever been in trouble?" "No, sir, never. They forced him to sign that confession." "Ever lose his temper and hurt anybody?" "No, sir. Why, Albert wouldn't argue with a pup," Mr. Hancock said. I was maybe too hard on him, taught him to respect authority. I was in service, and I learned if you cause no trouble, you get no trouble. That's what I always said. Did he have girlfriends? I asked. Albert never had himself a date. He was a home boy. Why, when Albert goes hunting with me, he won't even take a gun. The Hancocks were honest, hard-working, long-time citizens in the county. The state had released Albert on bail, secured by their small ranch. The next day, Mr. Hancock brought Albert to the office. He was barely 21, weighed less than 110 pounds, and looked 15. He was blond and pale as a featherless bird. He wore thick glasses that made him look like a blinking sparrow. I took Albert in with a long stare. "If you didn't kill anybody, why did you confess?" I asked. Albert just shook his head, his eyes examining both sides of his hands. He struggled as if his words were jammed up in tight places. "I didn't kill anybody." I leaned over my desk toward the kid and spoke to him in a quiet voice. "You were there when she was murdered. If you didn't kill her, who did?" He looked down again and mumbled his words in his high, small voice that sounded like an off-key flute from the other side of the mountain. In staggered spurts, he told the same story he'd been telling all along. He and Beverly were janitors at the state training school for mentally disadvantaged children, and they were working that night, and a big man with a knife made him haul the woman's body down the stairs and threatened that if Albert called the police, he'd kill Albert's family. It was the way he spoke, in flat, unemotional words. He spoke as if he weren't present to hear them. Surely Albert had been suffering in some frenetic landscape. His screws loosened, his controls failed, and he exploded into murder. We hear of cases like that all the time. Someone who's your quiet, law-abiding neighbor, and one day ends up on the rooftop trying to shoot everyone in sight. I thought there could be an insanity defense for the boy. Beverly Bright, 30, 5'2", and filled out in convivial places, had that walk and a trigger smile. She must have been approaching terminal boredom living with her husband in Hudson, Wyoming, a wide spot in the road that offered a couple of restaurants, one with a closed-down whorehouse upstairs. She made dates on her CB radio with truckers as they came driving into the area at night, tired, alone, and lonely. When Beverly didn't come home that night, Terry, her husband, drove the 12 miles from their home to the state training school on the outskirts of Lander. He couldn't find Beverly, so he called the cops, who eventually found her bloody body stuffed under the staircase. When a wife is murdered, the cops look first at the husband. Did he have a motive? Did he have the opportunity? Answer both in the affirmative, and you've got yourself a bona fide suspect, one a jury will convict with a little creativity from the cops and prosecutors. But Sheriff C.A. Pee Wee McDougal wasn't interested in Terry Bright. He had an easier target. That strange-looking, strange-acting kid I'd begun to call the Sparrow, Albert Hancock. When Sheriff McDougal asked Albert to come to his office and talk to him about the murder, Mr. Hancock told Albert, "Sure, son. Go on in and tell the sheriff what you know. They got to find the killer, and maybe you can help them." Then Mr. Hancock said, "The cops hauled Albert off to Casper, Wyoming's major city 150 miles down the road, to take one of them lie detector tests." Hancock shook his head. Albert said they forced him to say he'd done it. But what if you were a small, timid ranch kid, alone, facing the sheriff and the chief of police, pushed together in a tight office, and after they worked you over for hours, they hauled you to the polygraph expert in a town 150 miles away? There, another cop, trained to use the polygraph to gain confessions, took over, and you're swimming around in confusion, scared and exhausted after hours of heavy interrogation, and they promised that all you had to do was sign the paper and things would go better for you. On the other hand, what if you killed the woman and were fighting back guilt and remorse and fear? And you remembered the nightmare of her screaming, of her crumpled body on the floor, soaked in blood, and the smell of death, and finally you couldn't fight it any more, and when the lie detector guys said you should get it off your chest, you heard yourself hollering, "Yes, I did it, I did it." What then? Sheriff Pee Wee McDougal and I had previously endured an arid 8-year relationship. He'd been the sheriff during both of my 4-year terms as Fremont County's prosecutor. People just seemed to tell Pee Wee what happened. If they were guilty, they confessed. But when Beverly Bright was murdered, I'd been out of the prosecutor's office 15 years. I launched into Albert's case with a sound strategy. I'd send the boy to Dr. Robert Fairbairn, a competent, careful psychiatrist I knew who'd doubtlessly find Albert not triable by reason of insanity. The road was not only just and humane, it would avoid a long, expensive trial, something a poor rancher like Jeff Hancock couldn't afford, and the court would send Albert to the state hospital in far-off Evanston. There Albert would receive the treatment he needed, or at least that was the official promise, and justice would prevail. "But Albert ain't insane, Mr. Spence," his father insisted. "He's as sane as you and me. He just got pushed around by them cops." I said, "Mr. Hancock, if Dr. Fairbairn doesn't find Albert needs treatment in the state hospital, I'll defend Albert for free." So the Hancocks drove Albert the long miles to Denver to see Dr. Fairbairn. Dr. Fairbairn had Albert admitted to a psychiatric hospital where he observed the boy for 2 weeks. He even administered truth serum to Albert, not once, but twice. Dr. Fairbairn reported that not only was Albert legally sane, but he was as innocent as the sparrow. The good doctor insisted Albert's story was true. True. My partner Eddie said, "The jury's going to see Fairbairn as another paid witness, testifying for a lot of bucks for a couple of crooked defense lawyers who are trying to get a murderer off." I knew he was right. Even if Albert's story were true, it would be a hard sell to any jury. Finally I said, "Well, Eddie, I was talking again when I should have been listening. I promised Mr. Hancock that we'd defend Albert for free if Dr. Fairbairn found that he was sane and innocent. Here we go again. Big case, no fee." Eddie laughed. As a kid, he'd been the Montana state wrestling champion at about 120 pounds, and he was still nourished by a good fight. "We've been broke before," he said. We'd be pitted against a dedicated, intransigent, competent prosecutor, one I'd helped train. Arnold Shergy was tall, dark, and trim, and looked like a tight end for the Pittsburgh Steelers. When I was the prosecutor, I hired him as my deputy. Shergy grew up on a ranch and had the values of a rancher, endless hard work and a desire to do the right thing. I also thought he was driven by a dominating desire to beat his former boss, namely me. He often flashed an embarrassed but misleading smile, as if he weren't too sure he should be in your presence. But I saw him as the hawk, fully capable of chewing up a sparrow like Albert. So I woke up one morning realizing we'd taken a case against two men who knew me as well as I knew them. After 8 years of our working together and circumventing each other, MacDougall, in his own pragmatic way, thought he had me pegged. And Shergy thought he could predict me like the cows coming down to water in the morning. And yes, I thought I knew them as well. The case was set for trial in Lander, Wyoming, where the murder occurred. The local paper carried every bloody detail of the killing, and most of the stories referred to Albert as the confessed killer. The local judge granted us a change of venue, and he chose Judge Paul Liamos from Newcastle to officiate in the murder trial of Black Sundance, Beverly Bright's C.B. Handel. As if by the joking of Mother Fate, the case was transferred to Sundance, Wyoming. When the judicial dust settled, Eddie and I found ourselves in that small, lost town up north near the South Dakota border, population a little over 1,000 souls. As if prophetic, Sundance was in Crook County. Sundance offered a couple of filling stations, a couple of cheap motels, and a couple of bad cafes, a grocery store, a hardware store, a funeral home, and a locally owned bank, together with 6 churches. To get there, you drove those long, weary, desolate backcountry roads of Wyoming. On the way, you'd see herds of antelope, or at night, deer crossing the highway, or a jackrabbit that would run in front of your headlights. It was early summer and already hot, but Albert appeared to be on the verge of shivering. I got the impression that if I asked him his name, he might look up at me with those large, blinking eyes and not know how to answer. I'd tried to talk to the boy to get a sense of who he was. He was bright enough, got through high school with good grades, but he seemed as afraid of me as he'd been of the cops. What if Dr. Fairbairn was right? What if Albert was innocent, and we failed him and his poor parents, who were sick to the bone with worry over an innocent child? Could Terry Bright, Beverly's husband, have been the murderer? He had the opportunity and the motive. But I wasn't ready to reach that dark conclusion. Before we'd entered the case, an investigator whose actual name was Buck Rogers had worked for the public defender's office and spent a year or more running down leads like a bird dog in a chicken house. "What about the Kenyon guy in Buck Rogers' report?" I asked Eddie. "More than one witness will say Beverly was always going in and out of the guy's construction trailer parked at the school. He was her old flame, and she broke it off just before she was murdered." "Yeah," Eddie said. "And remember, her father, Billy Kane, says that if you're going to go talk to Kenyon, you better go armed and be ready for trouble, because that man is dangerous." Albert had described the killer to Rogers. He was about 6 feet tall, weighed 175 pounds or more. He had dark hair, parted a little on the left. He had the tips of 2 fingers partly gone. This was on the left hand, I think. Anyhow, the one finger, indicating the middle finger, was gone all the way to the nail, no nail at all. He didn't have a watch on, and on his forearm he had what looked like a spot of blood, brown, a mole, a birthmark or something like that. He had hairy arms and short sideburns. He had a deep voice, seemed calm. Something strange, he laughed once in a while I was doing what he said to do. "Why did you do what he told you?" Rogers had asked Albert. "He said he'd kill me if I didn't. He said if I ran, that sooner or later he'd find me and kill me." "How did you manage to get away from him?" "When I had the mop in the sink, after mopping up some of the blood, I saw he didn't have the knife in either hand, so I ran. He ran after me, and I slammed the outside door on his hand, I think, because he yelled then. I ran to the administration building and got inside. I didn't tell anybody, I guess, because I was so scared I didn't know what to do." I said to Eddie, "How does a kid who is being forced at knife point to drag a body down the stairs remember those minute details?" "Some minds take detailed photographs," Eddie said. "Some minds make photographs that are out of focus, and some turn out the lights." Rogers found a man who called himself Alligator. A couple of witnesses said Beverly had a fight with Alligator the night before the murder, which Alligator denied. He said to Rogers, "By God, if they've got anything on me, let 'em get a warrant." Later, Rogers had a highway patrolman check out Kenyon's fingers. His report? "They look as good as yours and mine." Several witnesses claimed Beverly liked to tease the residents at the Wyoming State Training School, boys grown to men who were still housed there, living sparse, loveless lives. One of the residents she teased had been in love with her, and after he'd seen Kenyon take her into his trailer house, the resident grabbed Beverly, threw her down, and tried to beat her up. But Bright said that for her size, his wife was very strong and agile. Perhaps she teased because she thought her attention might be all they'd ever get from an attractive woman. An inmate resident at the training school told Rogers that on the night of the murder, "I saw a red car, red Chevy. Time about good dark. Man went inside of building, the lights on all over. Man short, didn't look like Terry." A cook at a local cafe told Rogers that about a month before the murder, a man came in one night and was sticking a knife in the table. The knife had a black handle. The man said, "Would you like me to show you what I can do with a knife like this? I'm pretty good with it." The cook told him to get out. The knife wasn't a hunting knife, but a big one that folded. The cook said the man had fingers that had been injured or amputated. He didn't know if he was with Beverly, but he was in the group. Later, our investigator, Mike Johnson, interviewed Fingers as we referred to this individual. He said he and Beverly had gone to school together. Fingers remembered she was a redhead, but he claimed he didn't remember who she was until someone showed him her picture. 2 injured fingers on a tall, dark man? Yes, and he'd driven a red car that belonged to his mother. Our investigator asked some questions of Jane Judson, the young woman who'd been with Beverly and Alligator the night before her murder. Beverly and Jane had been talking about marriage. Beverly said, "Don't knock it, because marriage is a wonderful thing." She said her husband was a really good person. She told Jane that she told her husband about her dates, and that she told Alligator she told her husband she was having a drink with him. Jane said she didn't think that Beverly was trying to pick him up, but she seemed pretty friendly. Our files contained a statement by one of Beverly's friends, who said Beverly complained that she had to pry her husband out of a chair to get him into bed. On the other hand, another witness said she was saving up her sick leave and vacation time to have another baby. that she'd decided to call off her carryings-on and stay married and faithful to her man at home. On a Monday morning, May 22nd, 1978, the trial of Albert Hancock finally got underway. We walked into that old one-story square yellow brick courthouse that supplied a courtroom of light oak paneling large enough to hold 72 people, plus the jury, the clerk, the court reporter, a judge at his bench, and the lawyers sitting like cardboard cutouts at opposite tables. The courtroom provided a feeling that nothing changes, because things there were too tired to change. Sheriff Pee Wee McDougal sat at the counsel table next to Shergy, as if to guard the prosecutor from all anticipated danger. Albert wore new denim pants and a 4-button denim jacket, all the buttons buttoned over a white dress shirt that was also buttoned at the collar, his black Sunday tie neatly in place. His worn black Sunday shoes were newly shined. He looked as if he were about to hear the preacher. But what he'd hear would be the prosecution bent on one objective: to haul Albert off to the state penitentiary. Albert gazed blankly out into the crowded courtroom. The prospective jurors were a fair sample of folks from that rural Wyoming county. Rancher types with fresh green cow manure on their boots, their wives alongside their husbands, with rough hands and sunburned faces from harsh exposure to the elements. The jury panel included miners, laborers, a teacher, a plumber, and a couple of government workers. Among the prospective jurors were 2 who could readily be pegged as either an undertaker or a life insurance salesman, the only men in town who wore suits on weekdays. Shergy wanted to keep jurors who said they might be prejudiced. "Thank you for being so forthright, Mr. Rafferty," Shergy said to the prospective juror. "But as a fair man, you can surely put aside your prejudice, listen to the evidence, and give this defendant a fair trial. Isn't that true?" Juror: "Yeah, I suppose." I wanted the juror off. I asked, "Mr. Rafferty, what magic eraser are you going to use to erase the prejudice from your brain so you can enter this case with a blank mind?" The juror just stared at me. I continued, "I don't like pork chops. Perfectly good food. But nobody can change me on that." Juror: "Nothing wrong with a good pork chop." Judge Paul Liamos: "This is a trial, not a culinary school, Mr. Spence. I'll excuse Mr. Rafferty. Thank you for your service, sir." Judge Liamos was a patient man in his 50s, graying, balding, and with a not-to-be-messed-with frown molded on his face. He wore the traditional judicial black robe, black for death. It was spring, and laboring men hadn't worked all winter. The ranchers had springtime irrigating and calves to brand, and the judge excused them for hardship. A couple of jurors said they didn't want to pass judgment on anybody, especially someone charged with murder. Those were the jurors we wanted, but they too were excused by the judge. After 5 days of jury selection, I felt we'd created a sort of tribe that consisted of the jurors, Eddie, and me. Maybe we had a shot at an acquittal. But Shergy seemed happy with the jurors too. "What am I missing?" I asked Eddie. "Don't worry," he said. "Let's try our case." Judge Liamos struck his gavel and turned to the lawyers. "None of the witnesses will remain in the courtroom while this trial is taking place. Further, I order the witnesses not to talk with each other concerning their testimony, and the lawyers for each side will convey my order to their witnesses." I watched Arnold Shergy take long, confident steps to the lectern, his arms loose and swinging as if he were ready for hand-to-hand combat. I always start a trial with the uninvited visitation of belly butterflies. Shergy smiled his quick, boyish smile at the jurors and began describing Beverly Bright, an attractive Wyoming girl raised on a ranch, a friendly sort who would run up and kiss you hello, man or woman, a young woman brimming with a zest for life, a generous heart, a wife loved by her loving husband, and a mother by her 5-year-old daughter. "And Albert Hancock over there," Shergy said, pointing, his voice suddenly escalating to an angry, nasal crescendo. "That man stabbed her to death. Then he dragged her mortally wounded body, soaked in her own blood, down 17 stairs and tried to hide her underneath the staircase in the basement." White silence filled the courtroom. Jurors stared in horror at the alleged killer sitting between his parents, a strange looker who stared back at the jurors through those thick glasses. And the motive for murder? I knew Shergy couldn't prove a motive. He said maybe Beverly Bright insulted Albert when she asked him if he was still in high school. Albert didn't take to that very well. Maybe he was in love with her. Maybe she betrayed him. Shergy kept hard hawk eyes on Albert as he described to the jurors each knife wound, 5 deep, deadly stabs. I could see the knife sinking into its hilt, again and again, to the blaring beat of the radio she always kept at high volume as she worked. Shergy claimed there was a small, unidentified bloodstain on Albert's pants. Whose blood? All mammals, from mice to moose, all birds and beasts and jumping frogs have blood in their veins. Shergy told the jury that Albert was repeatedly assured that he didn't have to tell the police anything, that he could have a lawyer, and when Albert was in Casper for his polygraph, the operator, Dave Davala, once more reviewed Albert's rights with him. It was all so clean and clear and kind, and Albert thereupon voluntarily confessed the murder. Case closed. More than that, according to Shergy, Albert said right there in the presence of his parents, "I'm not a very good liar. I killed her." Shergy said during the trip home, Albert Hancock confessed yet again. He shouted, "I blasted her in the stomach with the knife." I felt my own stomach cramp. I looked over at Albert. His eyes were wide and wild, like a small trapped bird. "Well, Eddie," I said at the recess, "what do you think?" "I think Shergy's got the jury pretty well horrified and hating Albert," he said. "Especially that woman on the far right in the back row. If looks could kill, Albert would be one dead little sparrow." Yet after torching the jurors with his raging fire for hours, I thought Shergy had failed to provide a convincing answer to a couple of questions that wouldn't go away. Why did the sparrow kill Black Sundance? And if he didn't, who did? The next morning, shortly after 9 a.m., I began my opening statement to the jury. The operational word in every competent defense is attack. If you're explaining and defending, you're losing. The prosecutor, the cops, their pathologist, their criminalist, and their trainload of experts all work as a team. They, too, know how to win. Attack. I told the jury that the evidence in the case pointed to a murder Mr. Shergi and the cops didn't investigate. Why was the prosecutor presenting an incomplete case after more than 2 years? Instead, the cops picked on a poor, scared kid and bullied him until he signed a pathetic piece of paper the prosecution wanted to pawn off as a voluntary confession. Shergi objected. As intended, his objections were interrupting the flow of my opening. I asked the jury to remain patient. Truth does not come galloping up on a white horse. It plods into the courtroom, one witness at a time, one day at a time. Shergi had used a favorite metaphor of mine when he told the jury that we lawyers were guides through the forest of facts. I said yes, but if we follow the wrong guide, we'll be lost. We were deeply sorry about Beverly Bright's death and sad for her grieving family, but this human tragedy, so wretched, so unjustified. Shergi objected and was sustained by the judge. I turned to the knife that Shergi told the jury was the murder weapon. I spoke to the knife. "Hello, knife. Who are you? There are endless thousands like you, and none have anything to do with this case. You just happen to be a knife the sheriff found in some drawer. How does it feel to be held up as a weapon that killed an innocent young woman?" Shergi claimed that Dr. Thorpen, the pathologist, said the square indented wound on Beverly's forehead, the size and shape of the setting in a man's ring, might have resulted from her being dragged down the stairs. I spoke to the stairs. "Hello, stairs. You had no square protrusions on your surface." And her face and head were battered, revealing a beating, not by you, stairs, but by the ring on a man's fist. How does it feel to be blamed for something you didn't cause? Besides, Albert never owned a ring. And the medical facts established a violent attack consistent with a powerful man with a motive to first injure and then to kill. She was smashed in the face with her glasses on. You will see the marks. I reminded the jury how Mr. Shergi suggested that anemic motive for murder, that Albert had been insulted months before by Beverly Bright when she asked if Albert was still in high school. That was the motive for a brutal killing? I slowly took in each of the jurors. Their faces began to soften. I told the jury that several witnesses had seen Albert in the time frame of the killing, and none had seen any blood on him. His pants had been washed. His folks didn't own a washing machine. His mother went to town once a week to the laundromat. By the time the officer picked up Albert's clothes and boots, she hadn't gone to town with the week's wash. The cops fingerprinted Albert, but his prints were never recovered anywhere at the bloody scene. At the same time, there were other suspects, a husband and a jilted lover, to name just a couple, and not a single suspect was ever printed. "What else hasn't Mr. Shergi told you, and why?" I asked. The officers had taken scrapings from under Beverly Bright's fingernails. They contained human skin and blood. But there wasn't the first scratch on Albert. And now, interestingly, those scrapings have disappeared. "And by the way," I said, "why wouldn't the officers talk to me? They talked for hours to a frightened kid who was all alone, but not to me." Shergi objected, and Judge Liamos sustained. The jurors kept peering at Albert, I interrupted my argument and said in a quiet way, "I see you watching Albert for his reactions as I talk to you. Remember, he is young and he is frightened. How might we look to others when we're being accused of a horrible killing? We are not how we look, but how we are." Gerry objected. The judge said for me to move on. I told the jury that in school, Albert was always the little bird in the corner. On their small ranch, he didn't want to hurt or kill, not even a chicken for dinner. He has never received so much as a parking ticket. People laughed at this strange, quiet boy with the thick glasses, but he is respectful of everyone, even those who push him around. He knows bullies, because Albert's kind are their favorite victims. I turned and looked at the sheriff and let the thought take hold in the minds of the jurors. The more Albert tried to tell the cops what happened, the more they called him a liar and terrified him. Well, here in this courtroom, we're going to finally tell his story to 12 good citizens who have no desire to convict an innocent boy. That night at the training school, Albert and Beverly were in the teacher's lounge. She seemed disturbed. We discovered later she was in love with a high school sweetheart who lived in Shoshone, and she'd been having an affair with him, but for her family's sake she'd broken it off the day before. The night before, she'd made a date with a trucker whom she'd met on her Citizens Band radio. She had a drink with the trucker at a bar. Her girlfriend was with her. The man had propositioned her. Gerry objected. I stopped my opening and turned to Judge Liamos. "Your Honor, as I address the jury and present the facts of our defense, Mr. Gerry keeps looking over at the jurors, shaking his head. I don't believe this conduct is proper or fair." The judge called us to the bench. At the bench, Gerry denied my complaint, but the judge said that if this were true, he should desist. I continued. The night of the murder, Beverly Bright said to Albert, "Wait a minute, I want to show you something." She went downstairs from the teacher's lounge where they were having a chocolate drink. The loudspeakers were on. She didn't come back, and at last Albert went down to see why. He found her standing in the doorway, bleeding. She said, "Call the police." Albert said there was a big man standing there. I told the jury how the cops wouldn't believe him and said he was lying, and how Sheriff McDougal finally said, "Well, if you're telling the truth, you'd be willing to go to Casper and take a lie detector test, wouldn't you?" Albert thought he should ask his father, and that evening his father said, "Yes, son, you have nothing to hide." Albert's so-called confession to the polygraph operator seemed incoherent and filled with blanks. I said I thought it a prime example of the disintegration of a boy's fragile psyche on the one side and the betrayal of his rights on the other. He signed the paper, and he asked the polygraph operator if what he signed would keep him from becoming a police officer. What? Yes. He wanted to know if by signing the paper it would keep him from becoming a police officer. I said again. I told the jury that we sent Albert to Dr. Fairbairn, and that the doctor found Albert was not insane. He was timid, pathetically so, and easily led to agree with authority, but the story he told was the truth. Gerry objected. The judge said I should move on. I told the jury that even Beverly Bright's father, Billy Kane, thought Albert was innocent. Mr. Kane knew of another suspect he believed killed his daughter, and he wanted him investigated. But MacDougall had his man. No, his boy. And neither he nor Chief Robert Campbell made any further investigation. To do so would be an admission they held doubts about the guilt of Albert Hancock and had rushed to judgment, to a wrongful judgment. I took in each juror. I waited. Then I said, "That decision by those officers caused another murder, the merciless murder of truth." Prosecutor Arnold Shergey's first witness was Terry Bright. The right decision, I thought, to call the grieving husband. He was a nice enough-looking fellow, understandably sad and nervous. He said he received a call from his wife about 6:30 or 7 o'clock on the evening of the murder. He was at home, their CB base station blaring away in the living room. I wondered how it might be to lie on the couch and listen on your CB radio as your wife made dates with other men. What he heard, we'd never know. He said he'd been awakened around 10 p.m. by a call from Barbara Riemann, who had a date to meet Beverly for a drink after work, but she'd never shown up. He testified that he awakened again about 4 a.m. to find his wife still not home. Worried, he drove to Lander from their home in Hudson, taking their child with him, and leaving her with his mother-in-law, Pauline Kane, and drove on to the training school nearby. Her car was there. By this time it was around 4:30 in the morning. The lights were on in the building where his wife usually worked, in Emerson Hall. He honked his horn, and Mrs. McCulloch, an employee at the school, looked out her upstairs apartment window. He didn't go into Emerson Hall. Instead, he drove back to his mother-in-law's and phoned Mrs. McCulloch. She said she knew nothing about his wife's whereabouts. He stayed at his mother-in-law's until 6 and drove to the Husky Cafe for coffee. About 6:30 he returned to the school, found a door partially opened, and entered Emerson Hall to loud, pounding music from 2 radios. He hollered for his wife. No answer. He shut off the radio on the stage and hollered for his wife twice more. In the south end of the building, he saw his wife's coat hanging on a doorknob across the hall from the janitor's closet. He started back toward the gym and saw a cup of what he thought was spilled coffee on the floor, went up on the stage and hollered for his wife a couple more times, and then, as he left the stage, saw his wife's glasses on the floor near the spilled coffee. He ran up to the McCulloch apartment, called the switchboard operator for a supervisor, and then called the police. It was about 7 in the morning when Officer Watton found Beverly Bright's body at the base of the stairs. On my cross-examination, Bright admitted that Shergey provided him a copy of his prior statement, one he'd given the officers a full week after Albert had already been charged with her murder. It was as if MacDougall knew his investigation was incomplete and needed Bright's statement in case anyone asked why he hadn't at least asked a few questions of the murdered woman's husband. Bright admitted he'd read his statement 5 or 6 times. My questioning of the husband went like this. Question. She, his wife Beverly, told you that a man who called himself Alligator propositioned her the night before the murder. Answer. Yes. She said he made a pass at her that night. Question. You deny that you were angry. Answer. I trusted her. Question. You knew she met him through a CB radio date? Answer. Yes, she told me. He denied ever striking his wife or threatening to hurt her. He admitted knowing that John Kenyon, his wife's high school flame, had a trailer on the school premises where Kenyon was working. She'd told Bright about him as well. But he insisted he wasn't a jealous person. Question: Mr. Bright, did you tell the sheriff about her CB dates? Answer: I don't remember. Question: Did you tell anyone? Answer: I don't remember. Question: You listened to her conversation with Alligator on your CB radio the night before the murder? Answer: No. Question: You're sure? Answer: Yes. Question: You heard her talk to other men on the CB? Answer: Yes. Question: That must have been painful for you. He looked down. Question: You must have loved her a lot. Answer: Yes. Question: Did you object to her meeting others via the CB? Answer: No, sir. Question: No? Question: Surely that wasn't your choice. Answer: No, sir. I thought he seemed smothered in pain. He said his wife had called him about 6:30 in the evening on the night of the murder. He didn't remember why she called him, and he didn't remember if she mentioned Alligator that night. He insisted there were no marital troubles between them. Question: It must have tormented you that she was meeting with other men. Answer: No, sir. Question: No? He didn't answer. Question: Didn't you imagine what they were saying to each other, what they were doing together? Answer: No, sir. I trusted her. He owned a buck skinning knife. No cop had ever asked him for his knife or his clothes. He'd been in the service, spent time in Okinawa and the Philippines. Question: Were you ever trained in the use of the bayonet as a knife? Answer: Yes. I had Bright demonstrate with a knife how he'd been trained to hold one, the thrust made with the palm up, but he said, You wouldn't use an upward thrust if you were taking out a sentry from behind. That evening after court, I lingered with Albert. I need your help, I said. Why did you confess to something you didn't do? I waited. I could hear the rain on the windows. Finally, he said, I didn't want to cause any trouble. And that's all he would say. Perhaps it was all he could say. Shergy's next witness was a man I'd known many years, Larry Lee, the Fremont County coroner. Lee unwittingly mentioned a witness meeting in Shergy's motel room that seemed in violation of the judge's order not to talk among themselves about the evidence. We remember that he ordered the witnesses separated from the courtroom in an effort to keep the prosecutor from presenting a rehearsed set of facts. I charged to the bench, arguing that the case should be dismissed for this intentional violation of the court's order. I want Mr. Shergy sworn, along with the others who were in attendance at that meeting in Mr. Shergy's motel room. Shergy resisted. He was the state's attorney and was immune from giving testimony. This is a search for the truth, I argued. This is not a choir practice where all the members are taught to sing the same tune. Shergy finally had had enough. He charged that my arguments had been derogatory and demeaning, and he now demanded the right to testify. In chambers, he was sworn by the judge. He admitted that he had not conveyed the judge's order to his witnesses as a group. He had mentioned it to some at different times, but he couldn't remember which witnesses and at what times. Shergy argued that there was no more said than what everyone read in the Casper paper each morning. We had suffered no injury. "So it all comes down to this," I argued back. "The judge says don't talk about your testimony, and Mr. Shergy's excuse for the violation of your order is that they could read it in the morning paper anyway." In the end, I couldn't prove what was or wasn't said, nor who said it, nor in the presence of whom. I knew Judge Liamos had no choice but to overrule my motion to dismiss the case. But I hoped my motion had been a warning to Shergy. On the contrary, the war was only escalating. On my cross-examination of Coroner Lee, I asked, Question. The bloody handprint on the wall was important evidence? Answer. Yes. Question. You'd expect the officers to preserve it? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you or they preserve it? Answer. No. Question. If the victim had been stabbed in the heart while she was standing, you would expect to see blood on the walls? Answer. Yes. Question. There was blood on the walls, but only at 34 inches above the floor. Answer. Yes. Question. The cup on the floor wasn't fingerprinted? Answer. No. Lee said there were no defense marks or cuts on the dead woman's hands or arms. That is, cuts from the knife suffered when she might have attempted to protect herself. He thought that was unusual. I assumed she was hit pretty hard the first time, he said. Every morning for certain, and some days at multiple times, we found some grounds to move for a mistrial. It got so tense in the courtroom that Chief Campbell took a position leaning up against the beverage machine in the lobby, rather than sitting near any witnesses, and he refused to talk to anyone so he could never be accused of violating the court's order. When Shergy called Chief Campbell to the stand, I braced for the attack. He was potentially the most dangerous witness yet. He looked very official and imposing as he walked to the witness chair dressed in his uniform. He smiled at the jurors, took his seat, made himself comfortable, and waited for Shergy's first question. His mission was to convince the jurors that Albert Hancock wasn't a sparrow, but a confessed vicious murderer sitting there among the citizens, something like a snake coiled up in the living room. Shergy began by taking Campbell through yet another endless recitation of the measurements of buildings, their rooms, and their hallways. Then, as if there hadn't been enough blood testimony already, Shergy had Campbell tell again in detail where all the blood was, and the quantity of blood at each and every location. I began to believe the jury might convict Albert for no better reason than that Shergy had them crazy with all the blood. Someone had to pay for it. Why not that weird-looking kid sitting over there between his parents? Surely, I said to the judge, we all have an inkling by now that there was a lot of blood at the scene. But it's as if blood has become the state's entire case. We will stipulate that the scene was drenched in blood. Perhaps now we can move on? Objection, said Shergy. Sustained, from the bench. My feeling of compassion for Terry Bright returned when Campbell testified that Bright was standing near the corpse of his wife when Campbell came in. Campbell said to Bright, nodding to the body, "Who is she?" "It's my wife," Bright said. Finally, Campbell began to testify about the bloody print on the wall. "How many fingers did you see on the handprint?" Shergy asked. "I could see the thumb and 3 fingers, just a portion of maybe the little finger." A finger missing on the print. Shergy had Campbell show the jury a picture of Beverly Bright's face, taken at the funeral home after she'd been embalmed. One could still see distinct bruising on her forehead, Campbell called it. That was about the extent of this important witness's testimony. I wondered what trap, if any, had been set for me. On cross, I discovered that neither McDougal nor Campbell nor any of their officers prepared any reports of their investigation. We know it's standard police procedure to make detailed reports in all felony investigations, especially in a murder case. Question. Chief Campbell, you are aware that if you made reports, the defense attorneys could get them? Shergi. Objection. The judge. Overruled. Answer. Yes. Question. That's the reason no reports were made by the officers in this case, isn't that true? Answer. No. I turned again to the bloody print on the wall. Question. I believe you told us you thought that print was insignificant? Answer. I believe I said it had no value. But the handprint on the wall had been destroyed. The cops had not saved Beverly Bright's coat. No significance, the chief said, but he couldn't remember how many pockets were in her coat or what was in her pockets. The chief said the victim's purse was returned to her husband. He couldn't recall what she had in her purse. The purse's contents were also insignificant, he said. He did, however, remember there was about $150 in the purse. Question. Do you remember seeing an address book in her purse? Answer. No. Question. But you made no report, so you're testifying to the contents of her purse from memory these years later? Answer. Yes. Question. Could an address book have had some value in a murder case? Answer. Yes. I suddenly changed the subject. Question. Do you leave room for the possibility that there was a love triangle involved here? Answer. I have no reason to believe that in this case. Question. Would a love triangle be a possible motive for murder? Answer. Anything could have been possible. Question. Did you ever discover if Beverly Bright had been involved in any indiscretions? Answer. No specific ones that I can remember. Question. Would you want to find out if such indiscretions were more than a possibility? No answer. Question. Are you aware of the relationship she had with John Kenyon? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you learn that during the week of the murder she'd broken off a relationship with her former lover, John Kenyon? Answer. No. Question. Were you waiting for a carrier pigeon to bring you that information? No answer. Shergi hadn't objected. Question. Did you ever talk to Jane Judson? Answer. Yes, in the conference room of the school. Question. Did she tell you about Beverly Bright making a date through her CB radio with a man they called Alligator? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you record that interview? Answer. No. Question. You didn't learn whether Alligator made a pass at her or not. Isn't that true? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you inquire of anyone whether Terry Bright was upset with his wife over her conduct? Answer. No. Question. Or if he threatened her? Answer. No. Question. Do you know if anyone made such an inquiry? Answer. No. Question. Did you know about Terry Bright's training with a bayonet? Answer. Yes, I heard Dr. Thorpen and Terry Bright talking about it in the motel room. I gave the judge another knowing look. Question. Did you try to determine by Mr. Bright's past conduct if he was the jealous type? Answer. No. Question. You knew that one of the first persons suspected in the murder of a wife is her husband? Answer. Yes. Question. Sometimes fights between husband and wife get out of control, and someone gets killed. Answer. Yes. Question. This is more likely to happen to wives who are promiscuous. Answer: Yes. Question: You learned that she went into bars? Answer: Only on one occasion. It was not uncommon for her to make such dates. Question: The only one you know about was with Alligator, when she made a date with him on her CB. Answer: Yes. The chief never tried to discover who called Beverly Bright on the night she was murdered. He'd learned she'd been upset from the call. Question: Did you ask Terry Bright if he made the call? Answer: No. Question: Did you even ask him the last time he talked to her? Answer: No. Question: Did you ask him the last contact he had with her? Answer: He said before she went to work on the afternoon of the 5th. Question: Would it have interested you if you had learned he made a call to her about 6 p.m.? Answer: At the time, no. I would like to look into it now. Question: Once Albert signed that confession, your investigation stopped until we got into the case. Isn't that true? Answer: Yes. I showed the jury photographs of Beverly Bright's face, both before and after the embalming. One photo showed the square indent on the woman's forehead that we thought came from a square setting in a man's ring. The number 6 juror would not look at the exhibit, but the number 1 juror was staring at Chief Campbell with obvious contempt. Question: Did you see any evidence there, referring to the photographs, that Beverly Bright was beaten? Answer: I saw evidence of a woman who was dragged down 17 stairs. Question: If that injury came from being dragged down the stairs, then why did you find her glasses at the top of the stairs, not the bottom? No answer. I asked that her glasses be produced. The clerk handed me a sack that contained the glasses. Question: Were her glasses bent? Answer: No. I asked Campbell to remove the glasses from the sack. Question: Look down on the nose piece. Are the glasses bent? Answer: Yes. Question: You are noticing that now, for the first time? Answer: I never noticed this before. I handed the glasses to the jurors to inspect. Jurors 3, 4, and 5 were clearly upset with Campbell. Juror 3 was glaring at him. Juror 9 covered her face with her hands. Question: Is it your present opinion that Beverly Bright wore her glasses in that bent condition prior to her death? Answer: No. I had Campbell circle on the photo the bruise on the deceased's nose. When the photo was passed to juror number 6, she again refused to look at it and shoved the photo to the number 5 juror to her left. Number 6, as we came to call her, threw me a look that suggested I'd be better off meeting Dracula with a toothache in a dark alley than her. Question: Did you look for anyone who wore a ring with a square mounting? Answer: No. Question: Did Terry Bright wear such a ring? Answer: I don't know. After court, Eddie and I changed from our court garb for the evening run at the Sundance High School track to run out the pent-up poisons that chew at you all day in the courtroom, the anger and frustration stuffed into the gut, and the emotional lid slammed shut. Then the next morning I continued my cross of the chief. Question: Were there any prints on the paper cup that was found lying on the floor? Answer: I don't know. I asked that the cup be produced. Question: Do you see 3 prints here? I was pointing to prints that had been dusted and clearly appeared on the cup. Answer: Yes, there appears to be a partial, one in the center that is a partial, and yes, a third. Question: Do you know whose prints these are? Answer. Yes, I think they're Mr. Smith's. Question. Smith was a member of the Lander police force? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you take Mr. Smith's prints? Answer. No. Question. If someone claimed this cup was retrieved out of the garbage, we'd been told this was the case, would you agree with that? Answer. No. Question. When you talked to the resident named Victor, he told you he saw a white car behind the school. Answer. Yes. Question. What color was Mr. Bright's car? Answer. It was a white Universal Jeep. Question. What time did Victor say it was there? Answer. Late at night. Question. Would it surprise you if Victor told our investigator, Mike Johnson, that he saw a man run out and get into the car? Answer. Nothing he'd say would surprise me. If you suggested something to him, he would probably say anything. Question. Where did you talk to Victor? Answer. In the sheriff's private office. Question. Did you record him? Answer. No. Question. Did you even take any notes? Answer. No. I didn't think he was confused when he saw a white car there. Question. Did you, or anyone you know, fingerprint Victor? Answer. No. Campbell must have forgotten his earlier testimony in one of the pre-trial motion hearings when he admitted they did fingerprint Victor. Campbell said he couldn't produce the skin scrapings from under Beverly Bright's nails because the crime lab used up the entire sample in testing. But the crime lab reported it had returned the scrapings. Campbell also admitted that no one saw any blood on Albert's clothes on the day of and after the murder. I asked him about the suspect we called Fingers. They'd made no inquiry about this man. None. Then I skipped to Judy Peabody, an employee at the school, and her knife, which McDougal alleged was the murder weapon. They'd taken no prints off Mrs. Peabody's desk. He said he went through Beverly Bright's car, which was parked at the school. He couldn't remember what was in it or in its glove box. Question. Well, Chief, was there anywhere in Albert's confession where he actually said that he had killed Beverly Bright? Answer. He didn't say he did, and he didn't say he didn't. I looked over at Shergi. He seemed unconcerned. Question. You and Mr. McDougal had Albert in the police car all the way back from Casper, and you were interrogating him the whole 2 hours on that trip back. Why didn't you have that conversation reduced to writing and signed by Albert? Answer. We were anxious to get home and file the charges against him. Question. Let me read from the transcript of an earlier hearing in which you were telling what you said to Albert concerning a waiver of his constitutional rights. I quote from your sworn testimony. You said you told Albert, if you waive your rights, you can have an attorney. You can have an attorney with you, but if you waive your rights, you don't necessarily want an attorney. Didn't you think that was a wee bit confusing? Answer. No. Question. Are you saying you can waive your rights to an attorney and still have an attorney? Answer. Yes. A person can disregard a waiver at any time. Question. You, of course, explained that in detail to Albert before you began your interrogation? Answer. No. Judge Llamos had recessed the trial for the day. I waited for the courtroom to clear, let Albert's parents spend a little time with him, and then in the quiet of the courtroom talked with Albert again. He seemed slightly more comfortable with me. So, Albert, how did you think our day went today? It was okay, he said. Aren't you angry at Chief Campbell? "It doesn't do you any good to be angry," he said. "Well, no, but aren't you a little upset with the investigation that Campbell made?" "Well, I was disappointed." Then he looked off across the courtroom with his eyes focused on something I couldn't identify. Dr. James Thorpen, the pathologist, was next on the stand. During his career, he'd completed between 3,000 and 3,500 autopsies. He was a friendly sort, a balding man with a round, happy face. I wondered how anyone could be happy after having cut up thousands of human bodies in various stages of decay. I liked him. I thought he told it as he saw it, and had no hound in the hunt. He testified he inventoried the contents of Beverly's pants pockets, 32 cents, 2 dimes, 2 nickels, 2 pennies, along with 3 keys. In the left pocket of her blouse were 5 packages of Great Western sugar. In her right pocket was some cellophane with a paper clip through it, the cellophane appearing to be a label off of a vanilla bottle. I recite these apparent irrelevancies because we can tell something about a person by what the person has or fails to have in his or her pockets. She had no medicine in her pockets, not even an aspirin, no comb, no lipstick, no perfume. She was there to work. And the keys? What door did they unlock? No one knew or had tried to find out. Dr. Thorpen testified Beverly had been stabbed 5 times with a blade at least 4 inches long and at least an inch wide. The first wound was in the upper left shoulder, the second through the ribs and into the left lung, the third through the front of the third rib and completely through the heart, the fourth extending into the liver and showed some twisting of the knife blade, the fifth into the right abdominal wall, cutting the many loops of the small and large intestines. It was a gaping wound through which a portion of the large bowel was protruding. All the wounds, except the wound through the heart, were inflicted with the cutting edge of the knife down. The wound through the heart was the opposite, the cutting edge of the knife up. Respecting the first 4 wounds, the knife was held like a sword, the cutting edge down. But when the killer struck her from the back, resulting in the wound through the heart, the knife traveled in a downward arc until the cutting edge ended up. The doctor could not say in what order the wounds were inflicted. Beverly Bright had been beaten, the doctor said. There were horizontal streaks of blood on her glasses and blood on her nose. Might we not agree that someone was at least marginally upset with the woman? But nobody had ever heard Albert raise his voice to anyone. My cross-examination of Thorpen was of an honest witness who readily admitted that he'd heard other witnesses discuss the facts of their testimony at meals and in Shergie's motel room. Thorpen said the blood splatters on the wall, waist-high, were from many different directions, and he said the assault against her occurred at more than one location. As for the knife, the top non-cutting edge was flat or rounded. Hilt marks were left by the knife on several of the wounds. The hilt was likely longer at the knife's bottom than its top. Thorpen thought the wounds were consistent with Beverly having been first beaten and then stabbed to death. He said that the injury to the back of her head was consistent with a larger man pounding the woman's head into the wall. Perhaps, he speculated, at some point the assailant was on top of the victim on the floor, just inside the gym at the doorway, where the doctor observed that the blood on the floor was smeared. Thorpen had come to the scene before the body was taken to the mortuary. He'd found her body lying face down in a heap. He thought the body had been moved before he got there. He thought that the urine pattern on her clothes, from involuntary voiding after death, was consistent with the corpse lying on its back. The marks and splatters of blood told him there was an element of pursuit and assault. The bloody handprint on the wall was 6 or 7 inches long, about the same size as Thorpen's hand, not the more diminutive hand of Albert. I asked the doctor, question, "Did Mr. Shergi ever sit down with you along with all the exhibits and facts and ask you to give him a blow-by-blow reconstruction?" Answer, "No, sir, not as such." Question, "Considering the frenzied, furious, violent, willful stabbing and beating, the assailant must have been filled with hate and anger?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "Something had to motivate such a killer?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "You have told us that the food in Beverly Bright's stomach was not completely digested?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "She ate at about 5 p.m., but was alive yet at 8 p.m., probably later. That would be at least 3 hours during which her food had not digested." Answer, "Yes." Question, "An emotional upset can stop food from digesting?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "The facts here are consistent with the deceased suffering an emotional upset?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "Were you ever told that Beverly Bright had a telephone call at 6:30 that evening?" Answer, "No." Question, "Would you have wanted to know what the call was about?" Answer, "Yes, sir. That would be significant." Judy Peabody, Shergi's next witness, testified about the knife. She'd purchased it with state funds and kept it hidden in the back of the center drawer in her desk. She got worried that it might have been the murder weapon, especially since Albert cleaned her room. She went to her desk with her husband and another witness, opened the drawer, and praise all saints, there was her knife, and it was along the side of the drawer, not the back. She forgot that she told Mike Johnson, our investigator, when I would open and shut the drawer, the knife would come forward, and I would each time shove it back. She told the jury that the last time she used the knife was in October of 1975, used it to cut up potatoes on a camping trip, washed it, and returned it to the drawer. When she and her husband and the witness retrieved the knife, it had moisture on the blade, along with lint, she said. She called Pee-wee, who immediately sent the knife to the state lab. The report that came back claimed the knife had human blood on it, but in such a minute amount that it couldn't be typed. No fingerprints. My cross-examination was fitted to a lady who I believed was terrified that the knife she'd bought with state funds and that sat in her desk all these years had become a murder weapon. Question, "You and I have never discussed your testimony, isn't that true?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "You've discussed it with Mr. Shergi?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "When was the first time?" Answer, "In Mr. Shergi's office in March of '76. She admitted discussing her testimony with Mr. Shergi 4 more times, most recently that morning. Question, "Before today, did they," pointing to the prosecutor's table, "also give you your statement to read to refresh your memory?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "It is merely a 1-page statement which you gave in March of '76 to Mr. Shergi?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "You have reread it at least 5 times, isn't that true?" Answer, "Yes." Question, "Since you've been to Sundance, have you been shown the knife by Mr. Shergi?" Answer, No. Inked initials appeared on the knife. I asked, question. You saw no person initial the knife, did you? Answer. No. Question. Did the sheriff tell you these were his initials? Answer. No. Question. Do you know whose initials these are? Answer. No. Question. How can you tell us that this is the knife that came from your drawer? The witness wouldn't answer the question. Finally she said, Answer. I have no reason to doubt the officers of Fremont County about the knife they initialed. Question. Please look at the knife. She took the knife gingerly into her hands as if it might turn on her suddenly. Question. Were these initials on the handle the last time you saw it and before you came here? Answer. No. Question. Where did you last see the knife? Answer. In the basement, here in the courthouse. Question. Is the knife in the same condition as it was on March 8th, 1976? Answer. No. Question. Then you saw streaks? Answer. Yes. Question. Now it is polished and shined? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you polish and shine it? Answer. No. Question. Who else did you see in the basement here besides Sheriff McDougal? Answer. Chief Campbell. Question. That knife was used for camping? Answer. Yes. Question. It was not under your exclusive control? Answer. No, Paul Scott used it, but I know Paul well enough to know he would never let anyone else use the knife. He is so responsible. I know he wouldn't. Question. But do you know if anyone else used it? Answer. No. Question. How about Mary Morehouse? Answer. She used it in 1975 on a camping trip. Question. Residents from the school were on that camping trip? Answer. Yes. Question. Would you know if a resident cut himself on the knife? No answer. She said that when McDougal came for the knife, he just reached in and took it out, and then he removed the knife and looked at the blade and put it in a plastic bag. I wondered, could anyone take an oath that this was the murder weapon? Then Shergy called a state lab technician, one Richard Dixon, who was trying to explain how the items sent to the state lab were returned to the Lander police, 22 items by his records. On cross, I had him count the items in the box. There were only 11. So I was later to refer to his box as Pandora's box. What evidence was missing, and where had it gone? Eddie and I were running after court again on the high school track. This track is a metaphor for what goes on in court each day, I said. We go around and cover the same ground over and over, and the landscape remains the same. Their case is starting to fall apart, Eddie said. I've been watching the jurors. They seem like they're with us, Gerry. I've been wrong before, but I think they're coming around. How about number 6? 6 and nix, Eddie said, and laughed. At last Pee-wee McDougal, sitting next to Shergy at the council table, took the stand. McDougal was born in Scotland in 1914 and claimed he was born within sight of Edinburgh Castle. After you sorted him out, what you found was a practical man who wanted to get along, then go do some roping with one of his good roping horses. He had that dour countenance, reminded me of Alfred Hitchcock in a cowboy hat and boots. He had a quick smile that put you off guard, but now, when he looked back at me from the witness stand, the smile had retreated. Pee-wee was a man driven by a well-concealed intelligence. He had no formal education, but he'd become a champion of common sense. You can see him standing there with his hands hanging by their thumbs from his belt, a big silver cowboy buckle in front, a man in his early 60s who stood about 5'7", broad through the shoulders, little pot-belly, but nothing to be ashamed of for a man his age. McDougal, who had a believable way about him, would be Shergie's bridge to victory. If Pee-wee said it, well, it was the by-God truth. McDougal testified that before he questioned Albert, he said to the boy, "I understand you want to talk to me, but I know you want to go to Beverly's funeral first. After that you can come back and talk." Albert went to the funeral and returned to the sheriff's office at about 3 p.m. He came into my office with Chief Campbell. "There were questions I wanted to ask him," the sheriff said, "but first I had to advise him of his rights." "Of course." Then that troublesome word waiver came up. McDougal said that Albert didn't know what that meant, and McDougal told him it meant that he could talk to them now, and that at any time he wanted an attorney, he could have one. All nice and clean and innocent as a Girl Scout selling her cookies door to door. Then McDougal began asking Albert his tricky what-if questions. "What if your prints were on the desk?" He claimed Albert said they must have gotten there when he was cleaning the desk. "What if we found your prints on her wristwatch?" Albert supposedly said he needed to see what time it was. "Well, didn't you have a watch?" Another of Albert's feeble answers. "I was having a hard time getting to my watch because the sleeve on my shirt was too tight." McDougal's next. "What if your prints are on the knife?" Albert's supposed answer. "I took it out to see how sharp it was." That answer put us in deep trouble. I looked at Albert. He was shaking his head no, as if a palsy had struck him, his face pale, his hands folded on his lap, holding tightly onto each other. McDougal insisted he had no idea what kind of knife to look for. That is, until Mrs. Peabody came to him and ushered him to her desk, where he reached in and retrieved a knife from her middle desk drawer. Prints on the knife? Not even Pee-wee's were on the knife, although he'd taken the knife out of the scabbard with a thumb and forefinger at the base of the knife's handle, which was leather, not wood, as Mrs. Peabody testified. The sheriff testified that he asked Albert if they could take his fingerprints. Albert said, okay. Could the sheriff have the clothes he wore that night? Albert said, okay. Could the sheriff search his car? Albert said, okay. Pee-wee testified that he'd made arrangements for Albert to be interviewed, the benign word he used, by a man in Casper, a polygraph operator. And this interview was totally up to Albert. Voluntary was the next word McDougal used. Albert thought that he should ask his father. In short, everything the cops did with Albert was copacetic, lawful, and voluntary. He simply up and confessed to killing Beverly Bright. That simple. I began my cross-examination of Shergie's star witness by having McDougal admit that Albert was shy, looked bird-like, had a soft voice, and was sometimes difficult to hear, looked nervous, and smiled a lot when he talked. Although he himself looked hard and tough, McDougal claimed he was open and sensitive to people's fears. He came off like a bull sniffing a rosebud. He admitted people might be frightened of him, especially backward, timid, shy farm boys. He agreed that the murder of Beverly might have been extraordinarily shocking to Albert. It even shocked McDougal. And folks were afraid, he said. They wondered if they were suspects. Although he'd asked a lot of questions in this murder case, he'd made no notes. Yet he told us word for exact word what Albert said to him. He claimed he was patient with Albert. Yes, he admitted he had a bad left ear. He didn't know how long it had been, but he didn't miss a thing when Albert talked to him on March 6th, 1976. I asked, question, if your left ear was bad, you wouldn't know if you missed something, isn't that true? Answer, right. Question, and sometimes your memory is affected by what others say they recall. Answer, yes. Question, you especially wanted to solve this murder because you are facing some other unsolved murders in your county, isn't that true? Answer, yes. He admitted to 3 as I named them. Question, you'd better solve this one vicious killing. Answer, yes. Question, now, on the 9th of March, 5 days after the murder, Albert didn't just toddle down to your office on his own accord. You called the school to send him down. Answer, yes. McDougal wasn't happy with where we were headed. His mouth grew sour, the eyes narrowed. He said Albert's story that he was ordered to drag a body down some stairs and mop up the blood, and that Albert then escaped from the killer, seemed odd. He admitted that Albert, a backward farm boy, was likely afraid when he came to the sheriff's office. Chief of Police Campbell was also there, a man 6'1" or 6'2", who weighed 200 pounds or more. Albert was seated between the two. From where Albert sat, he could see the jail and hear the officers on their police radio. Then McDougal shut the door. Question, would you say that to be shut in a small room with the door closed, surrounded by 2 big officers, might be frightening? Answer, yes, I'd say he'd be frightened. Might depend on your conscience. Question, some people get so frightened they get the facts confused. Answer, yes, could have happened. Question, and when people get confused, they come off as guilty? Answer, yes, I've seen that many times. Question, don't you know as an officer who has interrogated many people that one of the principal tools of interrogation is fear? Answer, no, sir. I waited a long moment, looking from juror to juror. Question, you tell the suspect what a tight fix he's in, isn't that true? Answer, yes. Question, that makes them afraid? Answer, yes. Question, you put the knife down on the table in front of him, didn't you? Might guess. Answer, yes. Question, you think if you put such a weapon down in front of an innocent farm boy, a suspect in a bloody murder, that would further frighten him? Answer, yes, sir, it would frighten any farm boy, but not if he was innocent. Question, you think only the guilty would be frightened? Answer, yes. Question, then you showed him a bloody photo of the dead girl. Another guess. Answer, yes. Question, have you ever had a good friend, and then you had someone show you a photo of that person dead and in a pile of blood? Answer, no. Question, as a sensitive person, it would shock you, wouldn't it? Answer, yes. Question, some people can take quite a bit of horror, and some can't stand to see a photo of blood. Isn't that true? Answer, yes, but Albert wasn't shocked at all. Question, how do you know that? Answer, he never said anything. Question, and you questioned Albert for more than 4 hours? The next morning, McDougal was still on the stand. The sheriff admitted they found no motive for Albert to kill Beverly Bright. Albert had no history of violence. He'd never been in any trouble, not even a parking ticket. There was no physical evidence to tie him to the murder. McDougal admitted he'd obtained many confessions through the years. He said he had a recorder and could have recorded everything he said to Albert before they took him to Casper to meet the polygraph operator, but they recorded nothing. He wouldn't admit that statements had been made by the officers to Albert that he wouldn't want a jury to hear. I asked McDougal. Question. There were a good number of residents at the school who could have committed this killing. Answer. Yes. Question. And you learned Beverly Bright had a lot of men in her life? Answer. Yes. Question. And there was only one suspect who said anything to you, and that was Albert? Answer. Yes. Question. You wouldn't have put him through all of this if he hadn't come forward. Isn't that true? Answer. It helped. Question. Here was a boy who was raised right, and who did what good citizens are taught to do, to come forward and help law enforcement. Answer. Yes. Question. Don't you make room for the possibility that the killer thought that Albert was a resident at the training school? You drag her down there, you mop the floor, you don't tell anyone or I will kill you, and all the rest. No answer. Question. Your mind is made up, isn't it? Answer. Yes. Shergy hauled me up to the bench. I was abusing Sheriff McDougal, he said. The judge didn't agree, but Shergy's complaint told me I was cutting an unwelcome swath through his case. Question. Albert told you the man was of medium height and weight with dark hair? Answer. Yes. Question. Did you ever ask the supervisor that night what Albert told him? Answer. No. As for Terry Bright, McDougal did not check out his alibi, didn't search his car, didn't check his clothes, didn't take his prints, nor show him the supposed murder weapon, the knife. He admitted that in the killing of a married woman, the first person to consider as a likely suspect is the husband. He also admitted that sometimes innocent people confess crimes when they've suffered coercion, either physically or psychologically. Then, after all of those hours of intense questioning under Sheriff McDougal and Chief Campbell, they sent the boy to the polygraph operator in Casper. Question. You asked Albert if he didn't want to go to her funeral. It's shocking to go to the funeral of a friend, especially if you're accused of killing her. Answer. Yes. Question. You sent Albert to the funeral before you began your interrogation of him? Answer. Yes. Question. And going to her graveside would be extremely moving? Answer. Yes. Question. You knew her parents were there weeping, and her little daughter as well? Answer. Yes. Question. That would add a lot of shock and emotion. Answer. Yes. Question. Even if Albert were innocent, he'd be in trauma. Answer. No, he wouldn't. Question. When he came back, you showed him those bloody photos, didn't you? Answer. Yes. Question. And you gave all of the crime scene photos to the Casper polygraph operator Dovala, isn't that true? Answer. We gave him all that we thought would be helpful. As for his search of Albert's car, McDougal said he glanced at the seats. He was looking for blood. He found no blood, and saw nothing that would lead him to believe the car had been washed. The sheriff didn't look closely in the trunk. He didn't recall if he looked under the seats. He couldn't remember what kind of a car it was, the kind of seats, or their color. Question. But you remember the details of 4 hours of interrogation of Albert? Answer. I don't know what all I talked to him about. Question. Practically speaking, you were exercising control over Albert. Answer. Yes. Question. One of you in your office said, "You zapped her," or "You blasted her." Isn't that true? Answer. That was said, yes. Question. So a good deal of what you say Albert said was what you told Albert in the course of your 4-hour interrogation of him. Isn't that true? Answer. Yes. Question. And what Albert didn't know, he later learned from the Casper guy. Answer. Yes. Question. Have you ever gotten a confession after having lied to an accused about a fact? Answer. No. Question. But what you asked Albert was, what if your prints are on the knife? What do you say about that? Answer. Yes, I said that. And if I was innocent, I would have said, that's a damn lie. Question. Your question wasn't exactly a lie, but it implied to Albert that his prints were on the knife. It was a trick question to this boy, wasn't it? Answer. No. McDougal had earlier admitted that there were no fingerprints on Beverly's watch. Question. It was 7 p.m. and you had Albert go with Campbell to be printed. Isn't that true? Answer. No, it was a little after 5:30. I read to him from a transcript of his testimony at a motion hearing in which McDougal had earlier said it was 7 p.m. when Albert was printed, and that the printing took 15 minutes. Answer. Well, that's the way it reads. Question. That's the way it was. Answer. Well, I'm wrong on that. Question. You knew Albert was not experienced in the law. Answer. Yes. Question. And the best way for him to protect his rights was for him to have a lawyer. Answer. Yes. The scowling old devil. A part of myself kept prodding me to remember that I liked him. Couldn't help it. He was tough, but not in-your-face tough. He was honest according to his own code, and abided by it, the niceties of the law notwithstanding. I never thought Pee-wee was overly burdened with compassion. He called the drunks pukes, and the Indians war-whoops. His understanding of those whose experiences were different than his was nearly non-existent. I thought Albert was one of those. He admitted that if Albert had been his son, he probably would have gotten him an attorney. The public defender had his office in the same building in which McDougal and Campbell were interrogating Albert. McDougal insisted he told Albert he'd be questioned by another police officer in Casper. But I called his attention to his earlier words at one of the motion hearings. Then he testified that he told Albert he would be interviewed. The power of words. I drew McDougal's attention to Campbell's statement that he thought Albert looked confused. McDougal argued back, I didn't think he was confused, but I wouldn't deny that Campbell said that. He said that he knew Albert desperately wanted to prove his innocence, so since they hadn't gotten a confession, they took him to someone who was good at getting confessions. McDougal told Albert he could prove his innocence there. Prove his innocence? In America? My best memory is that in America, the state must prove your guilt, and beyond a reasonable doubt. Question. Did Albert's father ask you, shouldn't I get an attorney for Albert? Answer. Yes. Question. You knew that Mr. Hancock was a poor rancher? Answer. Yes. Question. And that their son was the most important thing in the world to them? Answer. Probably. Question. You wanted the Hancocks to trust you? Answer. Yes. Question. You suggested to the Hancocks that Albert talk to Mr. Shergy? Answer. Yes. Question. But you also knew that the prosecutor wouldn't help them? No answer. Question. You never told them about the availability of a public defender in the same building? Answer. No. Question. And all the way home from Casper, a 2-hour trip, Chief Campbell and you had that secret tape recorder that was sometimes turned on and sometimes turned off. Isn't that true? Answer. I was driving. I don't know what Campbell was doing. He was in the back seat. Albert was in the front seat next to me. Question. You didn't tell Albert or his parents that the man who was going to interview Albert in Casper, this Dovala person, had special psychological training, did you? Answer. I didn't tell them that. Question. As for the word interview, one is interviewed for a job, isn't that true? Answer. Yes. Question. And later, Albert asked you if what he told the poly operator in Casper would keep him from being hired as a police officer? Answer. Yes. Question. Do you think Albert's question showed Albert had a clear understanding of what was happening? Answer. Well... Question. Wouldn't a straight answer from you be, that was strange. You bet, I thought he was confused. Answer. No, sir. Question. Don't you think that the Casper poly operator Dovala was 100% effective in breaking the boy down with his psychological expertise? Answer. No. Question. But you sent him there to get a confession, not to be interviewed. Isn't that true? He didn't answer. I didn't push him. The jury knew the answer. McDougal admitted he saw Beverly Bright's purse, but he didn't see the money in it, didn't go through her billfold, didn't see her coat. As a matter of fact, he saw nothing in her little office. Whatever evidence was there that might point to the killer was lost. The sheriff hadn't gathered Albert's school records. They were exemplary. He was in the National Guard and had security clearance, but McDougal hadn't checked his records. Nor did he check with any of Albert's teachers, his 4-H leaders, no one. Question. You never checked Terry Bright's fingerprints? Answer. No, I didn't. Question. Billy Kane, Beverly Bright's father, came to you and told you he didn't believe that Albert did it. Answer. Yes. Question. Mr. Kane even told you he went to the state cops and asked them to do something. Answer. Yes. Question. Don't you think that in all fairness, you should go back to Fremont County and complete your investigation? Answer. I figure it is complete. Question. You thought so when you got Albert's confession. Isn't that true? Answer. Yes. Question. What would you do for him if you found he was innocent? Answer. I would do what I could for him. Again, I stayed with Albert after court adjourned. I wanted to reassure him. Are you afraid, Albert? He didn't answer. You know, Albert, before they get you, they have to kill me with an axe. Suddenly, he stiffened in panic. That's just an expression, Albert. Nobody is going to kill anyone, not you and not me. I didn't do it, Mr. Spence. Sheriff said I did. He looked at me as if I should understand. It was no surprise when Arnold Shergy called to the stand the Casper polygraph operator David Dovala. In Casper, and alone, Albert had been ushered into Dovala's small office. Dovala assured the jury that he had advised the boy of his rights. That terrible machine men have manufactured to catch liars when they know the machine itself lies, the infamous polygraph, sat on a stand in front of Albert, waiting for its next victim. Davala was a tall man, 6'3", and weighed a couple of 100 pounds or more. He claimed that after he administered Albert his rights, he asked, "Do you wish to talk to me now?" And Albert said he did. Why not? This was the man to whom MacDougall had sent Albert so that the boy could prove his innocence. Question. Shergi. What happened after the two of you sat down in your office? Answer. Davala. I asked him questions, and he answered them. The tape was given to my secretary, and she typed up the confession. Question. Then what happened? Answer. I had him read it, he signed it, and it was witnessed by both Sheriff MacDougall and Chief of Police Campbell. Question. Were his parents there after he signed it? Answer. Yes, his father said the only reason he signed it was because he was pressured. I said to Albert, "Albert, you are 20 years old now. You might as well be a man." Then Albert said, "I did it." Davala testified he didn't threaten Albert and offered no inducements or promises. He treated him kindly and sympathized with him. He saw no evidence of fear, no emotion. Although he was emotionally withdrawn, he saw no remorse. Albert was alert and understood, Davala said. Question. Shergi. What was your method of interrogation? Answer. I sat in a quiet room and just talked casually, treating him with respect. I said he should get it off his chest and tell the whole truth. Question. Did you ask him to write out his confession? Answer. He said he didn't know what to write. He seemed to freeze. He clammed up. Question. So you recorded what he had to say? Answer. Yes, but he didn't speak as freely after the recorder started as he did before. Shergi offered the so-called confession into evidence over my objections. It was allowed by Judge Liamos. Davala read it to the jury. The jury was enraptured. Some looked sternly at Davala. Some glanced from time to see how Albert reacted. Albert sat there and blinked and blinked. Davala, reading from the confession. Where did you get the knife from that you used? I don't know, really. Was it your knife or what? No. What kind of knife was it? A hunting knife, I guess. A hunting knife. Was it a folding knife or one that, it was in a scabbard? Did you take it to work with you or what? No. Do you have it at home now? No. Do you know what happened to the knife? I must have dropped it someplace. I just want you to tell me what happened. Albert started speaking, but the recording device supposedly failed for a while. Blank spaces in the transcription. What was omitted, no one will ever know. It picked up again with Albert saying, "And I helped her." Then more blanks. Finally, Albert said, "It didn't make any sense. It just felt like a Dr. Jekyll and a Mr. Hyde." Albert said in the supposed confession that he and Beverly Bright had not been arguing. He didn't know if he stabbed her more than once. He didn't know, but he must have dragged her downstairs. He guessed he took the mop and mopped up the blood. He did not sexually assault her. He denied trying to cover things up by saying he saw someone running. He did see someone. Davala told him that that person didn't have anything to do with the killing, and Albert said, "I don't think so." When he was shown a picture of a bloody handprint and asked if it could be his answer again was not recorded. Unintelligible. Albert said he didn't touch her, didn't get his hands bloody. He saw the mop in a photo and said it was the mop he used to clean up. He didn't know if she was alive when he left her. Davala read where she ran into the gym and she asked, "What's the matter with you?" He didn't know where he stabbed her. Davala suggested she then fell down, and Albert agreed. Next, Davala asked Albert, "And then you dragged her down the stairs where they found her. Is that where—" More inaudibles. Initially true? Who knows what that question was about? But Albert's answer was also inaudible. "Have you ever done anything like this before?" "No," Albert answered. And that was a confession to a murder? A killer who had stabbed a woman 5 times with a large hunting knife and doesn't know if he stabbed her more than once and doesn't know what happened to the knife or where it came from. A killer who dragged her body down the stairs, leaving a massive bloody trail, and can't confirm the basic facts of the murder except what he was told. I began my cross-examination. Davala admitted he had some psychological training and put it to use employing his own techniques. He said McDougal and Campbell provided him a set of facts. I found myself wondering, wouldn't Davala have to give both McDougal and Campbell a lie detector test as well, if Davala was to rely on the facts they fed him? Where does truth-telling begin? Question. If the sheriff told you incorrect information, then you may have proceeded incorrectly, too. Answer. Yes. Question. How many times prior to today have you talked with Mr. McDougal about this case? Answer. Don't know. I let that answer go. Question. How many times to Chief Campbell? Answer. Don't know. I let that answer go. Question. How many times to Mr. Shergi? Answer. Don't know. I let that answer go. His cumulative insistence that he didn't know how many times he'd spoken to McDougal and Campbell or even Shergi about the case was met with my "I can't believe it" raising of my eyebrows. What was he hiding? Question. Did you talk to Mr. Shergi today? Answer. Yes. Davala had identified 8 photos that he showed Albert. Death, blood, horror. Question. So did you induce Albert to give this confession? Answer. No. Question. What does induce mean? He threw his head back and looked up at the ceiling. Answer. It means to get someone to do something. Question. Would this be a better definition, to offer something to someone to do something? He nodded yes. Question. We are not all motivated by the same inducements, isn't that true? Answer. Yes. Question. You are not afraid of me? Answer. No. Question. Some people are afraid of police officers. Answer. Yes. Question. And such fear varies from person to person. Answer. Yes. Question. You have heard of people being brainwashed? Answer. Yes. Question. Have you heard of persons who have given false confessions? Answer. Yes. Question. Albert was under stress when you interviewed him, and you knew it. Answer. Yes. Question. No way to measure accurately the amount of stress he was under? Answer. No. Question. You are under stress right now? Answer. Yes. Question. And tolerance to stress varies from person to person? Answer. Yes. Question. You work with streetwise criminals? Answer. Yes. Question. Albert wasn't a streetwise criminal, was he? Answer. No. Question. You saw Albert as timid and shy? Answer. No. Question. Would it take more stress to break a streetwise criminal than Albert? Answer. Yes. Question. You needed Albert's trust and tried to get it. Answer: yes. Question: you talked down or minimized the crime of murder. Isn't that true? Answer: yes. Question: part of your procedure is to minimize the crime and to get the subject to trust you. Isn't that true? Answer: yes. Question: did you know that Officers McDougal and Campbell talked with Albert about his wanting to be a police officer? Answer: yes. Question: would it be an inducement to ask Albert to clear this up in order to get a job in law enforcement? Answer: yes, it could be, but I didn't offer that inducement. Question: he told you about a man running outside by the building? Answer: no, he told me several different stories during the interview. Question: he did tell you he didn't kill Beverly Bright, didn't he? Answer: yes. Question: his parents weren't present when he signed the confession? Answer: no. Question: only you, Albert, and the machine were present? Answer: yes. Question: and he was scared? Answer: yes. Davala admitted he might have used double questions on Albert, trick questions. Here's one such question from Davala to Albert. Did she run into the gym after you stabbed her? His answer, either yes or no to this question, agrees that he stabbed her. Another of Davala's trick questions: is this an accurate picture of how she was left? Either yes or no assumes he knew how she was left. Question: you tried to ask him fair questions? Answer: yes. Question: but you asked him, where were you standing when you stabbed her? He didn't answer. Question: and when you asked him to write out his confession, he said, I wouldn't know what to write. Isn't that true? Answer: yes. Question: have you ever seen persons so frightened that they cried, lost control, so frightened that they even wet their pants? He nodded yes. Question: did you hold out to him that you might be one to help him? Answer: it might appear that way. Question: you didn't tell him you were questioning him as a favor for McDougal? Answer: no. Question: did Albert know your purpose was to get a confession? Answer: I don't know. Question: didn't you tell him he could go home if he answered your questions? Answer: no. Question: did you tell him you were a disinterested person? Answer: could be, but I was. Question: did you tell him you were a police officer? Answer: I introduced myself as a police officer. I looked at the words on the so-called confession again. Did the author lower his voice, smile, raise an eyebrow, look threatening? Dead words on a page cannot tell how the words were said. Albert was in that little room with Davala for 3 hours. I could maybe read the book of Genesis in 3 hours, probably be a better person if I had. Thinking of Albert, one can grow old in 3 hours. I asked Davala, question: did Albert ever get out of that room until he signed the confession? Answer: no. Question: did the sheriff tell you they found a print on her watch? Answer: yes. Yes? Question: you believed him? Answer: yes. Yes? Question: you called this to the defendant's attention? Answer: may have. I prepared many hours for this cross-examination. The last question about the print on the watch had never crossed my mind. Sometimes, when the mind is open, truth sneaks in. Had the sheriff lied to Davala when he told him they found a print on the watch? I took a quick glance over at Eddie. He looked sad. Gergy was strangely silent and immobile. A lie at the heart of a case often destroys the case. The jury knew that McDougal had already testified there were no prints on Beverly Bright's watch. I looked over at the jury and let silence underline Davala's crucial admission. Then I continued. Question. You told Albert he'd be better off if he confessed? Answer. No. I told him he would feel better if he told the truth. Question. Did you tell him that no one would believe his story? Answer. I don't know. My cross-examination was beginning to cause the borders of Davala's voice to vibrate in approaching anger. One wondered how Albert would have reacted to that sound, alone in Davala's office for 3 hours and bundled in his own blanket of fear. I looked over at Albert. He was staring at the floor, and his mother was holding his hand. Davala admitted that despite his best effort, he was unable to find a motive for the murder. I turned back to the confession. Question. In several places, you talk about the stabbing. Did Albert ever once say, I stabbed her or I killed her? Answer. No, sir. Question. These were your words? He nodded. Question. You say, Officer Davala, that everything that Albert said to you was in that confession. Answer. Yes. Question. And you said that Albert told you he got the knife from a desk drawer in the administration building? Answer. Yes. Question. Show me where that's in his confession? Answer. It doesn't appear in the confession. The next morning, Dave Davala was still on the stand. I said there wasn't any way for Albert to prove what was or wasn't said. This veteran police officer turned to the jury and said, You can put him on the stand. I immediately moved for a mistrial. We bounded into the judge's chambers. The sound level of the arguments there could have punctured a sturdy ceiling. I told the judge in low English that this was an experienced police officer who knew full well that Albert was not required to take the stand, that Davala had in open court in front of this jury violated Albert's constitutional rights and made a mockery of His Honor's attempt to preserve his right to a fair trial. I am told I threw my pen. It was not aimed at the judge, but it went flying across the judge's desk. Gergy offered to talk to his witness and get it straightened out. The judge said, Well, let's see if you can. I thought it better to have Davala confess to the jury that he'd made a grave mistake, rather than have the judge give one of his perfunctory instructions. Once an important witness for the state admits error, the foundation of the state's case begins to expose more ominous cracks. During the recess, Gergy talked to Davala, after which I began my cross-examination anew. Question. Do you remember what you said to the jury about how Albert could prove what he actually said to you? Answer. Yes. I'm sorry I said that. It was an error on my part. What I said was a mistake. Question. You know that Albert has no duty to prove anything in this case? Answer. Yes. Question. It is your duty to fairly and accurately record what was said during your interview, not his. Answer. Yes. Question. And you only recorded what you wanted to record. Isn't that true? Answer: Yes. Question: And when you talked to Albert, he didn't have an attorney there, did he? Answer: No. Question: No attorney to bring out his side or to ask his questions? Answer: No. Question: But he told you he was scared and someone else had killed her? Answer: Yes. Question: And you told him that wasn't true? Answer: Yes. Question: You knew or have heard how afraid Albert was that he'd be killed by this man, the murderer? Answer: I read that in the newspaper. Question: Don't you think you should have better information than newspaper information before you pass judgment on the guilt of another? No answer. Question: Did you ever interview Terry Bright? Answer: No. Question: Would you have interviewed him if you'd been asked to by Sheriff McDougal or Chief Campbell? Answer: Yes. Davala was excused. He walked from the witness stand without looking at the jury or any of us. The bailiff opened the door for him. I looked over at Shergi. Had the sparrow somehow escaped the hawk? Shergi rested his case. I made the standard motion for a dismissal of the charges, insufficient evidence to sustain the prosecutor's case. My motion was denied in the standard way with the standard comment by the judge. The jury should decide. I called Sheriff McDougal back to the stand. Good place to start. A quick frontal attack on the enemy. I asked McDougal if after having heard all of the testimony in the case he had reopened his investigation. McDougal gave me a "someday I will catch you behind the barn" look. His answer was no. I have no further questions of the sheriff, I said, and dismissed him. I called Dan Brown of Hudson, who said he lived about a quarter of a mile from the Brights on the same dead-end street. On the night of the murder, he saw a car leave the Brights' residence at about 10 or 11. He couldn't see who was driving. I asked if the sheriff had ever talked to him. No, he said. In my opinion, John Kenyon could be considered a viable suspect, his explosive temper and their recent affair. I called Henrietta June West, Beverly Bright's best friend. Question: Did you know about her affair with Mr. Kenyon? Answer: Yes. She said she had always loved him, and she believed that a woman could only have one true love during her life, and he had been her one true love. She said they had drifted apart after high school, but when he came to land her on a construction job at the school, they found each other again. She broke off her affair just before her murder. She had a good husband and loved her child and was going to stay home. She said that the night of the murder, Beverly had wanted to talk to her alone. Beverly was nervous and fidgety, but before they could talk, they had to go back to work. But Kenyon had all his fingers. As Henrietta June West was testifying, some of the jurors kept watching McDougal for his reaction. Why had this testimony been kept from them? Shergi didn't cross-examine the woman. The time had come for us to call Dr. Robert Fairbairn, our psychiatric expert. He was a tall, middle-aged man with a full head of gray hair, slender and elegant in his appearance. He looked from one juror to another as he answered my questions in a quiet voice and with the style and poise of an expert. He told how he had interviewed Albert under sodium amytal, not once, but twice, during the 2 weeks that he studied him in a Denver psychiatric hospital. That drug, when given by an intravenous drip, is reputed to act as a sort of truth serum. which is to say that one under the drug will often relate information that he or she would have otherwise blocked. Dr. Fairbairn told the jury the story Albert related to him under the influence of the drug. It was the same story Albert told Buck Rogers 2 years before we got into the case, about the large dark man with a knife who commanded Albert to drag the body down the stairs, hide it, and mop up the blood. Dr. Fairbairn believed that Albert had been intimidated into making a confession, that the confession was not given voluntarily, and that Albert failed to understand its gravity. I asked the doctor, question, how do you explain that Albert agreed to this so-called confession? Answer, Albert is the kind of person who says things to placate those in authority. He described Albert as childlike, immature, frightened, unable to cope, and socially inept. The doctor said, I wasn't surprised that the murderer didn't kill Albert as well. He said he had administered sodium amytal to Albert because I, his attorney, had been doubtful of Albert's story. The doctor said he believed Albert, and to settle the matter, he wanted to see how he would react under the drug. As a result of his interview of Albert, while he was under the influence of sodium amytal, he was convinced that Albert was telling the truth. Gerry cross-examined and began by wrestling with the doctor on what was opinion versus fact. Do you leave room for the possibility that your opinion is wrong? Dr. Fairbairn replied, yes. The problem chronically exists. I use the words I think or I believe or usually. I had never heard an expert say it as honestly. Most often they say their opinion is the all-be-damned truth, and if you don't like it, you are an ignorant jackhandle. I watched Dr. Fairbairn walk from the courtroom. Had he saved Albert? Or was he seen by the jurors as one of those quack doctors who think they can fool a person with their fancy talk? It was decision time again. We dared not put Albert on the stand. In his state, he'd be unable to understand the implication of the questions put to him, and helpless to convince 12 people of anything except that he was incompetent as a witness. Dr. Fairbairn's testimony put Albert's story clearly before the jury without Albert having to utter a word. Through his testimony, the doctor had become Albert. It had been hard for me to get close to Albert. It was easier for me to care about his parents, especially his mother. I've always preached you have to love your client. Sometimes that's a very big order. But if you don't have genuine feelings for your client, you can't ask the jury to do what you can't do, to care for your client. Dr. Fairbairn had revealed Albert Hancock to me in a way that permitted me to better understand him. Here was a frightened, naive farm boy who had single-handedly fought off big, tough cops for hours on end, and who at last said words that, taken together, fell short of an understandable confession of murder. "Is it time?" I asked Eddie. He nodded yes. I announced, "The defense rests. There would be no more witnesses, no going back." But Gerry wasn't done. As we've learned here, the state has the right to the last word. Gerry called a witness who swore that Kenyon had been at a Masonic Lodge meeting in Shoshone between 7:10 p.m. and 9:15 p.m. on the night of the murder. Kenyon couldn't have traveled the 45 miles to Lander in time for the murder, which was committed between 6:45 p.m. and 8 p.m. But why hadn't Gerry called Kenyon himself to testify to his whereabouts? Was he afraid that under my cross-examination Kenyon might explode? And if he did, I could argue to the jury that they'd witnessed the same untamed rage that Beverly Bright had faced the night of her murder. After that, Shergi rested his case. Arguments on the judge's instructions to the jury took all day. Eddie took the lead. The judge ended up giving his standard instructions in a murder case. The state would be required to prove Albert Hancock's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The accused had no duty to prove his innocence. Albert Hancock was presumed innocent. The jury would decide what witnesses were or weren't credible, and the confession must be voluntary. The following day was the 4th of July. How was it that Madame Fate, still laughing at her own little jokes, arranged things so that the final arguments in this case in Sundance, Wyoming, for the murder of Black Sundance, and in Crook County, should take place on the 4th of July? Arnold Shergi came marching into court, decked out in a white suit, a red and white polka-dot shirt, and a blue tie. I objected to his costume in chambers. Shergi said, "Isn't it patriotic to convict murderers on the 4th of July?" I saw the judge parcel out one of his rare, distant chuckles. He pretended to thumb through his rule book. "I know of no rules that dictate the color of the prosecutor's garb. The only requirement here is that the lawyers dress appropriately, which includes a coat and tie. This is the 4th of July. I hold that red, white, and blue are appropriate." Shergi had Terry Bright seated in the courtroom with his little 7-year-old daughter. I asked the court to exclude the man and his child, who were hate props. The judge agreed that the child should be removed. I didn't want her, at her tender age, hearing statements about her mother, Judge Liamos said. Then Shergi walked up to the podium with a pretty box, about the size of 2 shoe boxes. It was wrapped in bright paper, with a big ribbon around it. I knew what was coming. I'd used the prop years before when Shergi was my deputy. As is said, what goes around comes around. This is more of Mr. Shergi's theatrics and another improper prop, I argued at the bench. "What do you intend to do with the exhibit, Mr. Shergi?" the judge asked. The jury was still waiting in the jury room. "I'm going to show that this box is the defense in the case. When you take the pretty wrapping and ribbon off of the box and open the box, there's nothing inside." "No," the judge said, "you have the burden of proof. The defense isn't required to put anything inside the box. You're not going to use that. Let's see if we can keep to the law." Arnold Shergi began his final argument by gifting the jurors with that bashful, faint smile of his, and quietly acknowledged that the jurors had been delayed in their haying and housework because of this trial. He thanked them for sticking it out, doing their duty, in this, the longest criminal trial in Wyoming's history, 7 weeks. Then, like any good storyteller, Shergi set about to cast the characters in this drama. There were decent citizens who were mercilessly attacked by me, the defense attorney, as well as competent law enforcement men who, despite my shameful assaults against them, did not stray from their duty. He was the underdog, thrown into this fight against that world-famous lawyer, Gerry Spence. He is a man who can say anything and make people believe anything. He is a master at ripping honest witnesses apart, in turning their innocent efforts to tell the truth into something ugly. We have listened to 7 weeks of it, and we have had quite enough." He caught his breath. "But let us not forget the most important survivors of this tragedy, the victims in this case." In an ever-rising voice, he asked, "Doesn't the victim's family have any rights?" Ask Albert Hancock over there if they had rights." The prosecutor's accusatory finger was shaking in a palsy of anger at Albert, who huddled between his father and mother as frozen as a corpse. He gave no warning to his friend Beverly Bright, and suddenly turned on her and blasted her. Shergie's voice elevated into an exploding nasal scream. I felt myself jump. Here the victim was put on trial. Her lips were sealed by his bloody knife. She could not speak out in her own defense, and her mourning family have also been put on trial, and he blasted her, he shouted again. "Have you ever met Beverly Bright?" Shergie pulled an empty chair up in front of the jury and began talking to it as if Beverly Bright were seated in it. "Terry says you two have been married 8 years. You are attractive, outdoorish, you laugh and talk to people, you like people, and are flirtatious. You were last seen alive at 6:30 p.m. on March 5th, 1976. The world-renowned defense attorney, in his inimitable style, tried to break down your husband, Terry Bright, and failed. He couldn't crack Terry. But Albert Hancock, sitting over there, confessed to your murder. He made his confession to a mild-mannered police officer, Dave Dovala. Justice for your cruel, untimely death will finally come to you and your family." Shergie set a roll of wrapping paper on the lectern, paper about a foot wide and perhaps 40 or 50 feet long. He'd written his argument on that scroll in 2-inch letters with an ink marker, so that as he made his arguments, he pushed the paper forward and it piled up on the floor in front of his lectern, creating a physical reminder of the immense factual basis for his case. An argument 50 feet in length, maybe more. If he'd made the letters even larger, his argument could have encompassed 100 feet. But I ought not be critical, because Shergie had seen me use that device more than a decade before, when I was a young prosecutor experimenting with various techniques I'd been inventing for final argument. I tried to look calm. Then Shergie jumped up to the witness stand, sat down, and took on the role of Dr. Fairbairn. He stared out at the jury with a glass of water clutched in his hand, and with elegant exaggeration began taking rapid sips from the glass. "He was the driest man I've ever seen in a courtroom," Shergie said. "He drank more water than all the other witnesses combined. We see that in people under tension or who lie." The dry-mouthed head doctor, Dr. F. Shergie was beginning to shout again. "He failed, flopped, flunked, fizzled, and he's full of it." No one smiled. Several of the women in the front row watched the prosecutor with growing signs of alarm. "That is the killer of an innocent woman," Shergie cried. He turned to Albert. "He sits in this court begging that you not believe him. Do not believe me when I say I just turned on her and blasted her. I am a liar. Believe me now, but not then. What more is there to say? Do we set this liar free? I am asking you to do your duty, to keep us safe, to convict Albert Hancock of the murder he committed on an innocent woman, and to thereby set us all free." I felt the power of the prosecutor's words. Had it been that clear from the beginning? His words came through mightily, and their volume could have caused the courtroom structure itself to shudder. How would I be able to convince a jury of 12 intelligent citizens that this strange story of Albert's was true? Was Dr. Fairbairn's testimony enough? I fought the ever-returning, overpowering chronic fear that one day I'd watch some cop with a wooden heart slap the shackles on my client and haul him off to the penitentiary. In Albert's case, an innocent kid, as helpless as a side of beef in the butcher shop. I had kids of my own, and whenever I saw a kid having fun or accomplishing things that made his parents proud, I would think of Albert, helpless in that concrete hole. And I would know that had I worked harder and been smarter, he might be free. I had to convince 9 women and 3 men that they were being asked by a good man, the prosecutor, to do something wrong, to convict an innocent boy. 2 of the women came into the courtroom wearing sunglasses. Had they already decided to convict Albert and needed their sunglasses to cover their tears? Number 6 had gazed at Shergi like a doting mother watching her son play his first solo on his trumpet. It was my time to argue, attack, but the attack had to be effective and lasting. I had often said that if a criminal defense attorney hadn't won his case by the time of his final argument, it was too late. I pushed back ominous words that kept creeping in. You're due to lose. If one is prone to give advice, as I confess I am, it was time to give advice to myself. You're a criminal defense attorney, a true warrior, supposedly has no fear. He inspires fear in his opponent. As always, and thankfully, ancient genes began creeping in to convert fear into the mindset of the warrior. I was afraid, but in my mind's ear I heard the echo of my promise to Albert. Before they get you, they'll have to kill me with an axe. I began slowly in a quiet expression of genuine sorrow. Yes, victims have rights, I said. What kind of satisfaction would the Brights enjoy by convicting Albert? What kindness do we show a grieving family by adding to their grief that in their names Albert has also been sacrificed? Is there no end to this nightmare? I waited for the juror's silent answer. Mr. Prosecutor asks you to convict on passion and hate. Is it right for a prosecutor to use you as an instrument of hate for the benefit of the sheriff, who needs a conviction but refuses to do the work of competent cops to capture the killer? Worse, the killer will still be at large. Hate is the stuff of lynching. God help us that we are past those shameful, bloody times in this country. I want to talk with you about our case without any gimmicks. We don't need empty chairs. We don't need a 50-foot scroll with our argument printed on it in 2-inch letters. We need to just talk plainly and honestly about this tragic human drama we've witnessed together these 7 weeks. One thing we must remember. This case is not about either Mr. Shergi or me. It is about truth. Where is the truth hiding, and why? When a prosecutor doesn't have a case, then all that's left for him is to create fear and hate. If you hate Albert, Mr. Shergi doesn't have to prove his case against Albert. Hate becomes his only case. Mr. Shergi is capable of making a fair argument. I've known him to be a fair man, and you are entitled to hear a fair argument. His problem is, of course, that the only fact he has is what the cops call a confession, a pathetic piece of paper riddled with blank spaces, a paper that turns out to be nothing more than a scared kid saying what the officers wanted him to say, and even then, as Campbell admitted, Albert never once said he killed Beverly Bright. That paper, on its face, shows that Albert didn't know the facts of the case. Where did the knife come from? He didn't know. What did he do with the knife? He didn't know. What kind of knife was it? He didn't know. A hunting knife, I guess. What did he do after he stabbed her? A beautiful trick question. Then you dragged her down the stairs. His answer is recorded as inaudible. This, with the other blank spaces, is the best that Officer Davala could get from this boy after 3 hours alone with him in another one of those small rooms. That pathetic piece of paper, along with all of its blanks, proved one thing. Albert didn't know what happened except what he learned as he was accused over and over with this murder, first by McDougal, and then Campbell for 4 hours, and then Davala for 3. He learned the facts from them. If there was a murder with blood everywhere, as if it were spread from a lawn sprinkler, shouldn't there be blood on Albert's hands, his clothes, his boots? Shouldn't the police find his fingerprints somewhere at the murder scene? But compare the testimony of Sheriff McDougal to that of Dr. Fairbairn. The cops were after a confession, to get it any way they could. Sheriff McDougal sent the boy to the funeral, where he saw grieving parents and family. Probably the only funeral he'd ever been to. What effect does that have on an immature mind such as Albert's? Ask Sheriff McDougal. He knows. In Casper, he was totally under the control of another cop, Dave Davala, for those 3 hours, and interestingly, Davala neglected to record what he said to Albert and what Albert said to him. Can you imagine a farm boy who never sat still for 5 minutes in his life, being cooped up for 3 hours in a small room with a cop who never once let him out, not once, who continued to question him without mercy for 3 hours, and who failed to record what was said until he thought Albert was ready to talk? Even then, the so-called confession is a confession only because the prosecutor calls it one. I will tell you what it is. It is the obliterated track of something that went on in that room, something we will never know, and that Davala took pains to make sure that we would never know. And after that, Albert was with McDougal and Campbell for 2 more hours on his way back to the Lander jail. No lawyer, no parents, no one to protect him, surrounded by cops. Even his rights were intentionally misrepresented to him. He had as much chance to survive that onslaught as a crippled rabbit thrown into a pack of coyotes. But once he signed that paper, then they let him have a lawyer. Were they fair to Albert? Had they been fair to you and given you a clean, professional, credible case that you can rely on, a case you can feel comfortable with, one you can accept as true beyond a reasonable doubt, so you don't have to stare up at the ceiling at night wondering if you sent an innocent kid off to a life of torture? Facts are like a coloring book. The picture that comes out depends on who chooses the crayons. The suspect, Fingers, is at large and uninvestigated. Why didn't the prosecutor bring Kenyon himself to tell you where he was that night? Why isn't he here? I stopped for a moment to let my arguments settle and to begin anew. Compare Albert's treatment by the police to the treatment he got from Dr. Fairbairn. Albert's stay with Dr. Fairbairn was in a secure, safe hospital. He was treated with respect and kindness. He told Dr. Fairbairn what happened. The doctor put him under truth serum, not once, but twice. The same story emerged. The doctor says it is his opinion that Albert was coerced into giving that so-called confession. Can we understand why? I'd been standing in front of the jury box, taking in each juror one at a time, speaking to each for a sentence or two, being careful to bring each juror into my conversation. In this country, we're not permitted to do what these officers did to Albert. We are not permitted to tell him falsehoods, that if he waives his rights, he can have an attorney. We are not permitted to work him over for hours and then say to a jury that his statement was voluntary. This is America, and this will always be America so long as jurors preserve the rights of the least of us, the rights of the weak and the poor, as long as even the lowly sparrow is counted. Some lawyers claim they can read jurors. Sometimes I think I can, but I've been wrong. Perhaps when I saw kindness on their faces, they were only being polite. 3 jurors had their arms crossed. Bad sign. Were they crossing me out? A couple of jurors kept watching Shergi as I argued. When I looked at number 6, she turned her head in obvious disgust. His Honor has told you that you are the judge of the credibility of the witnesses. Were Chief Campbell and Sheriff McDougal fair? Did they do their job competently? Or did they take the easy route against a helpless kid? Did they get the truth from Albert? Or did they get empty words from a terrorized boy? I turned again and looked at Albert, sitting between his parents. They all looked beaten. When I sit down, I will never be permitted to speak to you as a jury again. But as you deliberate, you will do a better job in answering Mr. Shergi than I could were I permitted to do so. You have 12 good minds and 24 good ears. You have heard and understood better than I, and we have a right to trust you, and we do. I must say something more about Albert. He is a sparrow, and as we know, out in the universe, behind the sun, every sparrow is counted. I turned and pointed to Shergi. The hawk wants the sparrow. He demands the sparrow. Yes. I waited. And suddenly I said, "Give the sparrow to the hawk." One of the women in the front row, the one wearing sunglasses, shook her head no. No! I quietly thanked the jury and sat down. Shergi jumped to his feet for his rebuttal argument. He seemed near the point of explosion, ripping with energy to stomp down once and for all the unconscionable sophistry of that world-famous defense attorney. What you heard here was 90% lawyer talk from the defense attorney, Shergi said in his high, lilting tones. What you heard was garbage. The murderer was someone else. There's a whole world out there of possible murderers, but only one in the whole world who confessed this killing. Lawyer talk. He ripped off a sheet from his notebook, crumpled it, and threw it in the wastebasket. This was not the right knife? He held up the knife in evidence and waved it at the jury. There is a world of knives out there, but only one with human blood on it that came from the desk drawer where Albert cleaned. All the rest is lawyer talk. And he ripped off another sheet from his notepad, crumpled it, and dumped it in the court's wastebasket. Blood all over, splatters everywhere, but none on Albert. He crumpled page after page representing my argument and threw each with a vengeance in the wastebasket. Lawyer talk! I thought that if ever there was a piece of paper that should be wadded up and thrown in the garbage, it was the so-called confession of Albert. But my time to speak to this jury was over. Forever. Number 6 was smiling at me as Shergi laid it on. She couldn't keep her eyes off of me. She might hang this jury, and we'd have to struggle through another endless trip into the snake pit. There is no place on the face of this earth more dreadful and helpless than sitting in a chair in a courtroom, listening to the prosecutor tear your argument into shreds, and being powerless to speak another word in defense. Gerry returned once again to his theme. We don't need to prove anything more. He blasted her. Finally, Gerry brought his argument to a close with a thunderous climax. Do not let this case be decided on the fancy words of a world-famous defense attorney. I should have objected, but I didn't want to emphasize either his argument or my fear of it. I ask you, each of you, to test your knowledge of the truth here, and once that test has been made, to return your verdict of guilty as charged. Thank you. I thanked him to myself, grateful that his argument was over. He'd been a powerful adversary. The jurors marched out quietly to decide their verdict. They'd been dragged through the meat grinder of a jury trial. Did they have the energy to argue a single word for Albert Hancock? The Hancocks walked out of the courtroom with their son. They looked as if they'd just walked 100 miles, carrying their son on their backs. I wanted to rush up to them and say, I wish I'd done a better job for you. I turned to Eddie. He looked down and silently busied himself clearing up our table of notes and notebooks. We were finished. It was over. Then he patted me on the back and smiled, as if to say, It'll all be all right. Gerry walked up. I didn't like the way you treated Pee-wee, he said, and walked on by. In the days that followed, I never saw a happier, more secure, more confident lawyer with a jury out deliberating his case than Arnold Gerry. He was jovial and joking. He even smiled at me and said good morning. I hadn't slept. It's at times like this I remember how to pray. The prayer goes like this: Dear Lord, please just let me win this one, and I promise I will never try another case. Never. In ways, my waiting for a jury's verdict is worse than waiting for the birth of one of my children. There everything was predicted to come out all right, but not so waiting for the birth of justice. Eddie and I went out to the track to run off the pain that feels like a broken cement mixer churning in the belly. We ran harder than usual and were panting. You did good, Eddie said. He was just trying to ease my worry, like the loyal friend he'd always been. I don't want to hear any shouldas, Eddie said. Too late for shouldas. Gerry is pretty happy, I said. He must think he won. He isn't going to let you know what he really thinks. The next morning we were all at breakfast, the whole trial contingent, the judge and the reporter at one table, Gerry and McDougal at another, Albert and his parents at still another, and Eddie and I sitting in the far back. Well, Gerry and McDougal are sure having a great old time at breakfast this morning, I remarked. Albert, I thought, actually looked a little happy. I suffered those same fever dreams I'd suffered as a child when I was sick with the flu. I was fighting echoes and dissolving faces and arguing about an ocean of insane things I couldn't identify, and I couldn't hear my own voice. I suffer these recurring nightmares for weeks following every trial. Eddie said he slept all right, but he looked tired. I thought his was the harder role. He had to be a friend to a man who was in chronic anxiety over the case, and at the same time he bore his own worries for the case. His insights were often startlingly accurate, and he had more wisdom than his younger age should have provided. He was like a buddy in war who would live or die with you in the same foxhole. At lunch, we met Shergy and McDougal coming out the door of the cafe as we entered. I said, "Arnold, you want to drop the murder charge and take a plea to manslaughter?" I was testing how solid he might be on his case. He gave me his smile, like a kindly father to an errant child. "We came this far, we'd just as well go all the way." "Well, what if they're hung?" "We'll do it again." He gave me that smile again. "Do we want to spend the rest of our lives together?" I asked. I smiled back. "Can't think of a better way to spend the rest of my life," Shergy said, and he laughed. "Maybe he thinks these rancher types will go for Pee-wee," I later said to Eddie. "Maybe they will," Eddie said back. "But you're kind of their type, too. I think most of the mothers liked you. All but number 6. I endured a second night of agony and more fever dreams. I can't imagine the hell the Hancocks were suffering. No verdict. Was the jury hung? We were sitting on the steps of the courthouse, waiting. We watched the jurors approaching after their lunch. 11 were walking together. Number 6 was walking behind the group alone. She looked long in the face. "Well," Eddie said, "looks like we might have a hung jury, all right." And the next day after lunch it was the same. Number 6 was walking still farther behind and all alone. The message was clear to me. We had a hung jury. I kept worrying about Albert's parents. If we lost, his mother would surely die. Mothers cannot bear the pain of witnessing the endless torture of their children. And I thought his father would probably die soon thereafter, and Albert would end up as a member of the living dead in that concrete rectum called a prison. If only I could have stood tall and composed and handsome, like Gregory Peck in To Kill a Mockingbird. "The majority of the jurors are for us," I said to Eddie. "Surely I'm right on that. But sometimes I get fooled." "We're not wrong," Eddie said. "Number 6 has always been against us, and number 6 is against the other 11. So that means that 11 are for us and 1 against." I trusted Eddie. I wonder how Shergy sees it. He and all the rest think they won the case. "Maybe they're just posturing," I said. Eddie shrugged his shoulders. "Let's have a talk with Shergy," I said. We found Shergy sitting in the courtroom reading. "I suppose you think you've won the case," I said for starters. He didn't answer, just gave me that far-off smile. "We got ourselves a hung jury. I don't want to try it again," I said. "Maybe we should take a majority verdict and go home. I hear this case has about bankrupted Fremont County, and if we try it again, it will for sure. I know it would break us." He surprised me. "A majority verdict? Well, I'll give it some thought." "We couldn't do it without Albert's consent," I said. "Would Albert agree to it?" he asked. "I don't know," I said. "It would be pretty much up to his parents." A majority verdict in a criminal case, when the law requires a unanimous verdict, can the parties agree to change the law? It had never been done in the history of the criminal law, so far as I knew. "His parents will agree if you tell them to," Shergy said. "The judge would have to agree to it. He's probably as tired of this case as we are," I said. "You want to go talk to the judge?" he asked. We found the judge sitting in chambers, staring out the window. Wearily, he asked what pleasure we were about to bestow on him. He tried for a smile. He was a good-natured sort, but I thought he'd seen enough of us. He, too, knew the jury must be hung. He had a card that he kept looking at from time to time when one of the lawyers came charging into his chambers with another motion. The judge held the card up. "Do you know what this card says?" the judge asked. Like children, we shook our heads no. He handed it to us. "Here's how I feel about this trial," he said. The card was a drawing of a couple of vultures up in a tree, looking down on a living being. One vulture was saying to the other, "Retain your patience." We laughed, as was our duty. Civility is hard to come by waiting for a jury's verdict. We told him we were thinking about being bound by a majority verdict. "You'll have to get everyone's agreement on the record," he said. I explained it to Albert and his parents. Albert had a right to a unanimous verdict. If the jury couldn't unanimously agree, the judge would declare a mistrial and would have to try the case all over again with a new jury. We might not be as fortunate the next time as I thought we were now. I told the Hancocks I believed we had a majority with us. How number 6, who was always against us, hung back from the rest, and how that surely meant that the rest of the jurors were for us. "We came this far with you, Mr. Spence. We're going all the way, whatever you say," Mr. Hancock said. I looked at Eddie. He nodded. "Let's do it," I said. We called in the court reporter. Albert, his parents, Eddie, and I were all present. I explained it to the Hancocks on the court reporter's record. If the majority was for us, Albert would go free. If the majority was against us, Albert would be sentenced to murder by the judge. We were also giving up our right to an appeal. Albert's parents both agreed on the record. In his small, distant voice, Albert agreed as well. Judge Liamos called us all into chambers. Albert and his folks, Shergy, Eddie, and me. We read into the record what I had explained to Albert, but the judge wanted to hear it himself. We were again on the record. The judge was speaking to Albert and his parents. "Do you understand that if the majority of jurors have voted to convict you, you will be found guilty, and I will sentence you the same as if all 12 had found against you?" Albert nodded. "You have to say yes or no out loud for the record," the judge said. "Yes," Albert said. "Do you understand that you are giving up your right to a unanimous verdict and your right to appeal?" "Yes." "And if I find that this jury is hung, we would have to select a new jury and try this entire case over again. Do you understand?" "Yes." "And if the case were tried again, you could be found innocent. Do you understand? You are giving up all those rights." "Yes." "Mr. Spence and Mr. Shergy, you have agreed to this?" We both said yes. The judge, as if the gates to his freedom had suddenly been opened, said, "Well, folks, I want to congratulate you. This has been a hard-fought case. That you should resolve this case in this manner speaks highly of all concerned." He called for the bailiff. "Bring in the jury," he ordered. We watched the jury march in. They were tired. They looked over at our table, at me. None smiled. Faces of doom, I thought. Oh, my God, have we made a mistake? Then the lady in the front row with the sunglasses gave me a smile, like a kiss from an angel, and the old rancher at the end of the front row gave me a friendly nod. Number 6 turned her head away. I knew. We were waiting for the judge to take the bench. I saw the desperate face of Mrs. Hancock, a mother whose child was in mortal jeopardy and who would live or die in the next few minutes, and she was helpless to save him. I leaned over to the Hancocks and said, "It's all right. It's going to be 11-1 for us." Then Judge Liamos took the bench. The relief I'd seen on the judge's face just minutes before had vanished. Had he changed his mind? Could he change his mind in the face of our agreement? "Gentlemen," he began, addressing both Shergi and me, "I have given this matter further thought." Oh, no. He had changed his mind. "I want both of you to know that if either side wishes not to be bound by the agreement you have made, I will set it aside." He turned to Shergi first. "Mr. Shergi?" "I'm all right with it," Shergi said in a confident voice. "Mr. Spence?" "Yes, Your Honor, we'll be bound by it." The judge addressed the jurors. "Do you have a foreperson?" "I'm the foreman," the man in the front row said, the one who had given me a friendly nod. The judge addressed the foreman. "Mr. Foreman, the parties have agreed to be bound in this case by your majority verdict, whatever it is. Where does this jury stand on the question of the defendant's guilt or innocence?" 11-1 for not guilty, the foreman said. "Do the parties want the jury polled?" the judge asked. "No," Shergi said. "No," I said. Mrs. Hancock was hugging first me and then Eddie. Jeff Hancock stood looking dumbstruck. Then he came up to me and said a simple, "Thank you." He was quiet even in the pandemonium of the courtroom. His eyes said words his lips were frozen against. He shook Eddie's hand. "You were the best," he said to both of us. "Does this mean I can go?" Albert asked. I have told the story of this case because it stands for a fundamental proposition, that despite all the safeguards of the criminal law, good men with honorable intentions, men such as McDougal and Campbell and Shergi, may be in error, and the system, like a ship tumbled in the tumult of a hurricane, is capable of righting itself. The case also provides answers as to why the innocent confess to crimes they didn't commit. From the time we were bouncing babes, we were taught where to bounce and how. We do as we're told by authority. Through our formative years, our parents were authority figures, as were our teachers. Endless government officials, from the dog catcher to the parking meter lady, daily exercise authority over us. The police have unmitigated power. They direct traffic, we follow. They blow their sirens, we pull over. Whatever they demand, we are in the habit of obeying. At work, for all of our lives, our employers tell us what to do, where, and when. Our government taxes us, and we pay without a street fight. In retirement, we strictly follow the rules we must in order to obtain the benefits of our retirement that we've earned. And even at death, our bodies are disposed of according to the law. We do not revolt against authority. We do not scream in the streets when the rights of others are wrested from them. We make no undue disturbance in public places. We stand in line, waiting our turn, even if it is painful to do so. We allow people we have never seen and will never see again, under color of authority, to search us at airports. Rarely do we exercise independent judgment, and when we do, our judgments are subject to the scrutiny of authority. Cattle walk quietly down the killing chute to be butchered because they are domesticated and respect our authority. Our minds are polluted with propaganda from the power structure, and we accept their statements even when they lie to us, including their pronouncement that we are free. Is a case such as Albert's so unusual, a case based on a false confession? False confessions may be the single leading cause of wrongful convictions in homicide cases, and according to records compiled by Professor Brandon L. Garrett at the University of Virginia School of Law and reported in the New York Times on September 13, 2010, More than 40 people charged with serious crimes have given confessions since 1976 that DNA evidence later showed were false. Unfortunately, DNA evidence wasn't available to Albert, nor is it in most criminal cases today. Indeed, thousands may be in prison based on false confessions. The lengthy questioning of the accused is most often not recorded, so the actual method by which the confessions have been obtained is rarely revealed. As in Albert's case, the lie detector is used to extract confessions, the operator pointing to the machine and claiming it proves he's lying. The young and those mentally unable to defend against authority, even the average citizen, may succumb after hours of intense questioning, often in endless, ruthless relays by the police, to the point where exhaustion is the torture from which the victim, hopeless to longer resist, at last succumbs. By the time we finished with the testimony of the police, it became clear that their lack of notes and any recording of what was said erased all history of their interrogation methods. In retrospect, Dr. Fairbairn's opinion was right. Albert's confession was not voluntary. Albert was as vulnerable as the sparrow to the hawk. The ordeal of a murder trial slashes permanent scars across the lives and psyches of even the most innocent. Albert Hancock has lived a worthy life these more than 30 years, since he walked out of the Sundance courtroom, a citizen freed by a jury of his peers. He lives in a large city with his wife of many years. He has contributed to the rearing of 4 children. They are successful, law-abiding citizens. He has been steadily employed as a confidential messenger for a delivery company. He once made a delivery to Scotland. I wonder if he passed by Edinburgh Castle, near where Pee Wee McDougall was born. Madame Fate was still probably laughing at her tricks. Patricia Hancock, Albert's mother, still lives in Wyoming. Jeff Hancock died on December 21, 2003. He was a rancher to the end. Pee Wee McDougall made no further investigation following the case, nor did Chief Campbell. McDougall died July 22, 1994. Campbell is retired. Arnold Shergi lives in Lander. He is a worthy and respected member of the bar and still practices law. I asked Albert, "How did you ever survive that trial? Weren't you afraid? How did you make it day after day?" "I wasn't afraid," Albert said. "That surprised me. Why weren't you afraid?" "Because I knew I wasn't guilty." Epilogue. Where do we go from here? Please hear me clearly. We need the police. We need prosecutors and judges as well. And I make room for the proposition that we are well served by our fear of their power. Indeed, we have been taught to fear power from our earliest times. Fear of parents, of teachers, of our bosses, fear of rejection by our peers. In short, fear plays a controlling role in the lives of all of us. And fear causes us to make lawful choices in our lives. Fear helps provide an orderly society. We want to be safe. We fear chaos and crime, and we're willing to overlook occasional police misconduct as the price we must pay for a predictable, safe society in which to pursue our lives. At the outset, we believe most police and prosecutors are working to achieve a peaceful, crime-free community. We believe that they have our best interests at heart. Some may occasionally cross the line, but they are only human. We are all prone to err. Sometimes the police themselves are faced with circumstances in which fear takes over, and to protect themselves they may overreact. I would be doing the police as well as society a gross disservice to argue that all police are villainous crooks wearing a badge, and that the words cop and killer are synonymous. Such is not my belief. But what, then, am I saying? The police tell us their truth. They say, we, the people, have no understanding of a cop's everyday encounters with drunks, muggers, and thugs, the marginally and utterly insane, the wife-beaters and drug peddlers, to mention only a few of the dirty, dangerous discards of society the police daily face. Do we question their truth? How many times have you embraced that argument when you read in the morning paper about a current spate of police brutality? And have you ever asked yourself, how have I come to accept the cop's argument as the whole truth without questioning how I came to believe it? But who tells the people's truth? The large majority of law-abiding citizens know little about what goes on out there. What we think we know we've been taught by decades of fictional TV cop shows, sponsored by power. The insurance companies, the mammoth oil corporations, international banks, car manufacturers, national loan sharks, pill pushers, and the various other offspring of power. We've been provided entertainment, not the whole truth, by the voice of power, the media. We've come to believe power's propaganda in much the same way that we believe our religions, that our police and prosecutors will not prosecute and convict the innocent. Such would be un-American. But blind beliefs, cultural brainwashings, can hasten the end of a free people. At the same time, the justice system lumbers along at the speed of a crippled worm, while the prosecution chalks up conviction rates in our venerable federal courts as high as 97%, mostly attributable to the bargains made with guilty pleas. That statistic, on its face, boldly belies the proposition that America provides its citizens with fair trials. Until we become the subject of a serious, life-threatening encounter with the police, we try to just get along, to raise our kids, love our grandkids, watch our favorite TV programs in the evening, take our deserved 2 weeks vacation, and hope for a comfortable retirement and a merciful death. Then one day, one of our own, even one of us, becomes the subject. We are arrested, we are thrown in jail, and if we cannot be bonded out, we will be imprisoned for months, even years, awaiting trial. We will lose our identity as a member of society. We are provided a number underneath our mugshot, and our history will be forever besmirched by a criminal charge blaring out at the world from our police record. Innocent or not, we will most likely become another number in a penitentiary or a convicted murderer on death row. Such a transforming process puts me in mind of the hawk, sitting in a treetop, waiting for the sparrow to fly by. At the precise moment of the hawk's strike, the sparrow loses its identity as a fellow bird and becomes the prey. To the police, when we become the subject, we are no longer persons, and we'll be defeathered, ripped apart, and disposed of in one way or another. Members of the police culture, the police, the prosecutors, and too often the judges themselves, are hatched from the same political womb, and politics has diseased the womb. The poor, along with our revered middle class, do not hire or fire our police. Police, prosecutors, and sometimes judges, even those on our highest court, too often are indebted to power and become the servants of power. I argue that political debtors are disqualified from delivering justice. One thing soon becomes clear. The quantum of justice available to most Americans is in direct proportion to that individual's social and economic status, which is to announce the controlling rule of law in America. Little money, little status, little justice. The problem is simple to define. Power does not serve the people. Power serves itself. The personal needs of those who make up power, from the police officer to the banker and corporate executive, all are in service of the self. Too many police have chosen their work in response to a personality that craves to dominate other human beings. Bankers who throw a widow out on the streets in winter are bullies diseased by a love of money. The corporate executives who will cut their employees to starvation wages in their psychotic quest for profit are bullies. Or the same executives will, at the expense of the health and lives of customers, ignore standard safety practices, hoping to acquire yet more profit. The cases I've written about here each illustrate a different story, but are essentially the same story, a story about the same perverse incentive of power, the uncontrolled psychotic urge to dominate and intimidate the helpless in response to power's compulsion to serve itself. We remember that Sheriff McDougal charged Albert Hancock, a poor ranch kid, with a murder he didn't commit, all the while ignoring the husband and various lovers of the deceased as suspects. Albert was the easy mark for the sheriff, who admitted his need for a conviction. Power attempted to imprison this boy in concrete behind steel bars for life, where he would be raped and where he would die of torment and degradation. And what about the resulting end of life that would have been visited on Albert's decent, naive parents? The Weavers were poor and powerless. They were seen as religious fanatics, isolated from the rest of the community. Power's malevolent incentive was to exercise itself for its own sake, to push around the defenseless because it could, to entertain themselves in that remote corner of Idaho. The feds didn't hesitate to trespass with armed operatives on the Weaver property, and without a warrant engage in an all-out war against the survivors of that besieged family who had dared live outside the religious boundaries of the mainstream. The charge had been sawing off a shotgun, at the inducement of the feds themselves. The punishment was the killing of a boy's dog, then the murder of the boy, then shooting and seriously wounding the males in the household, and finally blowing the mother's head away while she held her baby in her arms. Justice never had a chance to raise its Trump-down head. Not a single cop spent a day in jail. What reprehensible incentive moved power in the John Singer case? Power always demands victims. Without victims, power is useless. Once again, religious outcasts, those with little community support, became the easy target for power's bullying. The crime was the Singers' refusal to send their children to what they believed to be a decadent public school. Their punishment was the death of a loving father and husband. With impunity, the police shot him in the back while he ran for shelter. To this day, no officer has answered for the killing of John Singer, nor has his killer even been identified. Moreover, when his widow and children sought justice for his wrongful death, A respected federal judge bowed to power and dismissed their cases, requiring the judge to write the longest decision of a federal trial judge in Utah's history. Our celebrated FBI, power personified, can charge an innocent, naive, law-abiding lawyer, Brandon Mayfield, once a Kansas farm boy, with the mass train murders in Spain, the government's evidence being a phony match of his fingerprint and the fact in flashing neon lights that he was a converted Muslim. What an invitation to the blind compulsion of power! The infallible FBI could nab an Islamic raghead, as that slur is flaunted in the society of hate, and solve the crime of the century, and in Spain. But power blinded the FBI to its own fallibility. Had its false charges against Brandon not been exposed by the Spanish police, he would have surely faced the death penalty. Still, not one of the federal agents involved has even been reprimanded, nor will one lose a nickel from his pension. Whenever I think of Fuad Cady, I see the barbarous incentive of power in full, tragic, exalted force. The police, because they had power, and the accompanying bullying needed to exercise it, could repeatedly unload their tasers into Fuad's seriously wounded naked body with as much concern as if torturing a crippled rat. Worse, they sought to further wound the already wounded before they killed him. When he couldn't escape and could no longer respond to their commands, these fully armed cops claimed they were afraid and emptied their pistols into the dying Fuad to save themselves. His killing was passed over by the prosecutor's grand jury as if it exemplified proper police routine. Our government can charge an innocent woman with multiple crimes in order to forward the international agenda of the United States, as in the groundless prosecution of Imelda Marcos. Power that included the president and other high government officials was willing to prosecute a once beloved friend of America in exchange for our military needs. All we've ever heard of Imelda's trial is how many pairs of shoes she owned. Despite her continued popularity at home in the Philippines, where with love and respect she is called Mama, and where she still serves her country as a legislator, the media, the genuflecting voice of power, has convinced nearly every American that Imelda Marcos is a greedy thief who escaped punishment because she had a smart mouthpiece. The cops can frame a poor, innocent black kid, as they did in the Dennis Williams case, convict him of crimes he did not commit, and sentence him to death, after which he languished on death row for 18 years. And in the meantime, the prosecutors can laugh at their obscene game called niggers by the pound. To this day, neither the police, the prosecutors, nor the politicians have suffered the first consequence, perhaps not even a twinge of guilt at bedtime. Power for power's sake becomes the law, so that, in the end, power runs rampant and is answerable to no one. The President of the United States, Mr. Power himself, can call upon the federal cops and the courts to forward his vindictive goals, to see that his political enemies are charged with crimes, as in the Jeffrey Feiger sham, an arrogant, overt expression of unbridled power launched on a mission of revenge. And although after years of torment and torture, a jury acquitted Feiger, not a single conspirator in that power play has offered the first apology for the resulting misery and damage to Feiger's life and to the lives of his family and co-workers. Even the law under which he was prosecuted, has no meaning today, since corporations and individuals are now substantially free to make unlimited contributions to political causes. A devastating wound to the rights of most Americans to take any meaningful part in the election process. Power has one purpose: to satisfy itself. In doing so, power kills, wrongfully persecutes, and criminally imposes itself on the innocent. Yet the work of power can be justified, even blessed, when it is exercised by a fully informed, intelligent people in pursuit of their rights as a free people. But the cry, "Power to the people," is no longer heard. In its stead, we hear the muffled, wretched response of the new American slave: "I got nothing to hide." Finally, staid old Harvard stuck its toe into the water to admit the obvious. In his scholarly work, In Doubt, Harvard professor Dan Simon writes, "The truth-seeking objective is most likely to be overridden in high-profile cases, where the pressures to solve the crimes are the strongest. In some instances, the adversarial pull results in deliberate police malfeasance, and even entails lying outright in court, a practice known as testifying." What the good professor might have added is this: over the years, these killings and wrongful prosecutions have taken place in nearly every city and hamlet across the country, mostly outside the glare of the media that too often sits blandly by, blinking its sightless eyes unless called upon by power to speak. "Who cares about what happened to Mr. Nobody? He must have had it coming," we say. "And if not, it was he, not I. What do you expect me to do about it? I'm just an ordinary citizen. I have no power to take on the system. Besides, we need tough cops to protect us against the hordes of criminals who are roaming freely out there and daily threaten our lives and safety." The police, prosecutors, and defense attorneys all want to win. Winning is the operative word. But winning is not geared to preserving the rights of the accused, nor delivering justice. Winning has little to do with discovering the truth. We hear it like a worn-out mantra. He or she won a conviction, or she or he won an acquittal. Winning. But at what cost to justice? Winning and injustice are often unfriendly occupants in the same bed. What happens when the police, in the name of winning, and by whatever means, frame the innocent for murder? These helpless, often nameless wretches are themselves eventually murdered by the state, after they've been tortured for years, awaiting their fate on death row. We strap them to a gurney and insert the needles, and usually no one cares. We may be advised of the state's killing with little more than a half-minute report on the evening news, after which we switch to the next cop show. And the innocent die a slower, more torturous death. To know that one is innocent, but day after day, year after year, decade after decade, one is penned up like a dangerous beast in the zoo. Such is the ultimate torture. There, the innocent will live out their remaining years in a cramped concrete closet as the hated and in the company of the hated. There they will die at the hands of other inmates, or by the clubs of sadistic guards, or from inadequate medical care, or at last from the accursed needle itself. In the meantime, the police officer's moral justification for his own criminal conduct that led to the conviction of an innocent citizen varies little from case to case. I've heard police argue, well, if he wasn't guilty of this crime, he was guilty of one we never caught him at. I've heard others say, Whatever we did was peanuts compared to what he did, or would have done, had he still been running loose on the streets. It's war out there, and we're going to win the war. Still others contend. The laws we have to deal with tie our hands and let the guilty escape. I've heard others complain, we do what we have to do to get those scumbags off the street. Read them their rights, get them a mouthpiece. Right. The law forces us to use other means. And many of our citizens applaud such rationalizations and quietly murmur, it may happen to them out there, but it won't happen to me. And as a chorus to such universal rationalizations, we hear the same dangerous words. I don't worry about the cops. I have nothing to hide. If one has been spawned in a fishbowl, how does one know the dangers of the river? After the widely published accounts of the people's protests over the deaths of black citizens at the hands of the police, the choking death of the unarmed Eric Garner, the shooting death of the unarmed Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri, and the shooting death of the 12-year-old Tamir Rice on a Cleveland playground as he held a toy gun, Americans seemed to have at last awakened. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio was seen by the police as having joined the people's protest, and at the funeral of one of their officers, thousands of police in full-dress uniform stood and in unison turned their backs against the mayor, their boss, in a shocking display of power and insubordination. When the police can, in open rebellion, display such power without fear of reprisal, is this not the conduct of the police in a police state? So what can we do? If we can prevent the long-standing practice of wrongful killings and their cover-ups by our police and prosecutors, the entire justice system will tend to right itself like a ship that is otherwise sinking. Let's take the easy ones first. 1. No more forced confessions. How can we stop our police who, by exhaustion, false promises, and fear, attempt to extort confessions from those who are frequently the least able to protect themselves, like Albert Hancock, and most of whom are also impoverished? The answer is simple. All police interrogations from the first hello must be videotaped, every word, absent which any evidence of any admissions or confessions will be inadmissible at trial against the accused. No more hauling out the tape recorder only after the accused has suffered endless interrogations by teams of police and is on the margins of collapse. A defense attorney should be present at all stages of every interrogation, even when the accused waives that protection, so the cops wouldn't get their usual spate of confessions. For once, let the police and prosecutors prove their cases beyond a reasonable doubt, as is required by the Constitution. The 97% conviction rate in federal jurisdictions would begin its descent toward justifiable statistics. And those charged with crimes, guilty or not, would receive the constitutional protection that a free nation demands. 2. All police must wear video cameras that fully reveal their conduct. In one California town, officers began wearing cameras, and within a year, complaints against police fell 88%, an astounding statistic, and specific grievances concerning the use of excessive force by police fell 59%. Of course, these devices can be turned off or not worn at all. But a thoughtful legislature can and should pass laws that provide that in the course of any questioning between an officer and a citizen, if the cop's camera is ever turned off, a jury is entitled to presume the cop's misconduct. 3. better psychological testing for police candidates. Perhaps experts in the field can develop more effective tests to identify candidates who are not psychologically suited for police work. I know of no study that suggests that current testing has improved the selection of our police. Still, when challenged, police departments, state and federal, including the FBI, wave their testing in our faces, shrug their shoulders, and defend by admitting that their testing procedures are not infallible. Their tests serve at least one purpose: to provide an argument that the department tried to eliminate the bad would-be cop. A nation brimming with psychiatrists, psychologists, mental health experts, and other students of the species can surely devise new and more effective paradigms to study the personality of the police candidate. If we can select those most qualified to travel to the moon, armed only with the American flag, surely we can do a better job of selecting those who travel our streets armed with pistols and clubs. If the power of the police can't be properly monitored and controlled, if our ability to change the police culture is stuck in the dead goo of precedent, the result will produce a police state. That is my promise. Indeed, one may ask, have we become like a sleeping passenger on the bus? And when the bus arrives at its destination and comes to a jerking stop, will we awaken and ask, are we already here? 4. A Citizens Commission to oversee police conduct. As an adjunct of the state district courts, a commission should be created in each judicial district. Let's call it the Police and Prosecutors Control Commission, PPCC, to receive complaints from citizens concerning police and prosecutor abuse. If you are mistreated or otherwise wronged by an officer, you would have the right to immediately file a complaint with the PPCC. If you're stopped by a highway patrolman who roughs you up, the PPCC would hear your complaint, and if it supports your complaint, it will present the same to the district attorney. If the complaint is against the district attorney or a member of his or her staff, the court would appoint an independent prosecutor to take over the case. PPCC members would be selected in much the same way that we select grand jurors, and would proceed under the general rules of a grand jury. Its finding of probable cause would be by a preponderance of the evidence, and would require a supermajority of 2/3. For obvious reasons, former police officers and prosecutors, and those close to them, would be disqualified to serve on this commission. Similar commissions would be created by Congress to investigate complaints against federal officers. I suggest a commission membership of, say, 24, to be drawn from the jury pool, a group large enough to fairly represent the community. Perhaps the first 12, drawn at random, would serve 1 year, the second 12 2 years, and from year to year thereafter half of the commission's membership would be replaced. A special prosecutor, the PPCC attorney, would be appointed by the district judge. He or she would select such staff as might be required to properly investigate and present complaints made to the commission. The PPCC attorney would report annually to the district judge, who, with the consent of the commission, might reappoint the PPCC attorney for each succeeding year. Perhaps the people themselves would select their own special prosecutor in a public election held every 4 years. Mrs. Cady would have been able to file a complaint against the police for the murder of her son, and rather than the police investigating themselves, the PPCC would make its independent investigation and report the results and its recommendations to the district attorney, who must by law provide a timely, written, public report disclosing the action he or she took on the Commission's complaint. The details of the PPCC can vary. What is imperative here is that the citizen has a place to go with a complaint other than to the offending police themselves, that every abuse will be investigated from outside the police organization would serve as a powerful deterrent to police misconduct, especially if all proceedings before the Commission against the officer would be open to the public. Finally, the clear light of day would shine on the work of our own employees, the police. No longer would they be those feared killers out there who answer to no one. They would be disciplined officers who are careful to properly, legally protect us all. 5. It's time we elevate our police to the status of professionals. Indeed, police work should become a profession on the same level as that of lawyers, engineers, and architects. If police are members of an acknowledged and respected profession, better applicants will be attracted, and the officer who sees himself or herself as a respected professional will tend to fulfill the expectations of the profession. Today, police are trained to confront violence with violence. We train soldiers to kill. We train our police the same. We train our police to disarm and subdue those who present a threat. Police become experts with weapons and learn standard tactics for survival in the wars out on the streets. Standing alone, the result of such training is to create a culture in which they, the police, are against we, the people. To the police, even the little old lady sitting quietly with her knitting may have a .32 caliber pistol lurking under her cloth. Police argue you can't tell a killer by his or her looks. Too often you can only identify a killer after the killing. To the police, the potential enemy includes every being who walks, breathes, rides in a car, or attends a movie, every drunk in a bar, and every husband or wife in the bedroom. Everyone. We must make radical improvements in the training of our police. We must begin creating a new and different people-friendly culture. In ways, a more paternalistic relationship is in order. If the police see the people in their community not as the enemy, but as members of their family, as the young who need guidance, as the old and infirm who require help and protection, and as the tough and the wild, with certain character traits that the cop himself may possess, who need understanding and from time to time a caring and restrained sort of discipline. If we were to enjoy such a police culture, the danger of a police state would soon fade. Our police would be seen as respected participants in society, perhaps even as trusted friends. To be sure, police must be trained to confront aggression, but their training must go further. The answer to a police call must be something other than an opportunity for an officer to kill. Police must become part of the community as persons. Their service to the community must respect the community and, by their model, encourage the community's participation. 6. Additional suggestions for police training. We should provide officers better training on how to de-escalate dangerous situations. Trainees would be enrolled in groups of less than 20. At least a third of the group would be individuals from the community, including representatives of the poor from the ghettos and representatives of minorities. The group would be presented with the most frequent scenarios that the officer is called upon to solve, including the most dangerous ones. Members of the group will offer their suggestions. What would these people, who are not police officers, do facing the same situation. The answers from the civilians in the group will be different from the solutions offered by the police. Somewhere along the way, ideas will blossom that are foreign in most police training, that caring and understanding are often the most important weapons an officer can bring to a crisis. The discipline known as psychodrama is foundational to our training of trial lawyers at Trial Lawyers College. The method is simply a role reversal process, in which the protagonist takes on the role of whoever represents the person of power or influence in his or her life drama. For instance, one's father or mother. All of us are well adapted to this method of self-discovery. Don't we remember when, as children, we played different roles in make-believe? Psychodrama could work for police officers as well as for lawyers. The first question for every police officer is, why did I want to become a police officer? What happened in my life that causes me to seek power over others? What has happened to me that gave birth to my need to dominate? Our life-forming experiences usually came at an early age, and as adults, we often find ourselves still acting them out. Any of us who have felt helpless in the presence of authority never want to feel such pain again. If I can understand why I'm prone to aggression, I will be better able to identify the underlying personal issues I'm trying to solve by becoming a police officer, and I'll become a better officer. Such group experiences can change how we see others and ourselves as well. Such group work among caring people changes lives. Every year, as part of his or her continuing education, the officer should return for further group work. Too often we forget what we've learned and slip back to old, dangerous ways that lie at the foundation of our personalities. 7. Reform the grand jury process. The grand jury is a favorite instrument of the prosecutor, by which criminal proceedings against an accused are begun. Its abuse by prosecutors is legion. A grand jury is grand only because it typically has from 16 to 24 members. Its function is not to try the accused for any crime, but to investigate and determine if there is probable cause to charge the accused with one or more crimes. Prosecutors revel at the power grand juries provide against a so-called person of interest. That is, one who is being investigated for possible crimes. As we remember, in the Feiger fiasco, the feds tormented Feiger for over 2 years with an ongoing grand jury, sometimes calling but a single witness a week. One of the primary purposes of that process had been to destroy with fear and financial ruin both Feiger and his partners and employees. Under rules that are in existence today, like the unclean, the subject's lawyer must wait outside the grand jury room, while his client is being interrogated by the prosecutor and the jurors. If the subject testifies, he or she does so without an attorney present to protect his or her rights. Witnesses are questioned endlessly by the prosecutors and are often dragged across impermissible lines with no judge to intercede. No judge is present. We remember in the Feiger case when the prosecutor had Feiger's former secretary under oath before a grand jury, with no one to stop the prosecutor or protect the witness. He questioned her about any possible sexual encounters she'd had with her boss, a matter totally irrelevant to any issue before the grand jury, and an obvious abuse of a helpless witness. Moreover, grand jury proceedings are secret. and a unanimous verdict is not required for an indictment. I ask a simple question that has been asked endless times over the centuries. How can any citizen prevent being wrongfully charged with a crime when the prosecutor and the prosecutor alone can decide what facts the grand jury will hear, and how and on what issues the witnesses will be questioned? In ways, the grand jury is the remnant of the inquisitions of old, that included the persecution and the burning alive of thousands of innocent women as witches. Reforms for the grand jury have often been proposed, but as usual they've been defeated by power's insurmountable fence of precedent, and few offered reforms have been adopted. The more important reforms should include the right of counsel for any witness called before a grand jury, and the failure of the prosecutor to present known evidence to the grand jury that substantially tends to exonerate the accused, whether such failure is intentional or by oversight, should bar the prosecution. 8. Outlaw the testimony of jailhouse snitches. What do we do about the predictable lies offered by nearly every jailhouse informant as a witness for the prosecution? We refer to them as snitches, those fellow inmates of the accused who will testify that the accused admitted the crime to them. The U.S. Supreme Court held in a case known as Giglio that the prosecution's failure to reveal to the jury that a witness has been promised leniency or some other benefit in exchange for his testimony was a failure to present all material evidence to the jury, and constituted a violation of due process, requiring a new trial. That rule has been expanded in other cases, as even our most conservative courts attempt to remedy wrongful convictions based on the known false testimony of jailhouse snitches. Sadly, the High Court's cases have had little effect in preventing the lies of snitches from contaminating a fair trial. If I paid a perjurer thousands of dollars to testify for my client, I'd be sent to prison and relieved of my license to practice law. I've never known a snitch who wouldn't gladly pay those same thousands, if he had them, to get out of prison. Instead, he purchases his freedom or a reduced sentence with his lies. Despite the efforts of our courts to protect against snitch testimony, prosecutors have ways to circumvent the problem. Before the snitch takes the stand, the conversation between the snitch and the prosecutor will likely sound something like this. Prosecutor: Remember, Joe, when the lawyer on the other side asks you if I've made any promise, your answer is no, right? And I haven't, right? Joe: Right. Prosecutor: You are doing this because you believe it is in the best interest of justice, that it's your duty to reveal these facts, right? Joe: Right. Prosecutor: I've told you to tell the truth and only the truth, right? Joe: Right. At trial, on cross-examination of Joe, we hear the following. Defense attorney: The prosecutor made promises to you, didn't he? Joe: No, he never promised me nothing. Defense attorney: You expect to receive some benefit from your testimony here, don't you? Joe: No, I'm just doing what's right. In fact, even if the prosecutor made no promises, he will likely provide some benefit to this cooperating witness down the line, and both he and the snitch know it. We tend to help those who help us. The star of Giglio shines down on us from on high, but rarely can it penetrate the thick cloud that covers the games some prosecutors play to obtain a conviction. On the other hand, judges may attempt to dilute the effect of the snitch's testimony by advising the jury that they should receive it with suspicion. But the jury has heard the lie, and the prosecutor, to ameliorate the judge's instruction, will spread frosting over the snitch's cake of dung. The prosecutor will say to the jury things like, "We have the duty to present to the jury all of the evidence. What would you think of us if we knew of Joe's testimony, but we didn't give it to you to consider? It's the defendant here." He points with scorn to the defendant sitting frozen next to his lawyer, "who'd jump up with joy if you'd disregarded Joe's testimony. But we leave it to you. We trust your ability to judge the credibility of the witnesses, including Joe's." The games go on despite the best efforts of the High Court to provide a fair trial. Too many innocents are sent to their deaths on the perjured testimony of snitches. A civilized society can no longer permit such testimony. The only way to stop these games is to simply, in the furtherance of justice, outlaw all snitch testimony. That is, testimony as to what another inmate supposedly confessed to the snitch while in custody. 9. Relief for the accused when at trial the prosecutor hides favorable evidence from the accused. As early as 1963, the United States Supreme Court handed down a landmark case, now known simply as Brady, in which the court ruled that prosecutors were required to reveal to defendants all exculpatory evidence, that is, evidence that tends to support the defendant's innocence. But too many prosecutors simply play with that high court's words, ignore their duty, claim they forgot, keep secret the evidence favorable to the defendant, and wait until they're caught, if ever, and then argue that the withheld evidence wouldn't have changed the result anyway, and that no harm was done. A defendant simply relying on Brady or Giglio for a fair trial is already seeing the prison gates swinging open. These enlightened Supreme Court decisions do little more than comfort the High Court judges so they can sleep, believing they've done all they can to make trials fair. Still, some judges like to play their own games. What judge on the court couldn't argue that the withheld evidence wouldn't have made a difference in the outcome of the trial? But the judge is not a juror, and if the withheld evidence was important enough for the prosecutor to hide it from the jurors, might we not conclude that it was important enough to change the outcome of the case? When there's been any intentional Brady violation, the case must be returned for a new trial or dismissed. 10. Dealing with the dangers of the courthouse club. Over time, local police, prosecutors, judges, and defense attorneys do their work together. They have to. The prosecutors know that when their opponents, the defense attorneys, need a little consideration in a case, it will be reciprocated down the line. And defense attorneys find themselves pleading innocent clients guilty, believing they've provided the client with the best deal possible, and prosecutors agree to more advantageous deals for those who are members of these informal but fully functional courthouse clubs. I know highly paid private criminal defense attorneys who haven't tried a jury trial in years, but whose reputations are the lawyer to go to if you've been charged with a serious crime. Many judges look on, knowing how the game works, but such cooperation usually ends in guilty pleas, and the judge's caseload is thereby lightened. In the end, this brotherhood among opponents and the judge is a constant threat to justice. 11. Curing the evils of overcharging. What can we do about the inherent evil of overcharging? I'm talking about charging a person with multiple crimes that arise out of a single incident. The prosecutor's motivation is to force the defendant, guilty or not, to plead guilty to one or more of the charges in exchange for a shorter sentence. We already know why innocent people plead guilty. They know they'll face jurors who believe they're guilty, because jurors trust that the prosecutor wouldn't charge innocent persons. They know that jurors often compromise, acquit on some, even many of the charges, but likely find the accused guilty of something. They know they will be appointed a public defender who convinces them, and rightly, that their conviction is foregone. They know that if they lose, they will receive no mercy from the sentencing judge. Their lives will be truncated, their reputations lost, and the light of their future extinguished. Perhaps they will never see their spouse or children again, and their parents will die while they're in prison. Given the crowded dockets in most jurisdictions, in some cases innocent persons can plead guilty to a charge or two and get out of jail before their trial is even set. Judges have the power to force the prosecutor to elect the one or two counts the prosecutor will present to the jury. But we remember that most judges are former prosecutors. Rarely do any judges insert themselves into the prosecutor's case. And as we know, judges in the state courts are also politicians. Voters are enamored by those who have a record of being tough on criminals, and judges are unwilling to take on the prosecutor lest one day the prosecutor hawk sets its talons into the judicial bird. In the federal courts, the judges are appointed for life by power, and although theoretically they're not beholden to power, they are, with rare exceptions, congenital members of the power structure. Prosecutors often charge an accused with a felony carrying a prison sentence of years, rather than a misdemeanor that arises from the same facts and is punishable by a few months or less in jail. For example, maybe a man has been charged with stealing an item from a local store. The prosecutor may charge the defendant with grand larceny, asserting that the stolen property was valued at an amount that lifted the offense to felony. In such a case, the prosecutor doesn't need to display a startling array of talents to obtain a conviction. And any clear-thinking defendant, even if he's as clean and pristine as an early morning lily, will rush to make a deal that will free him in short order, rather than run the risk of a felony conviction that will imprison him in some stinking hole for years. Legislators must step up and chink these gaping holes in the judicial house that deprive thousands of American citizens each year of their constitutionally guaranteed right to due process. I offer little hope. When was the last time the people turned to the politicians for justice, and justice was delivered? A guilty plea to a criminal charge against a citizen must be examined with suspicion that the plea was obtained through force, intimidation, or other impermissible means. Is the plea the result of overcharging? Was it voluntarily given? Indeed, every guilty plea must be made to stand on its own after careful scrutiny by the judge. An immunized hearing before the judge, one in which the testimony of the accused is privileged and cannot be used against him, must be offered to the accused. A hearing in which the accused is represented and encouraged to explain why he or she has agreed to the confession. Threats arising from an overcharged indictment, unconscionable delays in trials, incompetent counsel, and other motivations for a guilty plea must be discovered, and if they exist, dealt with appropriately. Justice requires no less. Due process demands it. And a guilty plea that was not voluntary to its hair roots must be set aside. Yes, there are great judges out there. Great judges are like great painters or great chefs or great fiddle players. The great ones cannot be great unless there are masses who never reach that airy status. I have been privileged to work with some great judges who have made me proud of our system of justice. They are the rare gifts to an otherwise suffering judiciary. All judges, both trial and appellate judges, have power, and the great ones will use it in creative ways to bring fairness into the case. If they do not dismiss the redundant charges, they can discuss with the jurors why a prosecutor overcharges, why overcharging is fundamentally unfair, and how the jury, if it chooses, can consider such overcharging as evidence that the prosecution has a weak case. Indeed, it's not that judges themselves have no power to bring about a better sort of justice. Instead, prosecutors and judges are more likely to form their own informal accords, the unwritten but fully understood covenant of which is to take care of one another. The criminal defense bar is as much to blame for overcharging as any of the other members of this cozy congregation of judges and lawyers. I have known a few, but very few, criminal defense attorneys who have taken on the bad state court judge head to head when the judge ran for re-election. It takes courage to go to the voters with a story of the judge's inaction, abuse, or incompetence. But that's what elections are for. If defense lawyers have complaints, they cannot hang back and whimper like shivering children facing King Kong in a back alley and still pretend they are attorneys dedicated to the defense of the damned. It is their duty to the judicial system to take action, and if they muster the courage, they can be successful. Even an unsuccessful attempt to unseat a state court judge will often have palpable, affirmative results with that judge in the future. 12. We must get politics out of our judiciary. I acknowledge the power of the jury. However, judges are still sovereign in the courtroom. They determine what facts the jurors will hear, and what laws the jurors will apply, and how. Except for an acquittal, the judge can set aside a jury's verdict and grant new trials. As we've seen, a judge even has the power to dismiss a just case for civil damages. I am thinking of the Singer case. In court, the judge is still the royal ruler, not a mere arbiter of fairness like a referee in a boxing match. One may rightly ask, who are these judges, and why would any lawyer give up lawyering to become a judge? Some who found it difficult to make a living in the practice of law ascended to the bench. Some felt they lacked the talent or the emotional makeup to be successful as trial lawyers. Some bore a genuine desire to do good, and some, like some cops, had a yearning for power. The judicial hide is tattooed with politics, along with the debts that politics produces. The way we select judges fails to create a judiciary in which a free people can enjoy their promised justice. Yes, there are numerous honest judges who strive to follow their own moral compasses. But even the best of our judges are riddled with conflict, and often are compromised in resolving those conflicts. I am again put in mind of the admitted conflicts suffered by Judge Winder in the Singer case. What to do? I say judges should be drafted at random from the trial bar for a limited term. The drafted judge would serve for, say, 3 or 4 years, and then return to private practice. The judge would be paid a reasonable salary and would also be rewarded by becoming a better lawyer, one who has experienced the workings of the judicial mind firsthand. He or she would spend no more time as a drafted judge than doctors spend acquiring their specialty. The names of all those who try court cases would be put in the canister and drawn as needed, in the same manner that jurors are selected. If by law we can demand that ordinary citizens give up parts of their lives to serve as jurors, can't we, with greater justification, require trial lawyers who make their living in the courtroom to contribute back to the very system that supports them? The names of those who have served as trial judges would also be placed in the hopper, from which, by random selection, our appeals court judges would be selected, but for a shorter term. And the political beast, power, that once influenced, even owned, our judges will sit by the wayside, whimpering and scolding, emasculated. Some will argue that this method will open the door to individuals none of us would want on the bench. But we are suffering from a judiciary that includes tyrants and fops of every dimension, and we can't get rid of them, because they've been appointed for life, or they're better politicians than they are judges, and are continuously re-elected. Better that we have a bad judge for a short term than a bad judge for a life term. If we need a couple more judges, a dozen or 100 more, we'll draft them until their dockets are current. Those disgraceful delays that the accused or the injured must endure to finally get their chance at justice will no longer be part of our appalling judicial history. And bullying police and prosecutors will no longer find it possible to carry on their power games in courtrooms, in which the judges are members of a cozy courthouse cabal. Moreover, we'll no longer be judged by men or women whose addiction to power led them to seek judgeships in the first place. Our new judges will be drafted. Before I leave you, I have one last plea. We must get money out of politics, just as we rid our bodies of killing cancers. We are diseased by money. We are no longer a free nation if money can buy our representatives while we stand in line to vote like the proverbial cattle at the killing chutes. Our elections on all levels must be publicly funded. I love my country. I abhor those who use their power to defeat its promises to the people. Over my lifetime, I've seen the power-owned media capture the American mind. The endless invasion of propaganda has eventually prevailed, and its message has become the accepted truth of a brainwashed nation, that we are free, that the police and prosecutors are trustworthy and will protect us, and that in America there is liberty and justice for all. Such is a mythology that enslaves. Instead, as we know, only the few, depending on their status and wealth, have even a far faint shot at justice. By adopting some of the solutions offered here, we will begin our work toward a culture in which the criminal justice system is no longer a tool of power to intimidate, control, and abuse the powerless. We remember the ominous prediction attributed to Sinclair Lewis. If fascism comes to America, it will be wrapped in the flag and carrying a cross. We've come to the end of this trip together. I've discovered and learned much in this writing, and I'm grateful that you joined me in this journey. The victories of justice occur from small realizations that eventually seep into the collective mind. When I began my term on this earth, women were chiefly seen as the keepers of the home, the nurturers of children, and their other child, the husband. Today, women have joined us as partners in the blessed struggle for equality and freedom. In my lifetime, I've seen minorities courageously fight their way up until they can breathe more comfortably in the company of their oppressors. These wars, won for a more just society, have come at the cost of much suffering and many lives. The commitment to that battle must remain at the forefront of our passion. I hope that what we've shared together will be shared with others, and that we will find ways to speak to the many who have heretofore found themselves alone. None can predict where America will go from here. But the road we travel is ominous. One thing I know: an honestly informed nation can be trusted to eventually do right. Justice is the petulant child of truth. And so, dear people, as the old man told the boy who clutched the helpless bird in his hands, I leave this precious bird of justice in yours. This is Alan Sklar. We hope you've enjoyed Police State: How America's Cops Get Away with Murder, a Macmillan audio production from St. Martin's Press. Text copyright 2015, G.L. Spence and Linnell P. Spence Living Trust. Production copyright 2015 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.